She comes away with that.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful laybacks.
Welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. We are back here once again for the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got a lot of action that's already gone down here at La Bocana and El Sunzal, two world-class waves. Great A-frames, great right-hand point down the beach as well. As we see some of the surfers that have been arriving for competition this morning, we're going to be kicking off with our men's round 3 on the main side of the rounds. Leo Fioravanti getting in the water bright and early. And we've got lots of surfers that are going to be coming up. Ido Arkeen of Israel there getting a warm-up in before he hits the water. And it's going to be a big day of surfing. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Jess Grimwood to call to action. It's going to be a big day.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, Shannon. It is a big day. It's always, it starts to get really gnarly at this end of the competition where we've seen a couple of the big names getting relegated to the repechage. And now we're back into round 3 for the men, and the waves are pretty huge. Like, it's pumping out there.
Yeah, we saw that swell increasing yesterday. We knew it was going to come through, but we weren't sure if it was going to maybe way at the end of the day or even overnight last night. But it started showing up midway through the day. Really had some solid surf. Now today, it's looking even better. It's groomed, it's clean, that swell has arrived, and we've got some really solid peaks that we're going to be surfing with for our men's main round right out here to start things off. After we finish out our main round 3, we're going to be heading into women's main round 3, and then after that into men's main round 4. But we've got one of the best in the books on the team, Mitch Salazar, down on the beach to give us a surf report, the guy who knows the conditions like no one else.
Yeah, as a former competitor out here, it's big, it's pumping, and more importantly, the tide will be coming up right after this heat starts. We're actually hitting a low tide, 0.7 feet, the high tide at around 2 p.m., 6.7 feet. So a drastic change in tide. It should improve conditions, but it is nonstop out there. Since we got here around 45 minutes ago, I don't think there's been a break in the action longer than 2 minutes. I expect a lot of big things from the men. They're going to be surfing twice today if they do move through. And women's main round 3 going to be huge for them as well. When it comes to points right now, a lot on the line. Team Peru has all 3 men in the main round. So does Team Japan. Expect big things from them. But I'm expecting some big numbers with how good the waves are here at La Bocana.
It's on the lefts versus the rights early this morning from what you've seen.
On the low side, I'm going to go with the lefts. I think the rights, you're risking too much. You could be losing too much time, going way too far south. I think the lefts are a way better option. You kind of have that escalator right behind me where you get to be able to have that little current that drifts you back out. I think it's a better option. High tide, you can definitely be going right. But with this amount of size, it's just too much risk this early in the morning with how low the tide is. I will say, though, if you do need a score and you're further south, go for it. There's definitely steeper sections out there.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear that report from the sand as we take a look at some great waves that were caught early this morning, Jess, and it seems like that left, as Mitch said, is what everybody was going for.
Oh, yeah, he's super under these conditions out here. You can tell all the competitors are thinking the same thing. Look at these warm-up waves as well. I mean, it's big. It's really chunky. There's a lot of water moving on through, and look at this, like well overhead for this wave. Just so much action going down in the warm-ups. You know, if you want to get a really good feel for who's in rhythm and who's here on dark, you just come on down to the contest site and you can see what's going on and the vibes around the team.
A lot of action ahead of us as we take a look at that current conditions report that Mitch just provided for us, but 5 to 7 feet today. Light winds with that tide peaking this afternoon, Jess.
Yeah, and we saw it yesterday afternoon too. It kind of became kind of treacherous on that rock off, rock back in when all the competitors were making their way in and out of the contest zone. But, I mean, it's going to be absolute spectacle to watch of surfing today. Huge, big turns I'm expecting.
And I think the big red star on that was actually the temperature way down at the bottom. 92 degrees Fahrenheit in the mid-30s Celsius. In the air temperature into the high 80s for water temperature and into the high, that kind of 30 range for water as well for Celsius. So extreme temperatures being dealt with by all 63 nations, by all 297 athletes that have been here on the list this week. Of course, we've got a record-breaking 132 women, Jess. It's been so fun to see that, nearly half of the competitors have been women in the draw this week, as well as 4 new nations that have join the conversation, and a whole lot of world champions and Olympians on the list as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of medals between that list of competitors that are here at La Bocana in Surf City. And yeah, yesterday was literally the heart and soul of ISA surfing for me. There were so many different important times in surfing, in global surfing and in our community going down like right here at the contest zone yesterday. It was a very, very special day of competition, especially for some of the newer and less known teams, and I'm very excited to see round 3 today.
Well, we're nearly there for that horn to sound for the start of heat number 1. Today, taking a look at the lineup, paddling out first, Israel, Japan, Venezuela, and Japan. So 2 Japanese surfers. Will they work together? Will they be completely on their own program, looking for those top 2 positions to advance? Ito Arkin, Reo Inaba, Keone Lasa, and Taichi Wakita for the 4 surfers with that first opportunity to really get a feeling for the water without, say, 50 to 100 other competitors out there paddling around.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of doesn't seem like that there's that many free surfers in the morning as well, because there's so many peaks, and there's obviously that way back up towards Punta Rocas that you can kind of track. You might be able to get some distance between the other competitors as well. But yes, I mean, 4 men in the lineup, they're going to be able to pick apart the best rides out here, the best sets, and possibly, like Mitch was saying, those lefts are going to be the better scorers today.
It's going to be really exciting to see things underway. The women are kicking off on our south podium. We'll be finishing out Repecharge round 1. You can be sure to take a look at the webcast. There is a single camera there to be able to watch the action, and you can follow along with all those live scores to see what's happening. But throughout the day at Sunzal, we'll be starting with Repecharge round 1 for the women, heading into Repecharge round 1 for the men's division, and then into Repecharge round 2 for the women's for the day, as we see Team Israel's Olympian Anat Lelior and little sister Noah there.
Yeah, I love getting a look into the Israeli camp as well. I had a look at some of Ito's boards, those that were just on the screen as we were zooming into, and that right there, he's got a lot of backup equipment ready to go on the beach. You can see the intentions. I enjoyed yesterday, the post-heat interview with Safi Vet was really indicative of the importance of these events. They're so fun, but there is a serious side to them, and Israel has brought it to that seriousness and that professionalism to get them this far.
And we do have that Olympic qualification to talk through this week as well, which adds to that element of importance. How much is on the line this week? As we hear the buzzer sound, 20 minutes on the clock, back to our main round. So yesterday afternoon we were calling 15-minute heats, which they just go by so quick, it's unbelievable. Back to 20 minutes for the main round. The Repecharge rounds will continue with that 15-minute timer on the clock. So for these surfers also making it through to main round 3, they haven't lost a heat yet. So they've either advanced through with the win, or they've advanced through in that second place position all the way through. We will be taking 2 surfers out. They'll be heading down to Repecharge, which won't be running for the men specifically today for these surfers that lose out in this round, so they'll just have that single heat. But the surfers that do advance through out of our main round 3, they'll be heading into main round 4 later today.
I think we're definitely going to see that different level of energy come into this round as well. We're going to see what the teams have been able to do more so in the off-season or in the pre-season leading up to these games. For some of these teams, this preparation for these heats, and particularly for these round 3 heats, and as we go more and more towards that podium part of the draw, has happened, 11 months ago, 12 months ago. They didn't just start training for these events, a couple of weeks and in between all their other events. They literally have been working on what they're going to do here in Surf City, El Salvador for maybe over the last 11 to 12 months. Yeah,
it's amazing to be able to track that story behind with so many of these surfers, following them on social media. I highly recommend for anybody tuning in, look this crew up. You can check out ISAsurf.org to check out the bios that they've written for themselves or their teams have put together to be able to share more of their stories. But also just give them a follow on Instagram. You'll be able to see what it looks like to be a professional surfer. The amount of time and training, like you're saying, Jess, to be putting in behind the scenes, and to really be able to track with their stories, which is what we're doing here at the ISA. There's a few different ways to track with the ISA this week, of course, on the website, isasurf.org, to be able to check out the live feed, but you can find us on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube as well. As we take a look at the possible opening ride, and here we go with Reo Inaba of Japan. Nice turn to start things off with. So getting a feeling, first wave of the event for this morning. Finds that section to finish with. Gets a little hung up on it. We'll see if he's able to ride out. Tracking now with Ito. Huge backhand attack to start things off. Just that single turn, but he'll get a score on the board. That'll set up Keone and Taichi out the back.
Yeah, I like that first exchange too. It's great to see the difference in the ride as well. We can see how it scales up. Here goes, ooh, Keone, the Venezuelan.
Too much speed.
Yeah, he had a lot of chatter and he kind of slid out as he went over the top of that wave there. But it'll be really, really good for us, at least as observing what's happening this morning in the scale, in the judging criteria, when you have the split peak initial comparison like that, the right, the left, similar sections offered up. I think Ito's was way bigger, more critical on the right, and Rio had the opportunity to go more to the rail on his. I always think it's the most important exchange in surfing in a day of competition. The first heat, the first 2 waves ridden, then we start getting going. All the coaches, all the managers will be waiting to hear those opening numbers because it sets that scene. It's like that first time you walk into an office at work. You open the door and you wait to feel the vibe of the room, and then you can settle into the day of work.
Great explanation as we take a look at Taichi now up on his second wave. Uses his priority on this one. Nice wrap to start, sets that line, trying to gain some speed, now drives hard off the bottom. Check off the top, but he'll go down. So an unfortunate fall in what was looking to be some rhythm being built.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer. We've been getting a lot of intel from our own team member Mitch about him, about how he operates himself and how he's so good in big waves. Here's the replay though for the Israeli surfer. Ito, nice big kind of drawn out hook, nice and early under the lip, and he just pin drops out of there. So one turn only in comparison to the first of Rio and Nabas. So nice big carve down the face. This wave has a little bit more kind of marble and texture on the face, and he gets hung up on that last maneuver. But he does get some work done. So let's see how it locks in against each other in comparison. There's another replay of the first of Rio's. You can see that second turn not super critical, and he kind of gets hung up right there. And he's a bit late to the party coming on down. They're still going to give it to him complete, but I don't think he's going to be leaning on that towards the end.
So waiting for scores from the first exchange still as Keone is up and riding. His first, just a quick fall, is 0.93. Comes off the lip. Sets his line, starts to work his way through for a big finish, finds that rhythm as he comes through to the inside, and he'll kick out. So he'll get a complete wave on the board. We've got a 2-3-3 for the first wave of our surfer in white, Taichi Wakita, and scores to come through now for our other 3 competitors in the lineup. No one that has a ton more experience than anyone else necessarily in this heat. Both Taichi and Rayo are in their mid-20s as we take a look at Rayo, the 26-year-old. Nice carve to start things off. Here to do his best to make Japan proud as he goes down under the lip and to look for that qualification spot for the Olympics for Team Japan. As we see Taichi, teammate of Rayo. Nice, smooth carves to start things off, showing that North Shore knowledge as he looks for this finishing section. It's hard to see how steep it is from this drone angle, but it looks like he was able to find a nice connection with that foam as it was coming back towards him. And he seems to be the surfer that's finding that majority of rhythm in the water so far. Yeah,
and there's Team Japan, and they are always one of the teams in the games that is down at the contest site on dark. They've got the whole crew there. They're very, very supportive of each other's performances. And here's the replay of Taichi's last wave. You can see just handling the speed as that board chatters through that first bottom turn. Really nice, smooth style. Resets for this one and draws right up into the pocket. Unfortunately, he kind of just buries maybe a bit of mistiming and buries the nose and he goes down, but good indications of what he's planning to do. This is the replay of the first of Keone from Venezuela. You can see there's a lot of lump and bump, maybe a little bit of morning sickness on some of those lefts, like in that building swell. There's a few kind of ribs going through the waves, but I think Taichi who's got the best of it at the moment. He looks more relaxed here. And this is his last wave. He just kind of opens up the shoulders a bit more through those calves, and he really brings his style factor. I mean, the guys, and Barton was talking about the fact that he's a second-generation pro surfer, and, you know, father is the Japanese Jerry Lopez. So you can tell that style is something that he really brings to his performance, and I've very quickly become a very big fan of this guy.
That's so true. Japanese heritage, but living on the north shore of Oahu. Sister Sarah Wakita is a fantastic competitor as well. Jess, you and I have had the pleasure of calling heats for her for a number of years. Great to see that Taichi has made it into this conversation as well on the men's side of the draw for Team Japan. Taking a look at the surfers that have come before, Hiroto Ohara, an Olympian, and a few others that have really been holding down that positioning on the men's side over the last few years.
Do you know, it's crazy when you think of Japanese surfing and how many of their men particularly that aren't on this team that could easily have taken one of these places as well. Like, I think of people like Shuno,
Shun Murakami.
Shun Murakami, and like there's so many different dudes that could have made this team. Like, their depth of talent over in Japan is incredible, and that's why, you know, they're one of the teams that's pushed all their main surfers straight through. There's no repecharges for the men's teams yet, so you can see the intention from them. They're like a top 3, top 5 team, kind of, you know. Top 3, I would imagine. Top 5, most definitely, with the strength of both their women's and their men's team.
I couldn't agree more. We have bronze medalist Amuro Suzuki on the team, Kanoa Igarashi, silver medalist, both from Tokyo 2020, and then the other 2 women, Mahina Maeda and Shino Matsuda. Incredibly strong team all around. One of the nations to still have their top 2 or top 3 of their surfers in on the men's side. Peru has that same stacked team heading through on the men's side of the draw with all 3 surfers still in the main round. As we take a look now at Billy Stearman, grabbing that jersey, having a chat with the beach marshal, and getting ready to paddle out for another great heat. He's been on a roll so far this week.
Yeah, he has, and he is what I was alluding to with Safi Vet, fellow teammate, but here we go. Ryo Inaba, up and riding.
Great hook in the pocket to start. Walls lining up for him. Sets the line for the second turn. Throws a lot of spray.
Oh.
Hits that rail, just drives maybe a little too much speed off of his line and comes under the lip.
Man, that was a huge section to be throwing it all at, and you know, nothing's going to be left unsurfed out here when we talk about round number 3 for these guys. And Taichi up and riding right again, straight into it.
Bumpy section on the outside. Has that nice low composure as he comes into that first turn. Drives hard off the bottom again. Slides the tail, adds in that variety that the judges will be looking for. Hits the lip. Continues through. This wave has so much chatter on it. It's unbelievable. No wonder he went down there. It looks so hard to maintain control.
Yeah, that was very impressive to see the fact that he was able to handle all those lumps and bumps and chatter at the very start. And I think let's have a look at the scores, though, while we wait for those next numbers to come on in. Taichi already had the 4.83. And comparison to Rio's 4.33, you can see where those two lock into the scale. 4-point ride for Ito for Israel, and a 2.8 is the best of Lasas from Venezuela. So early days in the heat when we think about the context of score lines, but with just under 9 minutes to go, the guys really are waiting for that opportunity to open up into the 5s or 6s. This was looking like it was going to be an incredible score. That first turn for Ryo Inaba was huge, and then he backs it up again with a nice kind of carve. You can see what happened there. He kind of hit a wobble, regained composure, but he was just a little bit too late to that really critical section. All intentions to hit it, though. Have a look at this one. The second turn's really nice. Real smooth carving setup. He hits a little wobble, loses kind of that forward progression, forward compression and the speed, and he gets absolutely annihilated on that section.
And then we saw this run from Taichi, trying to get himself back the lead from Ryo Inaba.
Yeah, look how well he just handles everything that wave face throws at him there in those 2 bottom turns. That was a super weird section. It kind of starts bending back around here on that left, and that foam climb to the ending maneuver kind of puts him off time, but the opening 2 maneuvers were nice.
Now Keone, the 17-year-old for Team Venezuela, loves playing basketball when he's not out in the ocean riding a surfboard. Nice first turn, looking to get through that dead section. Hits it well. Can he find that rebound? He's just going to kick out, get himself out of that situation. So 2 turns, real seamless, getting through that flat spell in the middle as well.
Yeah, that was nice. That was really smooth from him. And what I like about Keone too, I had the pleasure of giving him his post-heat interviews already, and he's got that Grom energy about him, but he's taking his performance really professionally, and he's really invested, I think, a lot of time into just focusing on his own waves and his own heat preparation rather than getting so caught up. I mean, it'd be so easy to get caught up and run away with the craziness and the multitude of the people that surf here. But here's the replay for his last wave. Set up carve, has to jump over the top of that kind of flat, weird, ribby section, and beautiful timing there on that re-entry at the lip, changes direction, but that's job done. That's all that wave had to offer him as well. Look at that fade back bottom turn too to set that up. Not quite as critical of a section as I think that he was setting for, but he just feels it. He reads it really well. He times it really nicely, and he kind of makes something out of nothing there.
Well, it's a 3.57, so to give the situation to the audience tuning in, we've got 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Ryo Inaba of Japan is sitting in the lead. A 5.67 was his last score, and a 4.33 is what he opened up with. Taichi Wakita now up and riding with a hit off the lip, and he'll go down. He's currently sitting in second with a 4.83 for his second wave, which is his highest scoring. A 3.6 was his last wave before this fall. So he's in that second place position, chasing a low 5 to take the lead. Keone, with that last score of the 3.57, jumps ahead of Ito. Now our Venezuelan in third is chasing a 4.86 to take the advancing position. And Ito Arkin of Israel down in fourth. He opened up early. He got that 4-point ride. Now has been really patient, quiet throughout. He's been holding on to priority jests and hasn't had a look at a second wave. Just that second wave needing to be a 4.44 to get himself in advancing position.
Yeah, that's the dominant position for Ito to be in right now, because he does have that 4, which is similar in comparison to all the other numbers locked in on the scale for the other guys. So to be holding priority, his intention obviously waiting for a wave that, I mean, he'll be looking for an excellent score. There are 7s, 8s plus rides out there. We saw it in the warm-ups this morning. And he's holding the fort down out the back and just waiting for that opportunity to bank it and back up that 4-point run. And he's probably going to put himself into the lead if he's able to execute that plan. You can kind of get the feeling of what he's trying to do, and he's not desperate. He's not paddling around everywhere, and that talks to his confidence as well. But I mean, the Japanese surfers, they've been really busy. And the best for Rio, that last one, that 5.67, you could see why. If he had have completed that end real critical, chunky section and maneuver, we would have been going up into the 7-point ranges. But as with surfing and competition day surfing, always heat number 1. There's a flurry of action in the free surfs before, because like you said, we have 50 to 100 free surfers in the water, and you see every single wave ridden. And then the first heat settles in and they find position and they try and pick apart the best kind of parts of the swell, and everything just dials in. We saw it yesterday as well with competition, Shannon.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Surfer in green up and riding. Keone for Venezuela, chasing a 4.86 now. Oh, great second turn. Looking smooth, finding a wave that has great shape for him as well. Now setting himself up for a powerful finish. Multiple turns. Great combination surfing, smooth and seamless in between.
Oh, yeah, I was clapping that last wave for the Venezuelan. I just think this is a perfect example of his contest mindset. He's just focused on his own kind of setup in the lineup, and he's found the best waves so far. They were a bit smaller, but here's the replay from the current heat leader.
Heat recap, taking a look at Ryo Inaba, sitting there with a 5.67 and a 4.33 as his high scores. This was that early exchange where we saw that single score as well of the 4-point ride of Ito drop in for 1 turn in the red. And then we see these from Taichi, currently sitting in second place.
Yeah, he's just super smooth, really silky rail work from him, especially with the complexity of the lumps and bumps that are going on during his bottom turns alone. This is the best wave of the heat so far though. Rio's, I think, 5.67, that first turn was nice, big under the lip. He carves down. If he was able to hold on and get up there a little earlier, you can see that going into the 7s and 8s. This is the previous wave for Keone, though. You can just see super silky. He starts to accelerate his performance too with that nice kind of snap release through that second section, and he always seems to finish off his waves really well. It's a strong and it's a confident performance from him, and we're waiting for that last score, Shannon.
The youngest surfer in the water right now, 17 years old, has had some great results in his early career so far. Waiting for a score, he's chasing that 4.86 to get the advancing position. Lives in the Basque Country at Zarautz and competes for Venezuela now. So spending a little bit more time at home in Europe.
Yeah, he actually speaks like 3 languages too. I think he's like incredibly intelligent, as are so many of the athletes here at the games. But he just has this, I mean, he doesn't have really the energy of a 17-year-old young male professional surfer. He has this kind of heightened awareness of himself in the contest area, and bringing that incredible, I guess, heat intellect into play has got him into a really good position. It's not far out of his reach, but the Japanese surfers are looking for something a bit better than what they've got.
Well, we're down to 1 minute, 15 seconds, and Keone's last score is dropped in. It's shy of the requirement of 4.73. It is his personal best wave so far, but it keeps him in third, now chasing a 3.71 to get the advancing position for the main round over Taichi Wakita. Team Japan down on the rocks. Got some chairs down there already with their flip-flops on because those rocks will be getting hot as that sun starts to peak. And they've done very well, put themselves in first and second. They're also holding on to first and second priority right now, Jess. So I feel like they're just going to be dominating the lineup and shutting things down.
Oh, I mean, the only thing that could go wrong for them is the fact that the competition area is such a big playing space and big field of contest for all of the competitors, but they are in such a commanding position. They would have spoken about the hypothetical situation of this, holding first and second priority with first and second position in the heat with 1 minute to go. But here we go. He's got an opportunity.
Now up and riding, Keone chasing only a 3.71. It's a small score, big wrap to start. Now needing to put on a strong finish though. He hits the section. 2 turns, a smaller size wave on the inside. He's obviously feeling it, Jess, but what are your thoughts in comparison to the rest of the heat?
Wow, regardless if he gets that score or not, he has made such a statement in finding the wave under the priority of the Japanese surfers, finding the space in the heat to get it. I think the wave may have let him down. You could see he just looks so solid on his feet, but I'm wondering where that sits in the scale. It was such a frothy face, and there was nothing super critical about it.
A 3.71 requirement. His second score at the moment, a 3.57.
Yeah, when I think back to that 3.57, I think there was a lot more carving. The wave was nicer, it was cleaner. He had more open face to kind of relax and open up on. But that wave, I mean, the second turn, it was clean and critical on that end section, and it was important. And we did see yesterday, I mean, it's a whole different day of competition, but sometimes less is more. So I'm not sure where that's going to lock into the score at the moment.
Well, we'll have to wait to find out from the judging panel. We're going to go to a quick break, hear a little bit more about the judging criteria, and we'll give you the results. Will it be Venezuela or the second of Japan advancing through right after this?
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the
Oh,
huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the action. Scores are in. Keone, unfortunately, for Venezuela, only got a 3.6, needing a 3.71, so he remains in third, which means the two Japanese surfers on their own programs throughout that heat managed to hold on to those top two positions, advancing forward. Rach.
Yeah.
Yes. I called each with Rachel for so long last week at the Longboard World Championships. Now I'm with Jessica.
It's absolutely no problem. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Shannon. We are looking at a really strong Japanese team. I mean, well dissected heat, incredible surfing from both of them.
As we take a look now at our current heat in the water, heat number 2 of the morning, round 3, Billy Stearman, Stanley Norman, Federico Moraes, and Sebastian Olarte. New Zealand, Great Britain, Portugal, and Uruguay. And a paddle now from Billy Stearman. He's got a few national titles back home in New Zealand, at least 8 and counting. He'll probably end up with 15 by the time he retires. Nice couple turns to start things off, setting himself up for a critical section to finish, and he gets there easily.
Here we go. Heat number 2. They've watched one go down. They've kind of settled into positioning. They've had their warm-up surfs as well. And we're going to see the bar raise. Every single heat, we're going to see this thing go through the roof as the guys kind of dial it in those end sections particularly. Like it's a whole different playing field from what it's been yesterday. If you were here early enough before competition started, there was a similar swell pushing on through. So the guys would have had the opportunity, if they were here with their teams, which a lot of them were, to practice and get that feel for it when it's bigger. It's a really powerful part of the ocean here. And you can see Billy's looking good. I love this vision as well. You can just, I don't know, you can get an appreciation from a different perspective here of the lines and the setups that Billy can set. And this final maneuver for him, so critical, perfectly timed, brings the rail all the way back around, and it's going to be a really nice opening score for him.
Taking one more look at it from a perspective that would be more similar to the judging panel.
Yeah, I just love these different angles because you can have a look at so many different aspects of that, but particularly the highlight point from the top, from the side angle, from the front angle is that final maneuver, and that is what's going to be the meat in his score for the opening wave for Billy.
And there we can see some clouds, some rain coming through the forecast. It was pretty sunny the last 2 days. First day of competition, we had that cloud cover as well. Didn't quite get that storm that rolled through until the evening. But today we could see a little bit more weather coming through as that swell has really started to peak.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tropical still. I mean, it's super tropical weather. It's already like 99% humidity. So as those storms have been rolling through, you know, mostly in the later afternoons, but like you said, with that new swell and that weather pattern coming towards us, we might find a bit of rain, but it might even glass it off a bit for a while.
Scores in for first. Red, it's a 5 as Federico Moraes of Portugal now up into that first turn, now wraps around for the second, setting himself up here for this critical section. Finds the lip. This wave has even more to offer. Throwing lots of spray. Similar turns on his backhand as he comes into the finish, puts on that punch, keeps that flow within his surfing throughout. That'll be a great way for him to start.
Yeah, there we go, and just blows performance through the roof straight away for him.
Stanley Norman, huge takeoff deep in the foam. Check turn to start, setting his line here, and he'll kick out, recognizing that he'll want to put himself in a position for something more critical. Taking a look now at Sebastian Olarte of Uruguay. Beautiful wrap to start. Kind of double pumps off the bottom to keep his speed around the section. Comes into that second carve, bites the rail for a moment as he heads into the foam. Looking for the ride out, doesn't quite hold on to it, and he'll go down.
Okay, so a lot to unpack there in that first exchange then. Banking in Billy's 5, pretty much off the strength of that final maneuver, I'd say. You know, 3 to 4 points, 80% of that score would have come off that final. Here he goes again.
Billy with quick action in the water, 5 minutes down, already riding a second wave. Started out with that 5-point ride, which set the tone for this heat. Hits the finish. Nearly stays glued to the board, but can't quite hold on to it. So scores to come through now for Stanley Norman, for Sebastian Olarte, and probably the most important score is that of Federico Moraes.
Yeah, and I mean, Federico, like the most successful male surfer coming out of Portugal, I mean, including the names of Tiago Pires and Vasco Ribeiro as well, they have had so much ISA success. We've been speaking about their team mentality throughout the event so far. Obviously with the strengths of Teresa and Yolanda, but that first score for Freddie is going to be really, really nice one in comparison to the other scores in this heat.
So still waiting for last of Freddie to drop through. As we do, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Reo Inaba and Ben Wei.
Thank you, Shannon Jess. Here with the winner of round 3, heat number 1 for Team Japan, Reo Inaba. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
So I'm going to ask him 2 questions. The first one's going to be today the size is a lot bigger, a lot of closeouts. I'm going to ask him kind of does his choice of maneuvers for the combinations change. 今日のサイズもかなり上がってます。それでロータイでクローズアウトのセクションがめっちゃ多くて、こういうコンディション、先ほどのコンディション、そのコンビネーションのマネーバーのチョイスが変わりますか？
そうですね、やっぱ結構でかくなってエンドセクションもパワフルでメイクするのが難しいんで、できるだけこうエンドの前でターンするようにしたりとか、でもまあ最後バックサイドはちょっと間に合わなくてこけちゃったんですけど、そういう感じで。
So you're saying it's a lot stronger. That end section is really hard to finish the final maneuver. So if you're able, the best thing is to try and fit a turn before that section. He said the last wave backside, he ended up falling on the end section. それでチーム日本だけ全選手がメインラウンドに残ってます。それで今大会のチームゴールドの取るの自信はレベルはどのぐらいありますか？
100% です。もうみんなでファイナル行ってもう金銀銅取ります。
Psycho. So I asked him, all of Team Japan's riders are still in the main event. I think it's only Team Japan. Don't quote me on that. We're going to check with Aaron. But I said, what's your level of confidence that you guys will take the team gold? He said 100%. They're all going to go to the finals, and he's going to keep charging through. じゃあ、ありがとうございます。次も頑張って応援してます。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. And Team Gold, Team Japan going for gold.
Yeah.
As we take a look at some live action here, Billy Stearman. Oh, just quick kick in and out.
Possibly Team Gold, yeah. I love the confidence from Reo Inaba. And you can really get a feel for their team. Here's the replay, though, from Freddie, the Portuguese surfer. Oh, those lines, the gracefulness in which he approaches that wave and capitalizes on that second section and backs it up again. It's just really, really top-tier surfing. That is why he was at the very top of the CT in those top 10 rankings, and that is why he is one of the best coming out of Portugal.
Scores to come through for this last of white.
Yeah, I really, really like this wave choice. It was perfect, that first opening maneuver, but I think what's happened there is he's lost that second section, and that's what puts him off time for these final maneuvers. I think he's definitely dialed in enough as an athlete to rethink that approach for the next wave.
Stanley had this opportunity as well for Great Britain.
Yeah, there's just so much action going on today. I mean, this is his real opening score, I guess, for him. I think he didn't see what he wanted on the end. It wasn't critical enough, so he pulls out early to regain priority position out the back.
And then this was the second wave of Federico. Hard into the critical section now to break down the scores between the two. His first wave, only a 4.57 with the multiple turns connected together down the left. His second wave, a 5.83 off of 2 more critical turns and that quick kick out.
Okay, so they're going to be digesting that information from the panel, and they're going to realize from that exchange, especially for Federico, that criticalness, that big deep bottom turn, and those really electric kind of lip turns, throwing a lot of spray, showing a lot of power and control, and also risking a lot right at the start of the wave, where it's the most consequential. If you go down, it's like, you know, priority wasted, opportunity wasted. So they're being rewarded for that, and that's what we've seen in the Portuguese surfing in that second score, the 5.83. We always, well, I say it a lot in surfing, but I feel like a lot of the time less is more. Multiple carves and cutbacks and set up rail work doesn't score anywhere near as highly as those critical big top to bottom turns, power surfing, and committed and risky sections.
Billy Stearman opened up with that 5-point ride as well, which set the tone. And that was just a couple of critical sections rather than that sort of long, drawn-out cutback style surfing. As we take a look here at Federico up and riding again. So he is sitting in the lead. Nice release of the tail off that second turn. Sets himself up here as he comes through to the inside. Frothy section, starting to stand up a little bit more for him. Tags the lip a couple times as he kicks out on the inside. Looking to replace that 4.57 if he can. We're halfway through this heat. Billy Stearman in second, chasing a 5.41. Stanley Norman chasing a 4.71. And Sebastian Olarte chasing a 4.35. Now, Billy, of course, was at the Olympics. He finished out with a 9th place finish, which, taking a look at the standings, 19th was the worst placement that you could fall out at Tokyo 2020. Of course, the best being a gold medal. So finishing out right in the middle of the pack there. Great result for Billy. He'll be looking to try and get himself back there again as we take a look here at Laster Freddy.
Yeah, I love that waft of the tail through that second section. You can see the whitewash was a little more feathery and softer for him to really release, and there's a bit of texture on that wave. It's almost like this little kind of breath of wind blowing that and crumbling that lip for him, and he just adapts so quickly to it, changes the approach in the maneuver, throws the tail like he said, just showing a lot of control. I mean, it's not a huge wave, but he really, really commands the performance on it, and he's picked it apart and he's reacted to the moment every time it threw it up. He changed and he switched and capitalized on what it had to offer him.
Federico Moraes is such an accomplished surfer coming out of Portugal. He was the first and is the only Portuguese surfer to finish in the top 10 on the championship tour, which he did back in 2021. And he's had some great results on that side of things. He finished 2nd place runner-up at J Bay as a championship tour event within his career. Took out a win on the qualifying series, like won the entire qualifying series back in 2018, which is a huge feat for any surfer. As we take a look at the heat recap here with Billy Stearman still holding down that 2nd place position with some great top-to-bottom surfing.
Yeah, he's pretty much in second off the back of that one turn on that opening ride. Freddie, though, he's been a bit more active in this heat than Billy, and he's found himself those 2 kind of mid-range scores. This wave, that was the 4.57, I believe, so a lot of rail work, really smooth transitioning, and just finding as much juice as he could out of that. This is the best wave, I think, of Freddie's so far. The 5.83, and it's off that, beyond 12 o'clock bottom turn for him. That super critical section, great turn, and that's the best wave of the heat. So Stanley and Sebastian, they're only requiring mid-4s, and you can tell with the judging, if they find one big section, no doubt they're going to throw something at it.
6.5 minutes to go. Stearman now looking for that backup score, just a 2.67 before hitting the lip on this one. Great surfing from the Kiwi.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of his experience, like you said, an Olympian, and he's had a lot of QS and Challenger Series experience and so many reps in the jersey across all the different types of competition throughout his career. That's his backup score already, for sure. So Stanley, he needs to get to work and throw away that 2.97. He's got 6 minutes. He could find one big critical wave, perhaps on the way back out, find another big section, score, and then he's way back into the game. Similar situation for Sebastian. I mean, he needs another mid-4. He's already got the 3.33, so he knows the surfing that he needs to do to get back into the mix.
Taking one more look at this one. Oh, how bumpy is that surface of the ocean as he's trying to bottom turn?
Yeah, look at the power and the composure that he's able to push through and just regain control over his equipment, and that tells tales of his training and his pre-season training for the games, his core strength, and his ability just to adapt every millisecond whilst he's performing out here to absorb what the ocean's giving him. And look at the criticalness of the nose of that board. That front foot gets way above the lip. He connects with the section at the exact same time that it comes down, and he's just a smidge second early enough to regain that compression as everything explodes under him. It's going to be a really nice score for him.
Scores to drop for this last of Billy. He opened up with a 5-point ride, a 2.67. It's pretty late at night in New Zealand right now, but no doubt his dog and 2 cats are watching in. Obi, Winnie, and Pablo to watch him smash some surf like this.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have a big support crew at home too. Here goes Freddie, though, once again.
Nice connection with the lip to start for Mariah. Wraps it around for that second turn. Flatter section here. He's just going to do what he needs to keep that nice transition, rail to rail. Now setting himself up on the inside. Smash to start. Goes in for another turn. Displaces so much water, Jess, with every single turn.
Yeah, look at the work rate on that guy too. Oh, the bottom turn of Stanley. Here we go, Shannon.
Here we go. We've been waiting for Stanley to let loose. Great 2-turn combination. Read that wave so well, Jess. 20 years old from Bude. British national champion. Loves skating and cooking. And loves it when the surf is cooking as well.
Yeah, the most important score right now, I think, is the last score for Billy, because that is going to readjust that requirement that you see where it says on the screen needs for Stanley at the moment of 471. That's going to change, as is Sebastian's need. However, Sebastian is holding priority. He needs to find himself a set wave and then probably get it back up very, very quickly, and that needs to happen within the next minute or two for that big score for him to drop, because Billy's about to drop a score. Fred's got another score, and then for Stanley, he's going to put his best number on the board. It's beautiful bottom turn for him. He's got so much talent coming out of that team for Great Britain, and we've already been speaking about the depth that they have, the understanding of the overall situation for their team, and the potential of each of their athletes.
Tiva Bourgeois of Morocco getting ready to paddle out next, up against Carlos Munoz and Santiago Muniz, Cody Young as well. So Morocco, Costa Rica, Argentina, and Canada heading out for heat number 3 of the day. Sebastian Olarte has been really quiet in this heat, Jess. From Uruguay, he's a runner, super fit and ready to handle anything that comes at him. But in this heat, he just hasn't been able to find his placement in the lineup. As we take a look at this last of Freddie, waiting for scores to drop through, see if he can improve on the 4.57 he has as his backup.
It's kind of a smaller double-up wave at the very start of this, and as it hits that inside section of La Bocana, he's able to just really capitalize. Like that second turn there off that inside was hardly even a section, and he just really turns it into something. So he's been busy, but that beautiful bottom turn, great release up through the lip, plenty of spray, and early turn on that final section for Stanley. I think that's going to be his best score too.
All right, the tone has been set. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Billy Stearman has just taken the lead. He's dropped a 5.93 for his previous wave. Frederico Moraes with a 4.33 doesn't improve his situation at all and drops into second. Stanley Norman of Great Britain drops a 5.63 for his last wave. Still sitting in third place, but now chasing a 4.78 to take himself into an advancing position.
Okay, so just over a minute, everything's changed. Sebastian has second priority. He needs a bomb. He needs to surf beyond the 7, so he needs to be surfing up into the 8s, and this is his opportunity. Here he goes.
The runner, the 4-time Uruguayan champ, now driving around the section. Good-looking wave in front of him. Is he going to make it to that open face? Check to start. Sets his line here. Nice opening turn. Looks for that second now. Knows that he has to surf out of his skin to get into that score range. Like you said, Jess, trying to find something in a near excellent of the 7s. Couple good turns thrown together.
He knows it. You can see it in his body language, can't you, Shannon?
Not going to be the score that he requires, but love that he had that opportunity. He was so patient within this heat, had that 3.33 on the board, hadn't had a second. Let's take a look at it here.
Oh, it almost looks like it's going to do it for him right here, and it kind of just flattens out that face. You can see him having to readjust. He opts for the carve down back into that power source of the wave, and he really tries to create that criticalness on his backhand on that right-hander, but the wave just, it didn't quite come to the party. He had to make the decision. He had to pull the trigger, but unfortunately it's not going to be that 7-point range for him.
Now, first priority was Billy. He decided not to go. Frederico had second priority, paddled and misses the wave, which hands second priority to Stanley Norman, but the time is going to work in Freddie's favor. And Stanley is not going to be able to catch another wave, as we see Team Costa Rica there getting ready to cheer on Championship Tour surfer Carlos Munoz coming up in the next heat. What a battle down to the finish. Frederico in second, Billy in first. So New Zealand and Portugal advancing through in the main round. And our other two surfers heading into repechage for Great Britain and Uruguay. We've got more action to come right after this, but take a look at what we got up to on day 3 of competition.
Women's action hit the lineup at La Bocana, the premier location of the 2 podiums here at the ISA World Surfing Game. On the women's side, an action-packed day at La Bocana, the Netherlands' Tiara van der Hulst dropping the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.03.
He reacted, got into the lip, and airdropped about 8 feet straight down.
Yeah.
I was just really happy I committed on that one. And now I heard I made the heat. I'm just super, super happy.
U.S. superstar Caroline Marks dropping a straight 9 on her backhand at La Bocana.
Beautiful snap in the pocket. Didn't really get all the way to the lip, but that one, she sure did.
And once again, France's own Joanne Defay dropping an 8.87, the 3rd highest wave of the day for France.
Look at the acceleration through that rail work. It cuts it off clean to set up this second one. I love that.
Watching from the beach, I was like, this wave is fire. There's like some really nice steep sections. So I was just like, actually was frothing. I was like, I wish the heats were a little bit longer. So stoked to find a couple and get to just let go.
On the 3rd day of action, the men took out to the lineup at El Sunsal. It was Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti dropping the highest heat score of the day, an 8.67.
I have an amazing chance of qualifying from the World Tour, but I'm here and I want to do it this week. You know, I don't want to leave it up to some of the other guys, maybe on tour. Who knows if they get on a streak. I have a really good chance over here and I'm going to give it my best.
Meanwhile, Australia's talented surfer Liam O'Brien dropping an excellent score of an 8.17. France's Kaoli Vos dropping the 3rd highest wave score for the men, a 7.9. Day 3 was awesome. Day 4 is going to be even better. Tune in for more action tomorrow at both La Bocana and El Sunsal.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here for the ISA World Surfing Games. Shannon Hughes alongside the 2014 copper medalist Jess Grimwood to call the action. Jess, that year you also took away the silver medal for Team Australia. What was it like to be in the action that deep in the draw?
Oh, such a proud moment. I actually went all the way through the repechages to make it into the finals that day. So I can feel for some of these guys getting knocked out to the repechages. It's a long road, but you can do it.
Cody Young looking spicy on that opening turn, slides straight through onto that second and sets himself up with a float to finish. Nice way to kick things off for the Canadian.
Ooh, classy surfing for him, and I love the action so far. Here we go.
Santiago Muniz of Argentina, he's got a gold medal or 2 back at home and ready to do it again here for the World Surfing Games. Connects with the lip for that first section. Finds a second turn. Frothy, chunky, difficult to keep that flow and that rhythm moving forward as he kicks off on the inside.
How nice is that opening wave for Cody Young too, the Canadian team. Now they have come, and I mean, so many teams say it, oh, this is the best team we've ever brought, but for some of them, I truly believe it this year, and particularly for Team Canada, they're just this tiny little bit of class and performance above everybody else at the moment. They seem a little more fine-tuned at this round of competition.
Taking a look at some more live action here, Carlos Munoz of Costa Rica, getting up, going quick to his feet, looking to wash off that first wave. That leaves Teba Bourgeois of Morocco with priority. He'll be sitting out there waiting for a great set to roll through as small scores start to trickle in. Carlos just a 1.67 for that first one. Back to that conversation around Team Canada. They are so stacked. They've got a few siblings in the mix as well as we take a look at some replays here. First of Cody.
Yeah, look at the setup. Look at that beautiful line he's drawing with his right arm all the way back around. That rail work is so fine and and just the finesse that he brings that turn back around high up in the lip as well, and it puts him in a really good position for this second section. He's able to get back down into the speed and then set up another nice, really big top carve. Not as critical on the end section if I'm going to be hypercritical of that surfing. It was more of a float end, but it's a nice way for him.
And this was that first wave of Santiago.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a wobbly wave. I mean, he does everything he can on it. That final maneuver was the best of it all, but he's going to want something a little bit more in tune out there.
We'll see if our surfer in red has a paddle for this one. Teva decides not to go. With that, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Mitchell, Salazar, and Billy Stearman.
Yeah, here with one of New Zealand's finest, the captain of the All Blacks here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Billy Stearman, big heat win for you, a pair of fives. Conditions changed drastically during your heat, though. Went from nice and sunny to dark and cloudy out there, man.
Yeah, it was pretty tough out there. It's pretty victory at sea. It's not that big, but there's just a lot of water moving in the waves and stuff, so I got a bit of a step up in my quiver, and yeah, took that out there. It went pretty good, and yeah, like you said, the wind kind of picked up. I could feel it kind of coming just before my heat. The flag started puffing up, and I was prepared for the wind to come up. But yeah, obviously I like going left, so feeling pretty comfortable out there, and yeah, feel good.
And you've accomplished so much in your life already. An Olympian, you qualified for the Challenger Series yet again. But the most impressive thing about you is your persistence. I mean, you always have a smile on your face. You're down here competing every day, and you're supporting your team. What do you think is your biggest attribute that you bring to Team New Zealand?
Yeah, I think I've obviously got a lot of experience. I've been doing it for a long time now. Yeah, and not many people get to travel the world and compete for for a living. So I appreciate everything we do. And we're in El Salvador right now, and the weather's amazing, and the waves are pumping, and the whole team spirit's really good, and everyone's kind of come together from around the world and having a good time. So yeah, I can't complain. Like I said, I've got a lot of experience under my belt, and I enjoy every moment of it all. And I'm pretty a hungry competitor, so I love competing, and I always want to do my best. So hopefully I can help the team out today, and hopefully we get a few more heat wins.
Congrats, Bill. See you this afternoon.
Thanks. Cheers. Chirp.
Chorbrew. Great to hear from a Kiwi always. And so much experience behind Billy. Great for him as well, holding on to that team captain, title for the Kiwi team. There's a few younger surfers in the mix as well that are just starting to get going at this level of competition. So I think it's really great that he's there in that kind of, that leadership space to be able to walk things through with him while still having that capacity mentally to focus on his own game.
Yeah, and then if you know anything about his personal story, the amount of challenges that he's had to go through whilst competing, like personal and just life, everything that life's thrown at him whilst he's been on the road a lot of the times away from his family. It's incredible to know his backstory and to see the vibe and the energy that he brings to the competition. But hold the phone, Cody Young. Look at this heat already. They're not even halfway through, and he's already dropped excellent scores and numbers on the board.
I've got chills. He's already on a 15.66 heat total. First two waves for the Canadian. Born and raised in Maui, representing Canada with his younger brother Levi. A 7.33 to start, an 8.33 to build from. And looking just ever as comfortable out here at La Bocana as he could be. Taking a look now at the Moroccan as he takes off in the foam. Shoots out into that top third of the wave. Adjustment to start. Nice flick for the second turn and comes in for the re-entry to finish. So 12 minutes on the clock. He's just getting started, Jess, with his first wave.
Yeah, so for the Argentinian, his opening wave, the 5.67, when I look at the Moroccan's wave, it maybe just, I think he thought that thing was going to hold up, and that was that setup opening maneuver, and he wasn't able to really capitalize on it. It was kind of a bit fluffy of a lip section as well, so it was a really hard section to surf. He's going to look for something a little bit better, but for Cody Young to have only two waves, to start with the 7.33 and to find something better than that as well, that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about the strength of the Canadians. Here's the replay from Teva, though. That opening carve sets him up so well, and then this little kind of, that mid setup kind of puts him in the wrong spot, and he has to kind of redirect, and he's just a little too late to that crumbly section. But this has been the standout wave so far for this heat. Just another level of performance there. he kind of lip lines really late, brings the board back out over the top of the stringer, and he's able to recompose and find landing on that. And that's why he's in charge at this point in the heat. I mean, 10 minutes to go, 15 plus heat total. It's looking really good for the Canadians.
Carlos now putting himself in position. He's got first priority. He's going to decide not to have a look at that one, maybe get himself into a little bit of a deeper slot out there as we take a look at some live action from Santi. 2-time gold medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games. Powerful finish. Brother of Alejo Muniz, who we have seen competing on the championship tour. And down to 10 minutes on the clock. So score to come through for Santi. He opened up with a 5.67, Jess.
Yeah, and that surfing from him, from Muniz and from the Argentinian, you can feel the spirit. He has always just that extra pizzazz in the back of those turns. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Italo surfing as well. There's just this electric level of energy through the back end of those turns where I think a lot of surfers kind of draw out the energy and they trickle through and it kind of dies down as they load up for the next turn. But for a surfer like Santiago, he kind of accelerates through the end energetically, and it's really nice to watch, and I think that's what makes his surfing so exciting. It's going to be a good backup score for him, but he's going to be chasing. He would have heard Cody's waves, and he's going to be chasing something a little more critical and excellent when we're talking about what's on offer out here. But back to, I mean, we'll get back to Cody actually, because look who's on the screen right now. Look who's getting ready in the contest area.
Gabriel Medina, who went ham on his opening heat here at the ISA World Surfing Games on day one. Just decided to go to the air a few times, get a few excellent scores on the board for the 3-time world champion. Why not?
He's watching them in real person on the Surf City boardwalk here in El Salvador. I was giving everything a 10. That's why I'm in the commentary booth, I think, because the technicalities of his aerial maneuvers, the comfort that he finds whilst he's kind of floating, he lifts as he goes through his airs too. He doesn't have that highest point just after projection. He kind of projects and he goes to the air, he starts rotating, and through the end of his airs, he starts lifting even higher, almost like some type of hovering and helicopter motion. He is, you know, one of my favourite surfers and one of the most exciting surfers, of course, to watch in something like the ISAs, and even so the stories that come when some of his biggest fans are the other competitors surfing against him. It's so cool to see them step up their performance as well.
He is the human helicopter, that's for sure. We'll see him paddling out in the next heat. Cody Young being so dominant with that rail work. So it took, you know, that first day or two of competition, it was hard to get into the excellent range or even into the high sevens with just the rail work. The judges were really favoring those airs that were coming through, or at least the quality of the maneuver, so to speak, rather than just doing an air. It's not going to get you an excellent score, but the quality of that. But now we're really being able to see those surfers get into that higher score range. Cody being a prime example of that, especially with the way that swell has picked up. It's changed the playing field and it's offered a far more critical section as we see Teva just getting dragged behind.
Wow, they all just got washed through. There's another clue and indication of that building swell here this morning. They all just got caught on the inside and completely washed out of position, but they'll regain it pretty quickly. There's still plenty of time. I want to say about Cody before they catch another wave, because it's non-stop action obviously for each of these heats because of the swell. For Team Canada, I mean, surfing, we're always got these situations in surfing, in competition surfing, most especially where it's a roller coaster of emotions for all the teams, and there's always decisions for or against all these different surfers throughout their careers where you could see them as controversial or not, but it's really important to watch how the teams and how the athletes regain themselves, and it tells a lot to how they can absorb and kind of digest the bigger picture of the situation. And for Team Canada, to have all the competition under their belt for the last 3 days and everything that's gone on for them, to watch how their management and their coaching have regained composure and kind of recentered their athletes, and everybody's got their heads back in the game, that says to them, you know, they understand surfing. This is what surfing is like throughout their whole of their careers. From when you're in the juniors, in the super groms, all the way through to this top level at the ISA, you need to be able to adapt to all of the conditions in the ocean and the conditions of competition. And I appreciate that about Team Canada, because I see their level of performance being motivated by what's happened over the last few days, and everything that they have absorbed, they have turned into something, like gold for Cody at the moment, 15.66. I'm just going to say that I just think that their mindset moving through this competition is going to be hard to overcome. And we always talk about the fact that surfing is so heavily weighted mentally. All these surfers are such high level performers in the water, but mentally, who's able to handle these long days of competition, back-to-back days of heats, that's who's going to end up in those top positions individually and as teams.
Jess, that was so well said as we reflect on what went down yesterday afternoon in the heat that featured Aaron Brooks of Team Canada. And we'll get back to that in a moment as we see Santiago up and riding now. Under 4th priority, but the only surfer to be able to get himself back into the lineup, into position with a great snap on the second turn. He won't be able to find anything else. Pencil dives out of the way. He's going to have a score to drop through to try and improve on the 5s. But we saw the Netherlands surfer in Tiara Vanderholz drop a 9-point ride on the finish of the heat, as we see Cody Young just with a quick kick in and out. And it was actually determined that that wave was complete rather than incomplete after the heat finished. The judging panel got some different footage, had a look at it, and decided that Tiara of the Netherlands deserved the score, which was just one of the most insane turns that we have ever seen here at the ISAs. And unfortunately for Aaron Brooks, who was initially advancing through that heat, it ended up taking her into that 3rd place position after the heat has finished. So for Team Canada, they had to really wrestle with that yesterday and go, okay, they loved the work that Tiara had gotten done. They respected that. They absolutely felt she deserved the score. But now they needed to readjust, knowing that Aaron Brooks was no longer going to be paddling out in a main round heat, but actually in a rapid charge round heat next. And I think that was really well said of you, the way that they've regained that composure. It's clear to see the way that Cody is out there, where his focus is at, that team support behind the scenes. And I think it's been well handled by those teams in those situations. And I mean, as well, to see the levels of performance that Aaron's been putting together, that the whole of Team Canada, the Olin sisters, as well as Cody's younger brother Levi this week, they're going to be a team with some real waves of consequence throughout this week.
Yeah, and I mean, it is what it is. This is surfing, and this is why we love it, because it's so creative, as well as it's become this Olympic sport now where there's so much consequence on the line. And for this heat at the moment, it's the Canadian that has just been charging out in front. But here's the replay for Santiago. He's just winding up and winding up. He's getting better and better as he's finding these better sections. That last one, so sharp and so quick into that section, and it's really critical surfing for him. It's very electric. This is the replay for Carlos. He's been a little bit quiet throughout the heat, but look at those turns that he has on tap for the Costa Rican. It's big surfing. It's enjoyable to watch. You can feel that spray and the amount of speed that he takes into those sections. So that 5.3 for one turn, he's well in reach of 5.58 at this point. 2 minutes to go. He needs to find himself another section. He's going to find himself in 2nd position. Santiago will be looking with that 2nd priority to absolutely throw away the 5.2. But the Moroccan, he hasn't even got another wave yet. He's holding priority. This is his time. It's a similar situation to the last heat. He needs to find something excellent and just put it all in one performance for him. He's not going to have the time, I don't think, to break down 2 waves, but he has the surfing to find himself in the 8s.
Team Costa Rica there cheering on Carlos Munoz. Carlos qualified for the WSL Championship Tour for the 2022 season, but unfortunately dislocated his shoulder paddling out, at his opening heats in Pipeline the start of the season. And he got the call up this year, as we see Teva just coming from way behind the section. We'll see if he's able to get into that open face, setting himself up now for a nice whip under the lip and bang in the chest, looking for a score of a 6.87. Now, we're not sure if he got any work done maybe at the opening of that wave. Possibly he'd had another good turn thrown in there, which shows in that body language.
You know what I think? I think it was behind that 2nd section where we picked him up because he's done something major on the outside. I mean, maybe I'm hoping for him, but I think that he would have had that big opening section and he went absolute ham, hopefully, for the Moroccan team. and that's what put him behind the foam ball coming into that inside section of that right, but he's able to finish it. Here it is.
Here's the replay. Talk us through it, Jess.
Does he get something critical? He does, straight up into the lip, and no down the line projection because of the 100% commitment to that section, and that puts him behind the 8 ball right there. He sticks with it though, and we'll commend those efforts too, because he comes back out in front. He kind of places that final turn. So when I'm thinking about the score that he needs,
a near 7.
Yeah, that final turn might be the deciding factor. Let's see. I mean, the judges would have had all the angles on hand to look at, to replay. We're going to see how they process that opening maneuver for him. Is Santiago safe? He surfed a smart heat. I'm not sure if he's safe in second position. I don't know if Carlos got another opportunity either, but gosh, they were both within striking distance.
What a way to finish things out. Scores to come now for Last of Tiva Bourgeois. Score to come in for Cody Young as well, but he is safely in the lead with an 8.33 and a 7.33. We've got more action to come. Results to be delivered just after this as Chris and Barton jump in the booth.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch, and we are fired up. The waves are pumping. Conditions a little wild and woolly early on, but plenty of opportunity for our surfers in the water. We are showing you live action from La Bocana, Podium 1, here on day 4 of the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got a huge heat out. Some recognizable names you might be familiar with, including surfer in red, Gabriel Medina. He'll be going up against this guy in blue, ooh, Sebastian Hernandez, or Sebastian Williams. He's known internationally, but wow. Gabriel and Sebastian both put on some of the best performances we've seen of the entire event in their opening round heats, and it looks like they're right back at it. They're going to be going up against another hammer, Aritz Aramburu and Daniel Monterosa. Spain, El Salvador, Mexico, and Brazil represented. What a heat we've got out here, Bart.
Good time to join the booth. Gabriel Medina, we saw him get started early there on the opening ride. Up, completed, and surfed it in a controlled fashion, and that's what you need to do at the start of these heats, because as you said, there's a lot of ocean moving today. There's some big waves out there, some like clean-up sets that roll through. Any wave you catch, you want to complete it. Sebastian Hernandez there on that second ride, amazing big first turn. You could tell he knew he was up against one of the very best in the world, one of the very best of all time, Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, both those guys have provided incredible highlight packages. I would say 2 of the best airs we've seen of this entire contest, with more to come if we know anything about these 2 surfers. But I would say this matchup right now, one of the heats of the day by far. You gotta wonder, how will Daniel Monterosa, the local Salvadorian surfer who has literally jumped up into the big leagues, going up against 3 incredible surfers, world champions, CT warriors, ISA medalists. I mean, the 3 competitors he's going up against right now, they've done it all. But the one thing I would say in his favor is La Bocana is a tricky wave to surf. And if he surfs out here regularly, he could have a slight step up, a slight advantage, you know. But we are talking about Gabriel Medina here, who can ride any wave, anywhere, anytime, any size, expertly.
Absolutely, and here he is on the replay. Nice control bottom turn into a cutback. Wave starts to stand up. Little slip of the fins there as he drops back down into the pocket, pumping into this section. Look at it in front of him. Kind of snaps and floats off the lip and then off the white water as well. Controlled ride, nothing too radical. You could see the size and power in the ocean when he got that little slip right there. He kind of went to turn mid-face thinking he was in control, and the ocean went, go, don't try doing what you think. You better fit in with me. And he learnt that lesson and did exactly that through the back end of that ride. Judges still waiting on the scores. Look at this. Big open face and an amazing big outside turn.
Vicious.
I feel like that turn alone could outscore what Gabriel Medina did, because it was quite conservative, the rest of what Gabby did. But then he got this inside as well and got to finish it off. A bit of time behind the white water, which will hold the score back a bit. Going to be interesting to see where the judges go on that opening exchange. Here we go.
It's going to be our first look at our local representative. I mean, pretty much every wave you ride, I feel like today, unless it's the first wave after a little bit of a lull, is going to have that froth on the face, and that's exactly what you risk when you're riding a frothed up wave like that. I mean, these fins are only, what, 4.5 inches long, and the foam can be that deep, so sometimes that foam can have a way of just putting the control out of your hands,
it
as
just
you saw there.
Down, didn't it? It just went, come with me.
But Daniel Monterosa, he lives in La Libertad. His favorite break, La Bocana. He's riding a chemistry surfboard. We're representing Puro Surf for his local sponsor. He's a semi-finalist in a last Pro Tour event. He's got lofty goals. He's only 22 years old, bright future ahead of him. And win, lose, or draw, this heat right here is definitely going to be a memorable experience for him. Comes through with a 3-point ride, so not necessarily a keeper, but I think what we're going to see today is controlling all the wild things happening on these waves. Yesterday, it was, I would say, maybe 2-3 feet smaller, a little bit more regulated in terms of wind and balance out in the lineup. So surfers, they could freely go up into the lip and carve as hard as they wanted. Today, I think you're going to have to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah.
Pick your spots on the waves a little bit better, and you're going to have to kind of figure out when to go all out. Because if you try too hard in conditions like this, you're going to just fly off your board. I mean, we're going to see that a lot today.
And you do that a couple of times on your first rides, and then you're behind the 8 ball on the clock, and things become all complicated. Judges taking a long time to think about this. 4.83 for Gabriel Medina, indicating that more conservative approach that he took to that wave.
Quick update of our contest format: 3 men, 3 women per team. If you have enough surfers to fill all those spots, top 2 waves are totaled up. That's going to be your heat total, what will dictate where you go. Top 2 surfers in this round advance through and stay in the main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers, they're going to go to the repechage heats, which we will see later on today. Of course, the judging, as always, just surf really, really, really good on really good waves, and you'll probably get some big scores.
Yeah, we saw progressive and innovative there, and we saw the risk involved. They want to see that Gabriel Medina up and riding again. You know what he's thinking. We could tell what he was thinking in that deliberate approach to that.
Very obvious what was going to happen, and we love it. So big frontside air, reverts around, gets back on the open face, and now he's just foiling across the water. That Cabianca surfboard he's riding looks absolutely perfect. And I don't think that wave could have been ridden much better. What an incredible wave from Gabriel Medina, making it look so easy, which it's obviously not. Any surfer could tell you that these are tricky conditions. But we've got our local right here, Monterosa. Couple turns, he goes down. Looked like a surfer was fading right there. 12 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Gabriel Medina is going to be hunting down, or is going to be achieving a big score for sure, but give it up to Sebastian Hernandez. That first wave on the strength of that one big backside snap came through at a 7.17, so that shows us what the judges want to see. Big powerful maneuvers in these big, powerful waves.
And it makes it's consistent, and it makes it the whole thing understandable when you use that comparison of that opening exchange of Gabriel's to Sebastian's, doesn't it? You go, okay, you can surf. You know, it might have been a better wave, Gabriel's. It was longer, it had more open face, but there was nothing of that critical nature. 4.83, it was completed, but then Sebastian with that one big turn on the outside. It felt like it was going to score more, and consistently so. The judges have always rewarded this week, and generally speaking in the modern day, if you have take big risk and you achieve it, like the 9.03 we saw yesterday afternoon in the ladies. It doesn't take a lot. It's just got to be. It's got to be committed. It's got to be risky. You've got to be. It's risky in a lot of ways. You're risking the chance that you may fall and hurt yourself. You're risking the potential of the scoring on the rest of the wave. And that's why the judges like to reward it, because risk equals reward, as they say.
That's the equation. 11:30 to go. Surfers waiting for the next set to roll through. Gives us the chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right. Canada's Cody Young with a big heat win for Team Canada. An 8.33 and a 7.33 in the scoreline, Cody. Tough job out there, and obviously conditions are pumping. But when it's nonstop like that, can you describe the importance of being efficient with your scores?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty easy to just get caught inside, and then you just don't get any opportunities. I actually had a heat back in 2021, and I got stuck inside for 12 minutes, ended up losing the heat, and then that was kind of my shot for qualifying for the Olympics. So, yeah, I realized that, it was important to get that early start and get a couple scores on the board, and then just find the channel on the way back out, and, just try to get back out there.
How do you rebound after such a difficult performance, maybe when you're going to Sunsal? Next thing you know, you're at La Bocana, and conditions are way more different than you surfed in your opening round heat. How do you adapt to these kind of things when you're in tropical weather like this in El Salvador?
Yeah, I've spent a ton of time here, so I just feel really comfortable. I've spent, probably equal amount of time out here at Bocana and Sunsal, so... I think that's important is getting used to the spots and, making lineups for yourself. And, just makes me comfortable when I know I'm sitting in the right spot.
Your parents on watch it back home. You want to say anything to them?
Yeah, my parents are up. It's super early in the morning. It's probably like 5 o'clock right now. So love you guys. And, shout out to everyone that woke up early to watch me at home in Hawaii as well as in Canada.
Appreciate your time, Cody. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great competitor, amazing surfing. Cody Young doing it for Team Canada and doing it well. Not an easy wave to surf when a guy that big, that strong, Sunset Beach local, tells you that he gets caught inside for 12 minutes. That means most of us would just be caught inside for the whole session. So no easy feat to get out there and get those scores. As we look back at what has transpired in this first 10 minutes. Sebastian Hernandez with that 7.17, that's still looming large in his scoreline, and he's just backed it up again with a 7.73 for a massive near 15-point heat total. Aritz Aramburu in second with a 4.5 and a 2.27. Monterosa third, and unbelievably, this is something you rarely see, if ever. Gabriel Medina in fourth place. The 4.83. So looking back at that wave, this is a prime example of why I'm a fan and not a judge. I get excited about that, and most waves that I'm watching, I'm going, oh, that's near excellent. Luckily, the judges have a little bit cooler heads, a little bit more attention to detail. So they deem that score a mid-ride. And let's take a look back at. Obviously, this air was exciting, but
here's the score for the air. It dropped. It's a big score.
Okay, so I am right. 8.83.
You were
All right,
right.
I feel better about myself now.
Your gut feeling was right. The 4.83, the first more conservatively surfed one. There's the air reverse. Judges taking time to be deliberate. You look at the 7.17, the opening ride of Sebastian Hernandez, and then the 8.83, and you feel like that scale makes a lot of sense. And then he got this one all the way through into that beautiful snap out of the top there, drives through all the chop and the bump, going through like a river at the moment, like a river wave.
That's as impressive as the air, being able to react like that.
And I love how he hit that left on the inside, then came back and put in a backhand re-entry just to mix it up, show some variety. Judges loved it.
The variety and creativity of that wave was incredible. That's why it was a near perfect score. Sebastian Hernandez just getting eaten by the whitewater there. Comes out unscathed.
That was the first, wasn't it? The 717
That was the
from the
717.
Yeah, from the drone angle. Look at that rotation of the upper body.
Yeah, it's all about that right there. That turn was massive.
Massive. And it just shows you can get big scores on the face. You can go to the air. There's different ways to get. Oh, hold on.
The wind up, the hit, bam.
Oh.
Oh.
Happens
So
to the
he
best
is
of us.
human. Okay,
Yes.
he's human. That's not AI. That is a real person. Gabriel Medina right there going for it, as he always does.
And we saw on the wave before that 377, and he went for it on that big layback snap on the inside. So he realises, you know, the 883 is a massive score. Combine that with the 483 and you're in a strong position. Hernandez.
Here we go, flying down the line, looking for the ramp. And the ramp got a little bit ugly right before he got up into it, but more action now.
Beautiful wave.
Monterosa kind of took the high line, got a little stuck up top, but now he's able to engage his rail, cutting back into the whitewater. He'll have a good inside section to work with. Nails it. Jams the tail into the lip, rides out clean. Goes for one more, completed. So nice reaction times there. I hear the beach going wild with the local Salvadorian surfer. Surfs nearly every day right here at La Bocana. How fun is it, Barton, to be where we are right now? I would call this, you know, the Brazilian Storm era, the John era. There's definitely eras that we go through, going way back, Aki Curran, the Barton era, of course, and then we had the Irons brothers, the Fannings, and right now I would say we're seeing the best surfing we've ever seen on the championship tour. I mean, the airs we're seeing, the power, the depth of field.
No doubt.
To me, this is the best era to be a surf fan, just because of the access as well. I never had a chance to DM you, Barton, and tell you how much I loved your heat.
Yeah.
I had to wait till the Winner's Circle came out in Surfer Magazine to even know what happened at the Gunston 500, at the Stubbies Pro.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's real time. We're seeing everything as it happens. This is the best time ever to be a surf fan because we have access, sometimes for better or for worse.
Yes.
We can all make our comments, but it is just so fun to see all this unfolding in real time, to be able to watch Medina now, every second of these heats. So it is it's a good time to lean in to being a surf fan, to celebrate it. Get as nerdy as you want. Being a surf nerd is cool.
Absolutely, mate. And I agree 100%. I mean, you look at the global spread of the sport, and no matter what nationality or where you're from, there's someone you can support and get behind. When you think about it, my parent, my mum, because my dad died when I was young, but my mum never saw a heat.
Really?
Like, I wasn't able to put her on a plane to fly to somewhere. There wasn't enough money. So my mum saw a couple of heats at Manly when an event might be there, but she never saw any of it. And I would send postcards home. So, and you'd get a postcard and write
Mom,
some
I'm
results.
in Rio.
Yeah,
I got first place.
I made the quarters, whatever it was, yeah.
I won $1,000. I'm rich.
Exactly. So they never your parents didn't even get to engage in that. And there were no parents around on the tour at all. They were all just these young kids out there traveling the world, finding their own way through it. So,
well, you guys paved the way for what we're seeing right now.
I know.
Thank you very much for that.
It's a pleasure. And then you look at the money that people make and you go, well, that was the dream. And perhaps it even surpassed the dream 5 years ago or a little more in the peak time of incomes in surfing. And obviously things have seemed to have gone down from that moment in time of peak a little while back. And now there are people doing it tough again on tour, people without sponsors, without stickers on their board. So, but I always do say that it's a great time to be a surfer too.
No
when
doubt.
you think of all the different craft you can ride.
Oh, yeah.
There's a different board for every single day. There are no down days. There are no off days. If you've got the full quiver, you can go ride any day on anything. it's a beautiful time to be a surfer and a surf fan, as you said.
Yeah, right now is a great time to be a surf fan because this heat has been amazing. Sebastian Hernandez currently in the lead. He's got the top spot over Gabriel Medina, which is a huge accomplishment in itself.
For anyone.
For anyone. But Team Mexico has to be so hyped with what they're seeing now, and just surf fans in general have to be hyped every time Gabriel stands up because it really is a show.
Yeah. He's been my favourite on the CT for a long time. I love he doesn't, I suppose they call it take no prisoners, or, he's just a competitive machine. He comes inside and gets that backhand
That
close.
was so cool. Gosh.
And that itself was so critical, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So from the air on the outside, the first move, to that backhand closeout re-entry on the inside, started strong, finished strong.
That was,
no wonder the
that was
score.
like 3 waves in one.
Yeah.
3 different stories going on all at once. The reaction time from the snap straight into the bottom turn going the other way beyond vert in a super critical shore dump section. That's why Gabriel Medina is one of the best to ever do it and will always be remembered as one of the greatest surfers to ever do it. 100 years from now, people will say, there was this guy,
this Brazilian,
Gabriel Medina.
He surfed a perfect heat as a Grom in the Quicksilver.
Yep.
King of the Groms, 20 out of 20, and that's when he first came on my radar. I went, oh.
Yeah, 12-foot straight airs.
Oh, and I saw the way he surfed. I went, wow, this kid's going to be good to watch.
All right, El Salvador represent. Here we go.
Oh, clean.
Daniel Monterosa with a nice, nearly completed combo there. I love the intent. A little bit shocking now when you see Aritz Aramburu, who we haven't really even been talking about because he's just sitting on a 4.5 and a 2.27. This guy, another great of our sport. Hall of Fame numbers across the board, putting him in that conversation as one of the best backside tube riders ever. I mean, this guy, vastly underrated. If you watch any of his video parts or old heats and barreling waves, I mean, he got just as tubed as the Irons brothers, as any of the best backside tube riders, and super powerful. 37 years old. I'd put him in that category of one of the best 37-year-olds there are right now, but not right now. He's
not right in that particular moment.
Yeah, he's not having the heat that we'd be used to seeing from.
That was so uncharacteristic, wasn't it?
Well, they all have shockers, right?
We all.
What would you, in your estimation, for someone who just doesn't know surf terminology, what is a shocker for one of these surfers?
A shocker is, well, when you can't find a wave, generally speaking, and you spend the heat fighting the rhythm of the ocean, trying to find the right wave as the siren goes, and then when you finally get one, you get to your feet and you fall off, which is kind of what we just saw Aritz do.
Yeah, and there was a split to that peak. Medina doing Medina things. Just a simple warm-up. Huge front 3, lands, spins it back around, no problem. This is light work for Gabriel Medina. That was nearly a full 5 right there. I'm going to give him that rotation. At the end of that heat, unofficially, it's going to be Sebastian Hernandez with the win over Gabriel Medina in second. Monterosa, Aramburu heading to the repechage rounds, but we have so much more action to come. We know you're not going anywhere because this is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
There's a right time to come to El Salvador, and it's anytime. Surf City is awesome. And I'll tell you, Team Brazil, when you got a hammer like that, Gabriel Medina, right before the break, I said unofficially, Sebastian with the win. Well, now it's official. Gabriel Medina did get the score on that last wave, a 6.9. Add that to his 8.83. Medina in the top spot. Sebastian Hernandez did advance through in second place. So both of these surfers will be heading into the next main round, round 4. That's deep in this contest. And I mean, for Sebastian, he's got a lot to be proud of. He had Gabriel, against the ropes for 19 minutes. Here we go. Fill it up again. Round 3, Heat 5. Tyler Gunto, Eduardo Papa, Jesse Mendez, and Max Michalewski from Team Poland. So we see some friendly fire here. 2 surfers representing Team Italy. And our first superstar surfer representing Poland, Maximilian. This guy really impressed us on day 1. Got to talk to him after. He says he's been in about 6 ISA contests, and I'm thinking back and, maybe I just missed it, but all I know is I am now a huge Maximilian super fan, and Team Poland is stoked to have a surfer of that caliber. You're about to see what he's capable of, and you're probably going to become a fan just like myself and Bart.
Yeah, and 2 Italians as well in the same heat here. Eduardo and Jesse Mendez. Jesse Mendez extremely experienced. And then Tyler Gunter, the young gun from the USA.
Yeah, he's
late call up into the team.
Yeah, he's kind of like the dark horse on Team USA. If you're from California, if you're from the USA, you recognize that name, but kind of on a global scale. He's done some QS events. He's just one of those guys. He lives in Newport Beach, mostly surfs in Newport Beach. He'll charge the wedge, 20 foot, no worries. He's one of those guys that, is very, he's a Newport kid. He's proud of it, and he thrives. So here we go. Olympic qualification on the line here at the 2023 WSG for men and for women. Will be having the best flight home they've ever had from a contest, knowing that they have qualified for the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympic Games. 4 continents to field 1 man and 1 woman each.
Seriously.
It's unbelievable just to think in just a few days, lives are going to be changed. It's going to be really fun to see how this unfolds. If you want to know more about Olympic qualification, there are video explainers. There are lots of information for you on isasurf.org. And it's complicated. It's got to be. This is the pinnacle of sport heading into the Olympics. So educate yourself and spread the word. Paris 2024 around the corner. A little spot called Chopo you might be familiar with, the gnarliest wave in the world. It will be what lies at the end of that Olympic pathway. We'll see what happens next. We got 17 minutes on the clock, and here we go. Maximilian Michalewski. Max with the kind of under the lip snap, pushing it. I'm good with that. Go for it. We just saw what Medina and Sebastian were capable of. So my question for you, Barton.
Yes, mate.
Got 2 teammates out here.
Yes.
I would think if the waves were smaller, a little compact, they would have the ability to potentially work as a team. But when we're talking about open ocean, big waves, a lot of water moving, do you think that takes the teamwork element down pretty low?
100%. I think at that point in time, you might not even see them, your teammates or your other competitors. It's a lineup that spreads a few hundred meters horizontally across the beach here, and there's some big sets catching people inside. So yeah, today it's all about you and the ocean and creating a good rhythm with it. Jesse Mendez.
So Jesse Mendez, representing Team Italy, lives on the island of Kauai with his wife, Tatiana Weston Webb. Super stylish, powerful, goofy footer.
Oh.
That was nice.
That was important, wasn't it?
And I think the judges do appreciate a disappearing act like that. You're in the white water, things are going wild, but then you stand out strong. Mendez, he's been a stalwart on WSL QS competition. He's been on the championship tour. He's been in a lot of ISA events. He's been in finals day. He's done it all. Super strong. You know, he's one of those, I would say, kind of like underrated. He's got low-key power that you don't often notice. You'll see it on that wave. It's like hidden power.
Yeah. Here's Maximilian. Look at this section. That was ambitious, wasn't it? It was a nice, clean inside wall that he found, and it looked great at the start, but it closed pretty quickly. Some really nice patience here from Jesse Mendez, showing his experience. You see here, waiting for it to stand up, give him the right opportunity. Belts it beautifully, and again waits patiently, times it beautifully, gives it too much really, but that's where the score is going to come from. He gave it too much. It looked like he was going to fall, but he didn't, and the judges do love that drama and that excitement when you push it to that extreme level like he did just there, and you make it. That was a great opening ride. We'll see a 6.33 there for Tyler Gunter on the board. That's a great opening ride. Jesse Mendez wave may come in a little higher.
Our co-commentator, Mitchell Salazar, gave us a quote yesterday. Can't remember the whole thing, but one of the things that kind of stuck with me was sometimes precision beats power. And the precision in which Jesse Mendez rode that wave, every perfect spot that he identified on that wave, executed nicely, and especially that ender. I mean, that's a small kind of angle. You know, any higher or lower, and he would have just blown off his board. But where he did that turn, I mean, just in the perfect spot. And he's really precise. It's almost like he has a scalpel when he gets on that wave. And, you know, some guys bring an axe. Jesse has a scalpel.
Sledgehammer.
Surgical strike on that wave. And I think the judges are going to reward him handsomely for what he did from beginning to end.
He most probably pushed the tail out on that last snap, maybe more than he needed to, which sent him sort of deeper into the white water than he might have needed to go, which made it that element of you know, a degree or so more complicated than it maybe needed to be. But that's what you've got to do at this level, even though we're, you know, round 3 where we've seen some big names already go down into the elimination rounds, people with the level of John Florence and Joel Chianca. So, you know, you need to be putting it all in at this moment and stay in this main round and get a nice cruisy ride on through. Well, not cruisy, but better than that long road to the final, going the repechage round. 6.27, so a little bit below that of Tyler Gunter's for Jesse Mendez. And perhaps if the first turn had a little bit more, the first turn was quite pedestrian and didn't really add many points. If that first turn was bigger, he would have got that highest score of the heat so far. But not. The young American.
When you're in a tropical, beautiful destination like this, more often than not, you'd be here on vacation in 20 minutes. That's an eternity. You're cruising. There is no time when you're on vacation in El Salvador. But the counterpoint is when you're in a heat, you look at the clock right now, we're nearly halfway through. And these surfers all with just one wave ridden, so that tells us the physicality that they're going through. These are all high-level athletes, absolute units in the water. They've all been doing it for a long time, so they know, you know, they know how hard it's going to be, but you check it out with only one wave ridden each, that tells us it's not easy to get in and out of that lineup. So with 11:48 to go, we're going to go to our second place finisher, Sebastian Hernandez, standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, Seb here with a huge performance, knocking out former Championship Tour surfer Aritz Aramburu and the local product Daniel Monterrosa. You're leading most of the heat, Seb. You've had a very balanced heat out there, a left and a right in your scoreline. Can you tell us about conditions right before you paddled out?
Yeah, they're super different from my dawn patrol. This morning was super glassy, and then I went home, had a coffee, came back, and the wind was from the west winds, just blown out into the lefts, but it doesn't worry me. It's air wind, as we call it, so I'm very happy to have led the entire heat. Made 1 or 2 mistakes towards the end of the heat, but yeah, advancing, and I'm super stoked and keep it going.
And especially in this round where points are so significant for your team. I've known you since you were around 10 years old, I want to say. Chacao, Oaxaca is where you're originally from, but how about the aspect of having both Al Cleveland Jr. and Johnny Corso on the team? How does that motivate you to do even better?
Man, those two guys, they're such amazing surfers. They're 2 of my best friends. And yeah, we're the dream team from Mexico. Super proud to be a part of this team. super proud of my friends and how they surf, and yeah, amped to go all the way.
Hey, anything you want to say back home to Mexico and the people of Chacagua?
Claro que sí. Un saludazo a toda la raza en México, a todos mis amigos, mi familia, mi mamá, mi papá. ¡Viva México!
There you go, Sebastian.
Yes.
Love it.
Love it.
Great spirit right there. And, you know, again, has to be super. Well, you can tell he's proud of the work he did. Second place is advancing. And second place is a win when you're going up against a guy like Gabriel Medina. Here we go, 9:50 on the clock. Quick snap there from Eduardo Papa. His opening wave was a 3.4. That'll be his backup. Won't be much. It might be right in there with that 3.4. Leave that one up to the judges.
He's looking for a 2.9, Chris, so, but that's considering that Tyler Gunter's only had one ride. So the minute he rides, you know, if he got a 3, then that ask is up towards a 6. So it's not really going to be a score he wants to keep.
Start to hear hoots and whistles and different signals coming from the teams on the beach. 9:15 on the clock. Sometimes these bigger sets, they just break a little too far out and they're flat on the faces on the both right and the left. I haven't been studying the ocean as much as I'm sure some of these team managers and captains have been. I'm sure they know and have identified which wave of the set would be the better one, which is kind of a underrated, low-key thing that you don't really, you know, until you're in the elite level of competition, you know, do I take off on the second wave, the first wave? Is it drawing off the reef and it changes throughout the day? I mean, that's kind of a huge factor that these surfers are thinking about before they go out, right?
It's one of the most important things to identify before you heat. Which wave of the set you want and which sets hit which part of the reef. But, you know, the number wave of the set is so critical. Ordinarily, if there's been a long lull, and you've got a side wind, which we have, and it might be a little more west-southwest. I got the compass out before to try and have a complete suss of the wind. Looks like it's sort of west-southwest. It's quite strong. That's where Gabriel Medina got those air. It's an air wind, as we heard Sebastian say. And when that wind's blowing and there's a lull, the water tends to get beaten up a bit. And the first wave of the set will have that lump and bump on it. Ordinarily, that second wave of the set will be smoother because the first wave's the groomer, so to speak, like on a mountain. And they run the groomer through and you've got that beautiful surface. That's what the first wave of the set tends to do, clean the ocean up. By the third wave of the set, there might be a lot of white water from the first and the second wave.
Chunder.
That make the third and fourth wave perhaps not so good. So a lot of the time it is the second wave that is the best, but sometimes you can get away with the first if it hasn't been a long lull.
Great description there of just one of the litany of factors that the surfers have to take into consideration before paddling out, and to do all of that within a span of 20 minutes. Surfers don't get the respect for how smart they are in competition.
No, and it's one of those things you can go out there expecting something and go, I'm going to ride these waves, I'm going to find these waves and dial it right down, and then enter the water and be completely different. That's the incredible part about this unknowable playing field that we're on, and when you compare it to any other sport, really, you know, whether it be even, you know, to the action sports like BMX or, you know, snowboarding or skateboarding, it's still a consistent terrain, although the snow changes with temperature and sun and wind, not like the ocean does. The ocean's so volatile and changes so much, so you've always got to be flexible.
I would say it's the hardest sport there is.
And to learn.
Yeah.
100%.
Jesse Mendez there. That wave didn't really cooperate, but he does get a little bit of work done, and he's just sitting on a 0.50 for his backup, so that'll help his cause as he's in the lead. And here we go, Eduardo Papa on his backhand.
Ooh!
Getting involved.
Gee.
Trying to catch a sledgehammer, and sledgehammer won that time.
Absolute abandon there. You know, Jesse Mendez is going to be in the lead after that. Tyler Gunter's still on one ride. The Italians, they want both of their surfers to get through. So he needs to find every wave that Eduardo has caught so far has closed out quite quickly. So he needs to either move a little bit more towards the channel and the shoulder of those waves, or start to select them a little better and give himself a little more time, a little more open face, so he doesn't have to wear those hammering lips like he has so far. Showing absolute commitment, but if he can do that on a wave with a little more time and space, he'll get the score he needs.
I like surfers with reckless abandon.
Yeah.
You know,
it's part
it's
of
just
culture,
fun to
is it
watch,
not?
right? We had a game that we used to play when we were kids called the Hit Everything game.
Right.
And when you're surfing with your buddies, you don't have a choice. No matter what, if you catch a wave, you got to try to do a turn. We're not surfing, 8-foot La Bocana, but it sure was fun, and it feels like that's what Eduardo's doing right now. I like to see it. Here we go, Tyler Gunter, a.k.a. Instagram. Beautiful finish there. That is exactly how you want to finish a wave in competition, with speed, with power. Make it look nice. He came down with a lot of style and didn't overdo it, didn't undercook it. It was right there. And I think that's going to be a nice number to match up with his already solid 6.33.
And I agree completely. And he's a big, powerful kid. That's the first wave I've seen him surf. And the first couple of turns were a little flatter shoulder, just wraps back into the pocket. And then on that closeout, he was able to use his power and bulk. And we'll see it here. What happens out the back? First turn. Again, a little cut back, and here's that flatter, slower part of the wave face, where the second turn again is like just a set-up turn, and this is the closeout turn. Bang into the lip. Maybe not as good as his first ride, the 6.33, but it's definitely going to be a solid second score and challenge Jesse Mendez for the lead. Needs a 4.61. Every chance he may get that, especially on the merit of this last turn.
And look, even if that's not a huge score, kind of think of that old Billabong slogan, only a surfer knows the feeling. That right there was one of those turns that feels so good.
The timing was perfect.
Oh, it feels so good. Feel-good turns don't always score the highest, but it's priceless on the inside.
That's right.
3 minutes, 28 seconds to go, and you said it again. Eduardo Papa on another closeout. Team Italy's coach, Adriana De Souza, might have some words for young Eduardo Papa when he comes in. And obviously, we have, tricky conditions out there. Not every wave's going to be good, but using your priority on, 4 closeouts in a row, that will be a quick learning process. Eduardo Papa is an incredible surfer. He's a veteran. He's been in a lot of events, so he knows out in the water what's going on. And sometimes talk about rhythm. Rhythm is another kind of underrated virtue, which you cannot manufacture, and it happens in free surfing. It happens in contests. If you're just slightly out of the rhythm of the cadence of the ocean, that's when you kind of start getting bad waves over and over and over. It's really tough to redirect and fix that.
It really is. A 5.3 for Tyler Gunter puts him into the lead.
Here we go. Maximilian.
Bumpy one. It's interesting to watch third and fourth just attack lips with absolute abandon. First and second, a little more conservative. Timing's been a little bit better. Their wave selection's given them time, hasn't it? For Jesse and for Tyler. They've had time to do those set-up turns and then time that last turn to wring the score out of the judges, where Eduardo and Maximilian are just charging at it, just going at it. And when you do that, it's hit or miss, isn't it? Back to the rhythm conversation, and that might be something we pick up in the next heat. Only a minute and 45 on the clock, and we see Jesse Mendez. Look at the water moving underneath him. Look at the turbulence.
Yeah, he's river surfing right now. There's a lot of water moving through, big walls of white water. All of our surfers caught inside right now, and I think the one thing that can potentially help with that rhythm is on your way back out, you might be feeling frustrated, but sometimes that's where you can break the rhythm, catch a wave halfway out. We see, Medina is the master at that, right? Identifying a kind of a medium insider on the way out. Slater does it all the time, under priority. On your way back out, that's sometimes when you can get the luck of the draw and get your best wave and kind of mystically put yourself into a positive rhythm with the ocean.
And nothing feels better than getting a score when you're in a low priority. When you're in third or fourth priority, you don't have control of the lineup, but somehow you manage to put yourself in the right place at the right time and get a score underneath or off your opponents. It's a knockout punch sometimes, as you said, and for Kelly Slater and the world's best. that one hurts when they get you that way because you feel like you're in control.
Yeah, and
because you've got the priority.
And that's the only time that I hope for people to fall on waves is when I'm on the inside. And it's not nice, but it feels
at the
good.
surf ranch you do that when they have those
yeah.
waves and you're sitting halfway and the guy takes off and I've got one off Potts, one off Peter Mel where I'm just like, oh, he's fallen. Oh, no, it's mine.
It's probably the wrong thing to pray about, but sometimes I find myself.
Sometimes you have to.
Please
Here we
fall.
go.
All right, here we go. Back at it. 10 seconds left. Jesse Mendez currently in second place. Driving down the line, could have a section in front of him.
Whoa.
Nicely done, searing carve. Gets in the lip, little air under his board. And he likes it. His low score right now is a 4.67. That was a great combo, big wave, plenty of open face to work with. Was not an easy wave to ride, but he surfed it really nicely.
Critical last turn too,
yeah, that
wasn't
was cool.
it? Surfed a very professional heat.
That he was a very professional surfer.
Kind of felt easy, didn't it?
I like
There was
that.
no drama. It wasn't difficult.
Oh, big ups to Tyler Gunter, Team USA, unofficially coming through with the win. We got to wait for that last score from Mendez. We'll be back with more action and results of that last heat after these brief messages. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
And we are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. Got another heat in the lineup, but we're still waiting for a couple numbers from our previous heat. Judges have been right on top of things from day one. Nice and smooth. You know it's a good event when you don't talk about the judges, which we haven't been because they've been on it. These numbers have all been really nicely placed and, you know, barring one, you know, pause, break in the action, which was handled, in our opinion, expertly. You know, this panel of international judges, male and female, been spot on throughout this event. And if you're interested in becoming a judge yourself, it is a thankless job. You're not going to get a lot of you know, positive accolades, but you know, like a referee or any other sport you'll be judging, the rewards are, you know, knowing that you're helping progress this sport and making people's dreams come true. ISA does have a judge certification program that you can find out more about on isasurf.org. If you want to get one of those jobs, you do get to go around the world to really cool places, and those judges surf well and surf a lot.
Watch surfing all day.
Yeah.
The most difficult thing, I suppose, with judging is keeping scale. And really the scale's only relevant to the 20-minute heat that you're judging, but all of the rides in that 20-minute heat, as we see our participants in this one, Heat 6.
More friendly fire. Team Peru, Alonso Correa and Miguel Tudela, Jacob Burke and Dylan Groen. So we got Barbados and Germany represented along with Team Peru. Got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for these teams this early on in the competition to have two surfers in these heats. Remember, they only have 3 male and 3 females on their team. So, you know, right now, you got about a fourth of the team. Well, I'm not very good at math, but got a lot of Peruvians out there, and they're going to have to try at least to work together to keep advancing through. You know, team totals dependent on how far your surfers get in this event. So if you start to lose surfers early on, you're going to be kind of low on that list as surfers start advancing. Like for Team Germany, for example, all of their women have won all of their heats. So they're on their way to potentially their best finish ever as a team here in 2023. So keep your eyes on Team Germany. Dylan Groen has been ripping through all his heats as well. Remember, all the surfers we have here in this round have made it through all their heats successfully. So this is, I guess you could call this your winner's bracket so far.
Yeah.
But we're not going to call the other bracket your loser's bracket because that bracket is tough. That's a repechage.
That's right. And the fact that you get 2 chances is one of the beautiful parts of this event. So you may lose, say you make it to the semis in the main round and you lose. You still get the opportunity to go into that repechage. So 2 heats for everyone, regardless of what stage it is you lose, is a really nice component of the event. And there from Dylan Gruen, he got the early start, which is, we've seen how important that can be. 4.83 is a score that in a slower heat you could hold on to.
And now we see Alonso Correa, powerhouse surfer, representing Team Peru. Nice snap to free fall. Tell you, the judges love a bit of drama. They got it on that opening turn. Nicely done. Now through to the inside section, building speed. And watch out for what's behind you. Nicely. How many times can I say nicely done on one wave? Well, a lot, because that's exactly what Alonso Correa showed us right there. Not an easy section to ride out of on that inside with 2 waves converging like that.
One of the hardest things to do, isn't it? And we know how important the makes are. If he would have fallen in that white water, they would have considered that last turn incomplete, and you don't really get rewarded for incomplete turns. Alonso Correa, I've watched him the last 2 years as a judge in the backdoor shootout, and he is an amazing, amazing surfer at Pipeline. So very capable in all types of conditions. And so while the waves are sort of powerful and big here today, by his standards, be playful still.
Yeah, we do get a good scouting report, via events like Backdoor Shootout. The formerly Vulcan Pipe Pro had a lot of great surfers like Miguel Tudela. I've seen a lot of Tudela and Correa on the North Shore in those, start events at Pipeline and Haleiwa. These guys thrive in waves of consequence, so they're feeling very comfortable out here right now at macking La Bocana. 15 minutes to go.
One of the standout teams at that event, the Backdoor Shootout, they surf in teams, so the lineup's just the Peruvians all together sharing the lineup for that period of time, and so they're able to get whatever waves they want, and year after year they have been standouts in that event.
The Ticas.
Amazing. And that was, you saw the air that he did on this one. We'll see it here on the replay. Pumping, takes a high line, doesn't really drop to the bottom of the wave, stays in the top third of the wave, throws the air, pulls it. Watch this little head dip, or whatever you would call that attempt. I'm not sure whether he thought he could have turned into the lip and got a closeout, or whether it was just kind of the weight forward out of the air meant he kind of fell into that white water, but he did really well to hold on and get the completion on that.
Yeah, both these guys showing a lot of determination just to stay on their boards.
Team Peru recognising the importance of the early start. Both their surfers getting those first 2 rides. Dylan Gruen leading so far with the 4.83, but got a feeling the critical nature of this one and the completion on the inside might see him go higher. Big wave too.
Ooh, air dropping. It's not an easy turn to make, because when he hit the lip, he was going forwards, all his momentum going towards the shoulder of the wave. Then the wave just kind of chipped him out a little bit, and that air drop, that was pretty cool to watch. Coming up next, Rio Waida, representing Team Indonesia.
One of the fastest surfers in the world, got an incredible air game.
One of the nicest surfers in the world as well. What a guy.
The whole Indonesian team, they've just got great spirit, haven't they?
They do.
And
really
they're all fast.
Yes.
There's some fast twitch fibers in the Indonesian DNA, I'll tell you.
Growing up surfing waves like Uluwatu, Canggu, probably helps a little bit when you live
Dramas, there's just waves everywhere.
born
isn't
and bred in some of the world's best waves. So 1250 now. Alonso Correa, his first score comes through, a 6-point ride, mostly on the strength of his huge outside turn, but definitely getting credit for that finisher on the inside. That drops Dylan Groen into second. Dylan, he was born in Portugal. Well, he was born in Berlin, moved to Portugal at a young age, currently studying in Australia to be a civil engineer. His favorite wave is Jeffreys Bay. Spends most of his time in Cascais. He's had some big results in QS events, so Dylan Groen right now hanging on to second. Looks like we could have a paddle here. It's a late drop. It's going to be Jacob Burke representing Team Barbados. This wave's pretty wild in front of him.
We talked about the first waves of the set having the bump and the lump on them. That one was a great example.
And looked like Correa was having a look, but it's going to be Dylan Groen representing Germany now.
Look how smooth the face is on the second wave of the set.
We'll have to keep our eyes and see if that is going to be trending for the day. Good inside section to work with. Foam climb, building speed. Bashes it there, about a 60%er turn. Nice cut back to finish that wave. So well ridden on a pretty tough, kind of bumpy wave. So with 11:30 to go, now the judges have something to chew on. And while they do that, we're going to go down to the boardwalk. Mitchell Salazar standing by with Team USA.
Yeah, Tyler Gunter here with another big heat win for Team USA. Tyler, first of all, first wave you catch, you spend 8 minutes paddling back out. How's that experience like of surfing the right here at La Bocana?
Oh, man, I mean, yeah, I think I went super far down the beach, and I was way inside over by, I think it's a cliff, and every paddle just felt like I was going backwards. I think got stuck in a rip for a while. It was hard, definitely. Training's paid off. Shout out to my trainer, Paul at Surf Ready Fitness. I don't know if I would have got another wave without his help.
Hey, I mean, you come in with high expectations for yourself. I knew that I saw you as a replacement surfer here for Team USA. You're shattering minds, man. I mean, you're surfing well out there. You've won every single heat you've surfed so far. And when it comes to La Bocana, great experience for yourself and also adding team points for Team USA. How do you feel with your performances so far at this event?
I'm super stoked. I mean, this wave's rad. I've surfed it two very different conditions. It's sick. I mean, big open face rights. It's my favorite thing to surf, and yeah, I want to go as far as I can and just keep having fun and making heats.
Lakers got swept in 4. I mean, we lost in the Western Conference Finals. Are you going to take it home for Lakers Nation here?
Oh, don't hurt me with the Lakers, but yeah, we'll do it for the Lakers. Come on.
Purple and gold all day. Thanks, Tyler.
Well, for our international audience, the Lakers are an American basketball team out of Los Angeles. Mitchell and Tyler, both super fans of the LA Lakers. And, you know, wherever you can draw your inspiration from, we notice on the bios, pretty much all of our surfers in this draw, their outside interests, a lot of athletics, basketball, skateboarding. So, you know, you got to tap into whatever source you can use. If if it's anger because your hometown team lost a game, lost a championship, use it. Use that fire.
I think it was a Public Image Limited song, Anger is an Energy.
Yes, I like that.
Here we go. The German wraps the cut back into the white water. Quite calm and relaxed, sees a little bit of lip and drives up onto it that stands up steeper here. Hits that foam, comes all the way through, gets a last turn. Look, some great maneuvers on this one, all the way through. Judges still thinking about it. Good wave selection. Now look at the speed. Watch this. We saw this in the interview. First float. Look how far behind the water is. Look how far behind the white water the bottom turn came from. He got into the lip. He sped his way along that wave at full speed from start to finish. That to me was just fantastic surfing.
And the judges give you credit for doing the impossible, getting around a section like that.
Massive.
And Tudela now, almost looking for a barrel. If there's a barrel out there, Miguel Tudela will find it. He's been toying with some enormous whitewater sections with so much power, and so far he's won. He's won the power versus power game at La Bocana, which is not easy to do.
Not
8
easy.
minutes to go. This is your surfer in blue, Jacob Burke, Slow start for Jacob. He's got a 2.6 and a 2. He's 22 years old. His favorite wave is Freights. He is a self-shaped surfboard enthusiast. His sponsors are Jacob Burke.
Yeah.
He's backing himself, as you have to in this sport. And his hobbies, shaping, surfing, eating, going to the gym. Simple pleasures in life.
Simple things in life.
I like that.
At this point in time, the wave selection letting Jacob down. You've seen him on a couple. They're all been bumpy and lumpy. Needs to find a clean, smooth face. I know after his heat the other day, you said to me, how great is that kid's style? And he just hasn't had the chance to show that yet. 4.23 coming in for Dylan Groen's second ride. And I would say that there was some points left on that wave through a lack of aggression and energy. He looked a little calm and a little relaxed on it, almost like the wave's good enough to give me the score. I'm just going to sort of surf in a conservative way and get that score out of it. The judges didn't buy that. They were like, there was a lot more you could have done on that wave or different. You could have done differently. So the wave itself most probably was a 6 or a 7 potentially, but surfed down to the 4.23 through a lack of aggression. So some good information there for Dylan. If he can take that information on board with 6.5 minutes, he's still got time to rectify things. Oh, Jacob just got skittled. It's like a sniper got him out of a coconut tree there, and down he went.
Well, funny you should mention that. So Team Peru, if you look back in their Olympic history, most of their medals, all but one of their medals, have come in shooting disciplines.
Is that right?
Pretty interesting. You know, it's a pretty cool stat. But for them, I mean, they're right in the driver's seat to potentially bring home some surfing medals. They've fielded Olympic athletes in surfing already. 1988 in Seoul, their national volleyball team took home silver, and their last medalist was Juan Guija. In 1992, the Barcelona Olympics, skeet shooting.
There you go. Well, for Peru, Alonso Correa's second wave of 4.87, the judges didn't appreciate it the way I did. I would have definitely gone a little higher on that for me. The speed that he came out of the first floater, and he was he's so far behind, maybe 30, 40 feet behind that whitewater, and somehow got around it and drove the bottom turn high. Here we go. Jacob Burke trying to get one that he finishes.
And from what I know about Barbados, it gets pretty windy pretty early in the day, most days. So he's definitely feeling comfortable out there, but sometimes comfort level just isn't enough. It's about overcoming out of rhythmness,
and
which sounds weird to say, but it is a thing in surfing.
Totally, and we started to talk about rhythm, and you've got two types of rhythm essentially in surfing. You've got your rhythm with the ocean, as we see the replay here of Jacob Burke's wave. Again, there's some bump and lump. It's a little bit smaller than the ones he had before. So he's trying to find something that he could get maneuvers in, forces that little snap there, comes into the inside with another nice snap. It's going to be his best score, I would say, and then into a closeout on the inside. Unfortunately, doesn't make that. It was a heavy section. Looks like a 3.23 for that one, so it was his highest score, but still not going to be enough to get him through this heat.
Well, we got 4 minutes, 17 seconds to go. Here goes Germany's Dylan Groen. He's sitting on a 9.08 total. Second turn wasn't pretty, but it may have been effective, powering his way down the line. And gets a solid finish there. So a 4-turn combo. They were pretty similar, but they were pretty powerful. They were definitely done in critical sections of that wave. So he could be putting a little bit of distance between himself and Miguel Tudela, which he would need to do because Miguel is sitting on a 5.33, which is a higher single wave score than either one of Dylan's waves.
Mm-hmm.
So while he is in third, he's in a pretty good position to overtake that second place spot. He would need a 3.73, which for Tudela, I would say a relatively easy score on most days.
Yes.
Today, that's a pretty questionable equation because it's pretty unpredictable out there right now.
Definitely true. And I think what we saw Dylan do too was he had the 4.83 on his first left. Then he went the right that I'm sure he thought was going to be a better score, and he heard the 4.23 and went, I'm going back to the backhand. That worked better on that opening, and we saw him get that left. It's going to be interesting to see where that comes in. A 4.17, it looks like, for that score, so didn't improve on his situation.
Yeah, kind of same across the board. 4.83, 4.23, all those scores right in that just below average. Whereas Miguel is sitting on a little bit above average, a 5.33. Jacob Burke, same situation he's been in since the jump of this heat. He's got a 3.23 and a 2.6, so no scores of note just yet. 2.5 minutes to go.
And back to the rhythm conversation. You've got rhythm with the ocean, which is the catching of the waves. And you imagine if you're catching small ones or in-betweeners, chances are you're going to be paddling back out when a set comes. But if you're catching sets, you're going to be paddling back out in a lull, you would imagine. So you've got the rhythm with the ocean, super important, maybe the most important component of surfing itself. And then you've got the rhythm on the wave when you're riding the wave and the rhythm you create with it, which is a more musical type rhythm where you've got to kind of put the things into the right place at the right time with the wave through reading it. So a couple of types of rhythm that we try to keep in mind and embody when you're surfing and when you're in the ocean.
Yeah, it's I don't know if you can coach it either.
I think there's that instinctive, intuitive, animalistic idea inside of us that it knows what nature's going to do before our thinking self does. And you can try and scientifically evaluate what the ocean's going to do through timing the sets, through watching, counting, statistically trying to come to an idea of what your strategy's going to be. But in the moment, you've got to, for me, I think you just ignore all. I don't even try and do that scientific way of breaking things down. I try to connect with that deep, intuitive information and knowledge that I believe we all have inside that kind of tells you what the ocean's going to do next if you can hear it and you, oh, yeah, that was epic.
That's what we call a sarcastic claim.
Yeah. Might be even though it was sarcastic, I still call it the most colourful claim of the event so far.
Yeah, I liked it. 45 seconds to go. And we see Miguel Tuidela. This could be a really important wave. He's looking for a 3.73. He's got to finish under duress.
Kind of little claim there. Felt like he got the score. He was going to go into the advancing position. 3.73 most probably does. 3.23 on Blue's last wave. So Jacob Burke from Barbados is having a tough time. Down to 10 seconds.
That reminds me of a Minor Threat song, Out of Step.
Out of Step.
And sometimes that happens, you know. Minor Threat might be a good band to listen to before these heats, but if you want to get into it, maybe go Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation. Get in the rhythm. Or Corona, feel the beat of the rhythm of the night. Lean into it. Either way,
mate.
Whatever works. As you see Correa getting barreled. He's stoked. He's coming in with a big heat total. We're still waiting for scores to drop. Here's that last wave of Jacob Burke. So maybe it wasn't a sarcastic claim because that was a great wave.
Two nice big
I take
turns.
it back.
I know.
That's a claim.
That was a hard one to understand. We need to talk to him about that one.
I liked it. And now we see Miguel Tuidela. So a very important wave. Back to business. Was this a 3.73 or above?
Conservative wrapping cutback, waiting for the inside to stand up. Nice wrap there. I could easily see this going to a 4-point ride, getting the score and having a double advancement for Peru. That would have been the dream. They'd be super
Best
stoked.
case scenario.
Yeah.
Correa one more time. This was early on in the heat. Snap. Airdrop. I'm weightless. Where am I? I'm back at La Bocana. Another fun heat to watch, and guess what? More fun on the way.
Yes,
for
sir.
viewers, for surfers, more drama, more action, and more excitement. We'll be right back. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Going to bring Shannon and Jess in on the call. Main rounds roll on. We'll be right back.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, was saying, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympics because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Cote and Barton bringing the energy. Shannon and Jess here to carry it on as we see some great surfing from the Italian stallion, Leonardo Fioravanti, and beautiful couple of wraps to start things off on his forehand. Getting going solid in this heat, Jess. Looks for that finishing maneuver as well, and he'll kick out clean. It's been a great day of surfing so far, and we've got so much more to come. And
it's a good day. There's a lot going on, I tell you what. And I mean, the performances are starting to go through the roof. We had to ditch the chairs, stand up in the booth because the froth levels are high, and how could it not be after, jumping in this place after Barton and Chris and getting to watch this type of surfing, especially from Leo. The Italian team is one of those teams, along with Peru, along with Japan, that have lifted it another notch this morning.
Oh, it's been unbelievable. Shannon and Jess here to call through the action. We're still in our men's main round 3. We've got a few more heats to get through before we head into our women's main round in the next, and that's going to be some great surfing coming up on the women's side as well, with a lot of those top seeds still in the draw.
Yeah, this is the best thing about ISA surfing is you have all these beautiful, really, really deep and rich stories of the surfing nations, the new nations, the more prominent ones, the individuals that are on the team, and then you've got the absolute superstars of surfing throughout the world that also get to find themselves in the same kind of heats. Here's a replay though. Straight up and running, Rio Waida for Indonesia. This is his opening wave. Let's see what he can do as he winds into that inside section. And gee, he's been looking super sharp too. I've been watching his warm-ups. We'll get back to that very shortly after see the replay of the first of the Italians.
So scores still to come through from these first exchanges.
Yeah, similar approach to Frederico from Portugal. I think the finesse and the class that Leonardo can bring to this competition is right there for you. There you go, that nice jam in that end section, puts it up for a little bonus foam climb as well. They're going to be hard guys to beat when we get to the top level of performance.
Che Allen in the mix as well for Team Barbados.
Yeah, Barbados are always coming with fire and the passion and the strong. They're kind of like the understated team, but they have continuous and a long history of success in the ISAs. They have so many heat wins. They have so much experience in their team, and their camaraderie is really strong.
Well, some great surfing scores to come through for all 3 competitors aside from Noel de la Torre, who's now up and riding. We'll see what he's able to bring through for the opening exchange. Hits the lip hard, goes a little too much maybe on the pedal for that finishing turn, and he'll have a score to come through. So still waiting for scores across the board. I know that Alonso Correa, the Peruvian, had a great heat in our last one, and he's down there with Mitch Salazar. Let's catch up with him now.
Alonso Correa moving through with Team Peru. Miguel Tudela also moving through in second place. But Alonso, another great performance. 6-point ride to start things off. But he had one turn in that heat, specifically on the 6th. It was just fantastic. You want to talk us through how it was out there for you?
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. Super happy to make it through. And with my teammate, Miguel, that was epic. We always get hits together, but it's hard to make both of us. And yeah, that first turn on the 6th, I thought I was good, but going up, I was a little late, and I just hit it, and I was like, okay, I need to make this. The wave then, it was not a great wave, but it was that first turn that was good, and happy I made it, didn't fail.
Well, you surfed it great. That's the most important thing. I see a lot of real estate on the top of your board that's still available. What's up? You're riding an Arakawa. The board looks great. But what about the opportunity for a main sponsor? What's going on, Alonso?
Yeah, thank you, Michel. Yeah, no main sponsor yet. Available, yeah. Anybody that wants to give a little support. I'll be doing the QSS. Been in the Challengers for a couple of years. Last year I had an injury and I'm back surfing. Great boards. The Arakawas are working really good. I have a little step up for today. Felt good in those big sections and yeah, super happy and excited for what's coming. You know, big event, big opportunities, enjoying it all the way, every heat, and excited for the next one.
A quick word for everybody back home in Lima.
Yeah. Nada, gracias a todos. Feliz de pasar con Miguel. De hecho, difícil que los dos pasemos. Se logró y con toda la siguiente, ¿no? Ahora corre Luca y las chicas, entonces apoyar, a mandar las vibras y nada, acá estamos dejándolo todo en el agua y vamos a seguir así. Gracias a todos.
Felicidades, Alonso. Suerte.
Great to hear from Alonso. Got some real estate available on that surfboard.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me, obviously thinking back to my Australian roots, he's kind of like the Peruvian Callum Robson to me. And he's so far, so successful in his career, and he's still got that open real estate. So, yeah, he's available, ready to mingle. And I bet you we're going to see that Team Peru just lay on the strengths of his surfing, because that was insanely critical, that manoeuvre he pulled off in that last heat.
Scores through for current situation, a 5.9 to start off for Rio Waida of Indonesia. Che Allen currently in second, but with just a 2.9 and a 2.5 holding through that heat total in the 5-point range. Behind him, Leo Fioravanti for Italy is sitting in third with a 5.33 to open up with. Leo does have one more score to drop through. And Noel de la Torre sitting with a 2.17 and a 0.6 for Chile, as Leo takes over the lead with a 7.83 to join into the 5.33. 13 minutes remaining in this heat, and it's going to be maybe a little tougher to beat the Italian than when we thought just now.
Yeah, he's so fired up. I mean, the whole Italian team, the depth of their knowledge, of course, De Souza on the coaching staff. Overall, them as a package coming into the games is like they said it as well. They feel like that's the strongest team that they have assembled. And Leo's so good in a heat. Here he goes, though, the Chilean.
All right, great opening wrap for Noel. Beautiful line as he draws off the bottom into the lip. What went wrong there?
Oh, well, he fell. So, no, I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, I think, it was a great start to it. This is the replay, though, of the 7.83. You can see why he's getting into that scoreline, the criticalness of his surfing, the ability to just stomp on that back foot and really jam the tail through the top of that lip. And it looks beautiful because it looks explosive, and it displaces so much water beyond that lip line, and it is quite exciting surfing from him. That's why he's found himself in the 7.83. But for Noel, the Chilean, like you said, for sure, beautiful start, nice line for him. He looks like he's got a lot of energy, so maybe even for him a fact of dialing it back a little bit, dialing it back in and relaxing and just letting his surfing do the talking.
Rio Waida now up and riding. Qualified for the championship tour for the 2023 season and made it past the midseason cut with this sort of surfing. Lightning fast, critical in the pocket. He's been one of those surfers on the CT this year who has traveled early to every single destination. He said once he got on that plane for Hawaii for the start of the year, he wasn't going to be returning home to Indonesia until he finished out. His goal, of course, being to make it into the final 5 for the WSL finals, but doing a fantastic job on the championship tour this year and working so hard to keep himself sharp and in tune with every single break he gets to.
How good is that turn right there to Shannon, just straight up into the lip, really foamy section to end up, but he just surfs, like he said, he puts in more than 100% for his preparation, and watching him warm up in the athletes area on the boardwalk here in Surf City was really interesting. He has like this full routine. He is completely in his own zone. I mean, there's a lot of people around. There's a lot going on logistically with the event, but he seemed to be able to find himself this space mentally. He's got his headphones on. He has his routine warm up, and it just puts him in such a good place to perform.
Noel now up and riding, scores in for his last wave, a 2.6 with the fall, but now redeeming himself. Going up for that finishing section, just gets caught on the roof of the wave.
Okay, so I think for the last 3 waves for him, there's a similar thing happening, but we'll have a look at that soon. Leo's up.
Leo now up and riding, already with a 7.83 on the board. Nice opening wrap to start. Sets that midline as he checks through the top of the wave, smashes the finish. He's looking to build on that 5.33. Back to the last wave of Noel. Thoughts on his performance so far?
So I think what's happening, that very, very first wave, we think back to that opening 2.17. He had like a similar setup and he kind of projected it at the wrong moment. He was looking for that rotation reverse, but there's another Peruvian, Luca Macinas, coming up in the next heat, Shannon.
Yeah.
Peruvian team are just so solid out here today.
So solid. 2 Peruvians obviously advancing through in the heat just before this, heat number 6. And Luca coming up in the next one also, has that championship tour experience behind him, is an Olympian. So the Peruvian team coming through so stacked. A little bit more age to them as well now, with more years of competitive history behind them. Noel for Chile currently in the water. We're waiting for a score to drop through for his last one, but we'll get back to that in a minute as we take a look at this last of Leo.
Sick. Look at this lightning fast transition in these last 2 turns. Rail work straight into the bottom turn and accentuates that end section. Like, that's a hard end section to make look good. It's so soft and foamy right on the top. There's nothing really definitive about the lip line, but he puts the rail work in, keeps it up high and tight, and just pushes through that final maneuver. And it's very, very fast surfing. You almost lose appreciation for how quick he's transitioning seamlessly through his bottom turns and his turns there, because he's just making it look that good.
Rio chasing a 6.9 to get the leading position. That wave just lets him down. A 5.03 for last of Leo in the lead, doesn't factor into his top 2 scores. And a 2.73 for last of Noel of Chile, just 17 years old. He has taken away the Latin American Championships for the Alas Tour in 2018 and 2019. So it's been an incredible journey for him on that side of things as just a young Grom, learning how to surf and starting out really his competitive journey. One of those younger competitors for Team Chile behind Manuel Selman and Guillermo Sot, who have been competing at this level, World Surfing Game level, high-level qualifying series events, those Challenger Series level now, as we would call them, outside of the QS 10,000s as it's changed the last few seasons. So great to see the younger surfer representing Team Chile with a big future ahead of him as we see Rio. Nice, strong turn to start. Reads the second section so well, takes a dive off, looking like he's having fun.
Yeah, well, look at the intensity that he took off on that wave as well, Shannon. The body movement, the body language that you can kind of process from watching it on the webcast, and you can see he's lifting and he's lifting. I mean, that wave didn't really offer him much more opportunity than what he got, but he adjusted, he adapted, and he's he's loading. He looks like a spring at the moment, and he's getting more and more compressed every chance he takes off on, and he's waiting for that opening moment in a wave to really bring it and explode.
Down to 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and a score to come through for last of Waida, 23 years old, took away a 9th place finish in Miyazaki at the 2019 ISA World Surfing Games, which set himself up for that qualification for Tokyo 2020. He's now looking to gain that qualification once again, both for Leonardo and for Rio. Leo said it in an interview that we've heard that he really wants to make sure to get the job done this week for that continental qualification. Of course, Rio going for the Asia qualification out of Indonesia, being under the Asia region, and Leo for Italy going for that European qualification. both of them on the championship tour with a chance to secure it through the CT this year. But like Leo said, you just never know if someone else is going to go on a hot streak, and you might lose that positioning to be in the top 10 eligible surfers on the CT. So they've got work ahead of them as we see Shay Allen head into a very thick wall of water.
Yeah, that was thick, definitely. A lot of wash as well. Intentions were good though. If Shay can pull something like that off, one turn, we've already seen them go into the high fives this morning for a single maneuver on those sections. If he can find another one of them, maybe something a little tidier, a little more groomed. Perhaps I'm going to refer to what Barton was talking about with this building swell, that first wave seemingly the one that cleans up the lineup, and for that second wave it just gives it this nice groomed face and a bit more crispness about it. So the guys are able to connect with the lip better. It's easier to see the target, and it's more critical surfing. That's what's going to get into the judges' eyes a little more than those kind of foamy, washy old end sections.
Really challenging sort of sections that don't offer those clean moments. As we see the Italian team there. Also, Manuel Selman was down on the bottom in that red shirt, having a look for his Chilean surfer Noel. And a great crew behind our surfers in the water.
Yeah, and I was having a chat to the women from the Italian team too, and you know, they have so much support from the Italian Federation and the country really backing their hopes for more Olympic qualifications, for the future of Italian surfing, and putting together such a good staff to get them there.
Lots of fans down on the beach, support systems behind each of the teams. Of course, for Team Italy, we know that Adriano de Souza, the Brazilian, has been coaching them for the last couple of years. And that's been really detrimental to building that team, to making sure that they have just that setup. I mean, you've been talking about it, Jess, throughout the event so far, but the preparation for an event of this magnitude with Olympic qualification on the line, it doesn't begin a week or two ago. It doesn't even begin a few months ago, but it begins, a year ahead of time, back to Huntington Beach World Surfing Games last September, which is, maybe 9 months ago. Those teams were already starting to build after that event straight for this event and really start setting themselves up. So for the Italians to have Adriano behind them, for Leo to have a world champion in his mind, speaking into things, helping him with those, all the little things, as experienced as Leo is, and Jesse Mendez and the rest of the surfers on the team, to be able to have that world champion supporting them in a coaching position is really incredible.
Yeah, I have to agree for sure. I mean, even some of the teams have spoken about the long-term goals and the overall picture for the next decade of surfing, not just seasonal, not just for this couple of string of events. It's like this has become the apex for surfing, obviously, with the Olympics for a lot of these teams, and you see that in their preparation and their little improvements every year.
Rio, just a quick in and out, pops off the back of that wave. Shay Allen for Barbados is sitting in third. He's had a couple opportunities and attempts, but he hasn't been able to, facilitate a score out of any of the waves he's taken off on, sitting with a couple of twos on the board. Similar situation to Noel, chasing a 9.27 to get the advancing position. Rio straight into the next wave, goes hard on that first turn, and he'll go down. So big scores in the 9-point range for both Che and for Noel. Che has competed for the ISAs for so many years. Since his junior years, he was already starting to surf professionally and really pursue competition. He was competing at this level back then. He's now transitioned in his mid-20s into more of a coaching role. As we see Noel with a nice hit off the lip to start for Chile, just that one opportunity. So for Shay Allen, it's cool for him to be back in the mix here. He's been back at home coaching a lot more, teaching lessons rather than competing and really having that as his main priority, but still entering those regional events when they're around, and now has been able to put together that performance to make it through so far to the main round 3, which means he made it through a couple of heats at this stage of things. Has a lot of work to do, though, Jess, when we look at Leo and Rio and their score lines in the water right now.
Yeah, so they've got, with 1 minute and 2 waves in these conditions, it could be possible. There could be 2 sections, one on the paddle back out, but really they've got to get something huge, and they might just get, it has to be done now for Shay. He has to find something critical right now to get himself, as does the Chilean Noel, It's kind of just run away with the Italian sitting in first position and just picking apart these conditions. Here we go, Shay.
All right, this is the moment. He needs a 9.27. Big wrap to start. Needs to hit the section. Finishes off well. So it's obviously not going to be a 9.27, but it's going to be that space that he needed to break himself out of the scoreline he was sitting in.
Yeah, but with 35 seconds, I mean, look at the pumping swell coming through. It's like every time the set comes through in the lineup, it gets bigger and bigger. So, I mean, if Noel can find himself something crazy out there, it looks like he might have got a wave because he has no priority next to his name. 20 seconds on the clock. It looks like right now the Italian and the Indonesian have a pretty solid hold on this heat. I'd say with 10 seconds to go, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I would say the heat has been wrapped up with Leo and Rio in the advancing positions. Shay finally getting that opportunity, though, to showcase some surfing. 2 turns together, found that end section as well on a big, heavy day out here, which would give him that motivation or that confidence moving forward into the next round, heading into that repecharge round as he'll have another shot alongside of Noel de la Torre. So scores to come through for last of Shay Allen. A couple of dogs sleeping on the beach.
Sleeping on the job, hey? There's plenty of surfing. Wake up, buddy. We've got a big day of competition. He's been here the whole event so far. We've got plenty more to come.
Got a few steaks to throw to him during lunch. And it's Rio Aida and Leo Fioravanti walking through into the next main round. Shay Allen and Noel de la Torre into the repecharge. We're back with more action right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
And we're back here in Surf City, El Salvador. The swell has arrived. There are huge sets rolling through. It's a bit of a washing machine, or it's like washing machine on full cycle. On the inside sections, there's been a lot of suspended priority, which means that surfers have held priority out the back, then gotten cleaned up by a set, found themselves on the inside, and the judges have decided to give them that priority once they get out to backline again. There's been a lot of paddling, a lot of fitness coming into play today as we see Gonzalo Gutierrez go up for his first wave. He'll go down after that first turn. Luca Messinas, the Peruvian, loves going left. Although he's a regular foot, he's grown up on left his entire life. And I think we're going to be seeing him favor that as Alex Suarez of Ecuador now up and riding. Huge whip to start. Hits that second section. Looking cruisy after that first turn, though. Goes incomplete on the second. And Leandro Osuna, Olympian and 2-time ISA gold medalist, also in the water for Argentina. This is a stacked heat once again. Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood for the action. And that looks like our surfer from the previous heat is going to be getting himself in, Leo Fioravanti. I had a thought for a second that Luca was maybe some damaged board, but I'm thinking that that's going to be Leo just getting himself back to the shoreline.
Yeah, surely it is for sure. I mean, he probably just got caught in that big set that rolled through in between the end of the last heat and the start of this. Look, Lele
up and riding for Argentina. Nice turn to start off in that top third of the wave, and he'll kick out. Seeming more difficult now, Jess, to be able to find the wave with an open face for more than that single turn.
Yeah, like I heard one of the guys say earlier this morning too, there's just so much water moving through in the waves themselves onto this lineup. It is really defined though. You can see on screen that beautiful kind of triangle shape of the whitewash and the foam and the marbling of the ocean, and that kind of indicates how these river rocks or this river mouth is set up, and it's this perfect kind of peak that trails off. The left is a little bit of a different shape because the wave and the swell kind of wraps back into itself on the inside, but the right, you can see there from that angle, it kind of rolls off and away from the shoreline. and it kind of bends out, and that's why sometimes it makes the ride a little bit trickier. When you get the different lumps of swell that hit back on the right too, that's when you get those critical sections, and that's where we've seen, you know, the likes of Cody Young from Canada, and we just saw Leonardo for Italy really capitalise on most importantly those opening sections and then that final manoeuvre, and that's how they've gone into those excellent ranges so far.
16 minutes on the clock, still waiting for the scores to roll through from those first 3 waves of Luca, Gonzalo, and Alex. Small score on the board for Leandro, couple small scores there, so those won't really factor into anything by the end of this heat, hopefully. Alex with a 5.67. Luca just a 1.93, and now waiting for first of green to get things going. Of course, we are covering live action here at La Bocana. Right now, we're currently running through men's round 3. Once this finishes, there's 12 heats total. We are currently in heat number 8 of 12. We're going to be running into our women's main round 3. That'll have 9 heats, and then we're finishing out the day here at La Bocana with men's main round 4, which will have 3 heats in it. So surfers advancing through from these, heading into that next one. And then down at El Sunzal, which is one of our breaks. We've got 2 great breaks here, kind of A-frame peaks at La Bocana, and then that beautiful right-hand point break of Sunzal. Today has our women's repecharge. Started out early on to finish out round 1, which had 10 heats in it. Next, they're going to head into our men's repecharge round 1, which only has 4 heats. And then we're going to take a look at the women's repecharge round 2, which will have 18 heats in it to round out the day. There's some heats that have been going on throughout the morning as we take a look at some highlights from our women's surfing. And great looking surf as we see Nina Tabai on one of her waves.
Yeah, look at this wave too. There's just so much opportunity for everybody on podium 2 and at El Sunzal to really express their rail work and their cutbacks. Big critical section for her there. Leilani Johnson. Or Keilani Johnson maybe for that last wave for her, but
Kai Johnson of Indonesia.
yeah, Indonesian surfer, sorry, my mistake. And you can just see, I mean, that's a tricky wave to ride, but if you can find the right one that bends around the point at El Sunzal, you get this incredible long opportunity to perform and get some rail work in. And this is podium 1 that we're at today, La Bocana.
But Sunzal, when it's big like this, the shape's going to be a lot better. There's going to be some waves that still have those dead sections in between, but they're going to have a critical section out the back, and the finish through the inside is going to stand up really well, like that wave that we saw from Keilani Johnson. So some great action that's happening down there. You can check out the webcam that's set up for Sunzal to be able to watch the action happening through the repecharge rounds over there. Also makes it maybe a little bit more manageable surfing on that side today, because with this big swell at Sunzal, you can sit out in the channel quite easily, as opposed to getting stuck on the inside sections here at Bocana, where that paddling becomes such a fierce thing that it's, you know, it's almost more the challenge in the heat is getting yourself in position and actually being able to catch the waves than it is even surfing the quality of waves that are coming through here. Luca Messinas now taking a look. Second wave. Starting out strong, grabs the rail as he drives off the bottom into the lip for the second turn, and now he's going to have a score on the board.
Okay, let's see where this locks in, because that's some pretty critical surfing from the Peruvian.
Lele Usana now up and riding. Big hit to start. Floats off the section, but straight legs can't pull off the finish.
Yeah, a little missed time for him. He's going to be, you know, kicking himself that he wasn't able to kind of connect, maybe caught a little bit too much in the future and thinking about that next section and not completing that setup kind of floater. I mean, it's still a critical floater, so it could have been a good scoring wave, but unfortunately for him, he'll have to reset and find something else.
Lele needs to come back from the future into the present moment.
He does.
Get those sections finished.
Definitely.
One surfer that was very present in the moment, Leonardo Fioravanti, took out the win in that last heat. Let's go to the beach, catch up with him and Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, another great heat win by Leo, coming off of an impressive result at the Surf Ranch for an equal 5th, but now 3 heat wins in a row here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Efficient with your scores, too. You did not have anything lower than a 5. How difficult was it to identify those best rights that you saw out there?
I stuck to my plan. I went over there kind of by myself. Everybody was surfing the left, and I saw a lot of potential on those rights, and I knew that if I got a couple of those, I would get some good scores, and I'm happy that I was able to pick the right ones and just open up, you know, just trying to do the surfing that I know how to do. Nothing crazy, nothing over, trying to do too much, just sticking to my game, and so far it's paying off.
And it's paid off for the last decade, too. In 2011, I was able to see you compete in the U16s. You were the only Italian on the team in Punta Hermosa in Peru. 2015, gold medal in the U18s, and now you're a top 10 surfer on the championship tour. How much of a pleasure is it to see a full team from Italy looking for 2 spots to qualify here at the World Surfing Games?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think we both could achieve, we could all achieve a spot to qualify for the Olympics. It's really cool because, when I was a kid, I did all these ISAs by myself with my mom or my family, basically, but now we got a full team of team managers, coaches, and amazing surfers from the women's side to the men's side. So it's really cool to see that. And I think it's just amazing also for the new generation of Italian surfers that they will have a road opened up for them to do whatever they want with it.
Hey, you've been amazing for the sport, man. Keep it up, and good luck later this afternoon. You will be surfing again here at La Bocana.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Leo, as always, as we see Luca with a nice finish. Got a 5.93 for his previous wave and is set to build on that as well.
Yeah, I love the insight that Mitch just kind of offered up to, and that let Leo open up into his experiences throughout the games. And we talk about it a lot, but so many of these competitors, including and especially Lele, have been here since day dot in the start of their surfing careers. For the Italian, traveling with his mum as the solo representative to this stage of Italian surfing that he's found himself in, where it's a fully backed team, a federation, this pathway that has been created overall by the ISA, and then individually by each of these national surfers. They've just been working, and they've been putting down the foundations for all of the youth coming through in the surfing community to come into this level of competition, to the Olympics, perhaps even to work in the back end of surfing in some capacity for their federation, for their state, or for even the global surfing community.
Gonzalo Gutierrez now up and riding. Just a 2.43 for his opening ride. Now unleashing on his second. Finds a great section to finish with as he ejects on the inside. Currently chasing a 5.28 to get himself in the advancing position.
Do you know what? Alex Suarez, during that post-heat interview, I love that you can still track with his performance in the split screen, because we saw that 2.03 go down. But that was potentially, a 6+ ride. That was a 6 or a 7 if he, maybe even higher if he was able to find that critical section completion. So the intensity from the Ecuadorian, it's good, it's high. He's always so compact and so charged up, and he has this fire that he brings in heat surfing. I dare say he's going to find a connection with something like that before the end. So, for Gonzalo and for Lele, they really need to get a foot on the pedal out there for their heats, because if they let, Alex run away with that second position, and even first, the Peruvian has 2 really good scores for Luca, so they need to get going now, because if they leave it, like the rest of the heat, Shannon, that we've been watching, 1 minute, 2 minutes is not enough when you need a 7 and an 8 out here.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. You need to get that first score down and be able to build on it, knowing that the quality of waves, when someone does take off and gets those single or maybe 2-turn combination maneuvers on a solid size set, they're looking at a 5-point ride, not relatively easy, but it's available, and then from there you can go into the excellent range if they're able to get on the right one. So being able to build that score line, super crucial in a day like this. Luca with a couple of 5s now, got a 5.83 for his last wave, and has him set up in a significant lead. As we take another look at this one, Jess.
Oh, yeah, you caught it on the live cam, Shannon, but on that replay you can really see he grabs a really good hold of that rail on the bottom turn. First turn was sick, pretty late. He recovers. Oh, this must be another wave too, so another replay for him, and whoa, kind of almost loses the tail, but he's able to regain control in that last section. Look at this replay though for the Peruvian. Oh, another angle for it. Slashes, really nice tight rotation through that backhand turn in the pocket, blows the tail out, which is so incredibly difficult on that real foamy section, but he just controls it so well. And yeah, another one. The Peruvian team, these guys have grown up surfing together, and I love listening to the back and forth between these guys. Have known each other since 9, 10, 11 years old, and it's so cool to watch them interact throughout the contest site.
Now up and riding, Alex Suarez already has a 5.67 on the board, gains some speed, now trims it off with that opening carve. Into the foam as he throws a bit of water out the back, stays really low and compressed to ride out clean, show the judges that he's in control as he looks to build on chasing a 6.09 to get the lead away. But now with that second score, it's going to put so much pressure on third and fourth.
Yeah, well recovered by him too. I saw him do that in the previous rounds as well. His ability to complete under that much pressure of water particularly is really, really high. I would love to try and get a stat. Maybe, probably Mitchell has that stat of completion rates for Alex Suarez, but it's incredible.
Lele Usana now chasing a 7-point ride. Opening snap, hits the foam for that second turn. Wave closes down. Chasing a big score at the moment, but still 5.5 minutes to go on the clock. So he'll have enough time to get himself into a second wave.
I'm just thinking about that last wave too, because he needs a 7, but I think, let's see. There's going to be so many more exchanges in the next 5 minutes.
So many. Gonzalo now up and riding, chasing a 6.14, knows that wave's not going to give him anything. It's just so flat, it's so wobbly, and that's not going to amount to anything that he needs. 5 minutes remaining. Gonzalo, 25 years old, born and raised in the north of Spain in the Cantabria region. Loves surfing, of course, traveling, discovers new places, loves to go surfing alone or just with a handful of friends, grab a skateboard, skate through the parking lot afterward, and just keep things nice and relaxed. But when he puts on a jersey, he is absolutely lethal. He's a national champion out of Spain, and they've had so many great surfers in the past as well, with Aritz Aramburu, with Adur Amatrian that have been competing this week. He's now up and riding again for Spain, but goes down in the second section. Luca Macinas now with a paddle, uses his priority on this one. Trying to get himself out of the 5s that he's found so far. He'll kick out quick.
Look at the machine paddle-like technique that he used there too. He was using all of his body weight and smashing his chin almost onto the stringer of his board and pushing and pushing through that weird little lump of water that kind of popped up right at the entry of that wave. I mean, it turned into nothing. He's still in the lead. Alex is sitting in second now. That last wave for him was a 3.8 with the completion. So like you said, the pressure on Gonzalo, 6.14. Lele, a 7-point ride required, but he has that good wave to drop in. So it's going to drop because it was a really, really nice, if I can think back in my memory of waves so far in the context of this heat, it was a nice big carve. He didn't get a lot of manoeuvres, but he had some big open manoeuvres. So let's see how it locks in. At the moment, the Peruvian is looking pretty good.
Scores to come for the Peruvian. Well, sorry, his last score is 0.57, so that's that. But the score to come through now for our Spanish competitor, Gonzalo, chasing that 6.00 to get himself an advancing position. Leandro Osuna also with a score to come. Just a 2.67 for last of green and a 3.80 for last of blue has that situation set. Lele now, the question mark. It's taken a little while from the judges, but there it is, a 5.77 for that two-turn combo of Lele. Now means he's only chasing a 3.70, and he's got plenty of time on the clock with 3 minutes remaining.
Oh, and he's got priority too. So second and first aren't really safe. I would think with Luca's second priority holding, he's going to try and get rid of that 5.83. Also try and make sure that Alex doesn't get anything better, because if Lele gets another opportunity, I hope that 5.77 goes into his back pocket and he gets a leading wave at the next opportunity. So that's how I see the chess pieces playing out in these last few minutes. Luca needs to improve. I think he'll be expecting to hold in first, but he's looking for something better. Lele needs a bomb to sew up his spot, and Alex has to trying to battle now from fourth position. I mean, he's got a 5.67 as his best score. So if under priority he can find this opportunity with 2 minutes, we've seen so many waves missed because those big sets pushes the pack all the way back out to the back of this takeoff zone. And then sometimes those ones where Alex is sitting are a lot cleaner. They have more critical bowling opportunity, and he's got the surfing right there. So if he wants to hold on to his progression, he needs to find some space.
Usana now up and riding. He's chasing a 3.70. So first, little foam climb to start. Check for the second turn, and now into the lip for that critical section. He is feeling pumped.
Yeah, I love the passion from him. I mean, multiple games, like 10 plus games under his belt. I can't remember the exact number, but he's loving it. He feels the vibe. Obviously going well towards that 3.7, but I think he's surfing to the 3.7. In my opinion, I think he used his priority with that 2 minutes to go to surf to the score he needed. And here we go, danger.
Suarez only needing to improve on a 3.8. Nice opening turn, great section for the second, but he goes down. He's not going to improve on the 3.8.
That was lining up to be such a good looking wave for the Ecuadorian. It would have been such a sick score. It was really electric final maneuver, but Lele's got a score to come. I think it's going to push him into second.
Gonzalo chasing a 6.14, so his last wave, a 3.33, did decrease that requirement just a little bit, but that's not going to do anything for him. So quick in and out leaves Messinas with priority, and he's in the leading position. Leandro Osuna drops a 5.03 for his last wave. That takes him up into second. Now Alex Suarez is needing a 5.14 to go from third into second, and Gonzalo Gutierrez has just increased the requirement, a 7.47 for him, as Messinas takes off on the craziest drop in through the foam. Nice first corner to hit, and then wraps it back on the second turn. And he's feeling fired up to walk away with the win. And what a way to finish. Leandro Osuna, he ended up with priority on the end. Like you said, maybe wasn't surfing to a super big score, but the judges loved what he brought anyways and rewarded him more than what he was requiring.
Yeah, and there's still another score to drop, though, for last of Alex, but I think if he had completed it, it would have been okay for him. And so it's unfortunate. He looks like he's going to sit in third.
Well, scores to drop. We'll give you that situation update right when we get back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action. Straight into it. Liam O'Brien for Team Australia starts off setting that rail into the lip for that second maneuver, drives off the bottom, gets caught in a heavy section. Scores to come through for Liam. Now Manuel Selman with a quick kick in and out. He's already got a 0.5 on the board, and this is a very quick start. 19 minutes on the clock. And in that last heat, official results, it's Luca Messinas of Peru walking through alongside of Leandro Osuna of Argentina. Top two surfers, with Ecuador and Spain bowing out into the rapid charge round as we track now with Manny on his second wave. That was a huge floater airdrop to finish. Could have snapped the board with that kind of landing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's creased the thing, but this is a sick matchup between, you know, the power that is Manny. There's Liam O'Brien, of course, from Australia. Just saw how critical he can take his surfing and his board. Maxime, his performances over the last few weeks that I've watched him surf have been unbelievable in bigger conditions, in beach break. And then, of course, Brian Toth. I mean, he's brought himself all the way back from, kind of going under the weather a bit here in El Salvador, and he's come back with so much passion, and he looks super fired up, and he's bringing it all to the table. I love this matchup with these 4 men.
So good. Chile, Australia, France, and Puerto Rico. With a lot on the line, we've got Olympic qualification for France, the possibility to walk away with that continental spot for Europe for Maxime. Of course, he made it into the championship tour this year after 10 years of trying to qualify, achieve that goal at age 30, and really just one of those incredible stories of grit and determination through his career. It would be amazing to be able to see him continue with that role now that he's finally reached that potential. Of course, he didn't make it past that midseason cut, but put together some great heats nonetheless on the CT, and now has that chance to walk through as a French competitor heading into Paris 2020. 17 minutes on the clock, still waiting for those scores to come through for Manuel and for Liam. As we take a look here at, a steep takeoff for Brian Toth of Puerto Rico. He'll kick out.
Yeah, great matchup. Like I said, let's go. 17 minutes on the clock, some powerhouse surfing. And for Brian Toth, Puerto Rico, they've brought a lot of passion, a lot on the line, games at their hometown next year.
Oh, look at that opening. Sorry, that opening turn was so good, and then what happened there?
Yeah, there's a really big, nice carve, almost like Mick Fanning-esque for the Australian, and then he kind of just slid out again. It happened on his first wave too, so maybe just adjusting and getting used to that second or final section of this wave. You heard Leo talking about the fact that he could identify the spots where he could put himself apart from the pack. So Liam obviously looking at the same thing. I know Team Australia have been setting up pretty far across down those cobblestones over there, so they'd be well and truly looking into that right.
As we take a look at the replay for this first wave of Manuel.
Yeah, I love this guy surfing. Far out, he's good when it's big. Huge big drop, air drop, almost the ankle snapper. He kind of, from that angle that we're seeing on the replay, he kind of looks like he didn't ride out in front of it for a second. But here's Liam O'Brien's set up carve, really sets him in a good position for that. Critical, light-looking surfing, big bottom turn. But perhaps, kind of getting stuck with the amount of water that tried to push him back down through that turn. Another similar setup turn there. And he just skids out. That board just doesn't engage. The rail doesn't engage. And he loses the end opportunity.
Taking a look here now for our surfer in green. Challenging section for Maxime, but he does well to navigate. Sets himself up here for the finish. And he's looking to ride out. So we'll have a first score on the board for Maxime Huchenot for Team France. Liam with a 4.5 for that first wave with the fall after a couple of turns. And a 2.33 for that first big wrap, but falls coming out of the bottom turn of the second. I love that call to Mick Fanning. Just the line that he drew off the bottom straight up into the lip was so beautiful.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking about his fellow countrymen and how light he looks on his feet for Liam, but still how much power he can push through the turn and the rail without losing that kind of floating impression that we get from his surfing. He looks like he's in so much flow all the time. If he can connect with that second maneuver as well, he's already posted the 4.5. We're going to see him go up into the excellent range.
Scores to drop as Jordy Smith is getting ready to paddle out next. Kutut Agus, Brian Perez, and Giorgio Gomez. South Africa, Indonesia, El Salvador, and Colombia. That's going to be an extremely challenging heat for all 4 surfers. All surfing at a world-class level. And that's going to be really exciting. Jordy Smith, of course, the most decorated of them, Championship Tour surfer, has taken out wins on the Championship Tour in this past as well. Hasn't quite found that world title, but he's been in that conversation before. So exciting to always see him, his dad Graham, down on the beach, and plenty of fans being able to meet him through the week.
Yeah, he's psyched too. He had a lot of energy in those opening rounds. The South African team are really tight-knit. They've been hooking into some of the local papusas and just really getting a feel for the vibe here in El Salvador. And one of the other things, the benefit, I love calling surfing no matter where we are. I don't care if we're on the beach, if we're in any type of setup situation. But for me, having Mitch on the sideline gives us insight like this, right? He's just given us a little kind of insight into what Liam O'Brien is riding right here. He's riding a DHD DNA model, and he's got the large McFanning fins in for this type of conditions. So you can see as the guys adjust to the rising swell, they're bringing out step-ups. Perhaps, somebody like this guy, imagine travelling with one of the best shapers in the world as a part of your team. Yeah, there's a reason he's there. There's a reason that people like Geordie and people like Bormy are riding the Smith shapes. I think even Zoe on their team's on the same. It's unbelievable the amount of information that your shaper can help you with in regards to changing conditions, because there's a lot of options. You can get really caught up in that as a surfer, huh? And we're very grateful to have Mitch on the sideline and picking apart all the technicalities of equipment for us.
Yeah, it's been so good to have those insights. Love thinking of that dynamic father-son, the fact that Graham Smith, one of the best shapers to come out of South Africa, then his son actually rising to the occasion of riding those boards at an extremely high level. Very cool to see how that has progressed throughout their life together. Maxime, with this wave, drops through as a 5.5 for his opener.
Yeah, cool surfing, solid surfing from him. He's so good when it gets big as well. Look how close he went to the rocks on the inside too. Here's another angle. Look at the setup. The lump that he had to adjust to, up and over, readjust midway through the lip to make sure he lands in a good spot to get this finishing manoeuvre. And then he rides all the way out nice and clean just before the rocks, pulls off. Great score for him.
All right, so Maxime sitting in second, Liam O'Brien in the lead. And that last heat, we saw Luca Messinas walk away victorious, another Peruvian at the top with Mitch Salazar.
That's right, the man we call La Máquina, the machine, Luca Messinas from Mancora, Piura, Peru. Another heat win for you. No stranger to the ISAC competition, Luca, but at this event in specific, I think this is a great wave for you. You did well in 2021. Actually replaced your Pan American Championship with a good result here. Coming back to El Salvador and specifically La Bocana, what does this event mean for you?
El Salvador is such a good place. So many waves. It's so consistent too. There's waves every day, and yeah, I really like this place. I've been coming here for a while. I think I stay one time for a month over here surfing because the waves are so good. And yeah, I'm happy to be here again competing for Peru at the ISA. I love the ISAs because just the vibe with the team and the power is really nice. And yeah, I just want to keep going and keep representing my country.
On the Challenger Series right now, you were on the Championship Tour last year. The format for you here at the ISA in comparison to what you see on the QS and the Challenger Series, what do you like about this?
Well, the good thing about the ISA is that you always have a second chance because you have the rapid charge. So you kind of thinking, okay, let's give everything, and then if it doesn't go your way, because sometimes the waves they don't come to you, you still have a second chance, which is really nice. It's also a way longer event. The ISAs are really long, but that's what I like because I think I'm really prepared for this kind of contest, and I really like it.
Yeah, you are. That's why we call you the machine. Your dad Bruno and your mom Veronica's watching at home. You got something to say?
Sí, saludar a toda la gente de Perú, a mi familia, a mi hermana, a mi enamorada, a toda la gente que está mirando. Seguimos con todo. El Team Perú está muy fuerte y vamos Perú.
Luca Messinas moving through.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Luca as we track with live action. Maxime, nice takeoff, draws hard off the bottom, sets that first turn. Check to set up short so that he can try and get to that lip line on the closeout, but can't find his footing on it. That was a hard section to be able to time out.
Yeah, I feel like, too, we just saw plenty of waves going down. Brian got a wave as well. Manuel had a wave. And I'm pretty sure we saw the end of Liam O'Brien's wave, too. So there's 3 pretty important scores to come in. No one's really busted this heat open yet. And for Manuel, let me see the scores drop in first. Last Liam O'Brien's already in, so 3.67. Maxime, that 5.5 is looking really good at this point because time has kind of been the hardest thing to manage out here because of the length, the paddle out, the big, powerful conditions. It's getting away very quickly. It's so crazy how quickly the 20-minute goes.
It's crazy, and to think that Rapid Charge down at Sunzal right now is running with just 15 minutes, and the paddle there is even longer when you get off one of those right-handers. If you catch it all the way from the outside to the beach. Look at the size of this set rolling through, Jess.
Yeah, it's a little textured too on the lip, so those outside sections are a little harder to make super critical, and that's why we saw once again, Cody and Leonardo being rewarded for connecting with that tiny opportunity right at the start of the wave to make their surfing click, and it looks really critical. The inside, as it comes through on those later waves in the set, there is that big opportunity to explode the surfing. Here we go.
Maxime now hard off the bottom. Back into the section for that first turn. Sets himself up well here. Clean face opening up in front of him as he tags the lip on the second turn. Starting to come into that more washy section. A little bit of backwash rolling through as he navigates, tries to find that speed and generate for himself as he hits the finishing section. Has a look back towards the judges' tower as well. That was a great looking wave.
Yeah, and maybe having a look at where he's ended up in the lineup too, because he is pretty far down. You can tell from that textured rip water too how far down he's gone. There's another break further along the coast. I mean, there's peaks all the way up and down, and that right really took him down. But it's going to go well until his bank. I think it's going to be worth the paddle back out. By the time he gets back out, he'll probably still have about 2 or 3 minutes left, and he'll be able to find something else. He'll most likely be able to rotate through into priority. There's going to be another few sets whilst he's making his way out. Hopefully for him, he gets another opportunity. But that last score, I think, is going to go well for him. But it's still wide open. I mean, look at the totals, the coloured totals. The combination of both best scores for these surfers at the moment, with just over 6 minutes, it's low. So that means it's way open. Anybody is able to move through in this thing. And there you go, Manny.
Drops in a 6-point ride, improves on the 5 for his last one. So he's just gone from third position all the way into the lead. Knocks Liam Bryan down into second, and Maxime still has a score to drop. He's obviously going to get the 2.67 requirement that he needs to take away that advancing position over Liam O'Brien. 6 minutes remaining. We're just waiting to see where that score will fall in for Last of France and what the situation will truly look like for the remaining surfers.
Yeah, and then it's reset again. This is where you see the heat IQ come into play, where they absorb all the information, they reset their spots in the lineup, they have priority again, and they've got their new time. So it's almost like, righto, 5 minutes left, 5 minute heat. If you're in third or you're in fourth, your requirement isn't going to be that big at this point, because they've already, I mean, Max, he might possibly move into second. So Liam's already got the 4.5. He knows he's going to be looking for a 6 or a 7, as does Brian Toth. I mean, Brian's a little bit more behind the 8 ball at the moment with the 3.6, but let's see, next exchange.
First priority goes to our surfer in blue, who takes off over Liam O'Brien. Liam has to pull off in the foam, can't even get up to his feet. Manuel now with a second gouging carve. Sets himself hard here as he goes up into the lip. Great surfing so far. Can he finish off well? Nearly loses control, but manages to hang on to it. And also that mental strength heading into it, knowing that Liam was right there on his inside. As we see Brian Toth now, the Puerto Rican, with an opportunity. He's been quiet through this heat. That 3.6 as his biggest score. Hits the lip line there and manages to ride out of it. So that was a very impressive performance from the Puerto Rican, looking to keep his name in the mix up against some powerful surfing from the rest of the field.
That was such a sick exchange. And if you did watch, I mean, Manny and Liam both taking off on the same left, but with priority. Manuel, the Chilean, he had right of way, so he had the ability to choose whatever wave he wanted, regardless of the other surfers choosing to be on them or not. So that's why Liam had to stay lying down, pull out, and wait for the next opportunity. Liam now has first priority. So there's a big score to come for Last of the Chilean. There was really, really powerful surfing. He looked a lot more relaxed. He was able to open up in those maneuvers and make that surfing, or make what we love about his surfing really rise to the top. So I think he's going to really put a hold on first position. The Frenchman's moved into second with his last score. Liam, he now needs to use his priority really, really smartly. A 5.73, he's going to have to surf up into the 6s and 7s at least.
And he's so capable of it. A surfer on the championship tour this season. Qualified for the 2022 season, but broke his ankle out at Pipe just before paddling out for his very first heat on the CT. Had to go through that recovery year and then had to re-qualify himself through the Challenger Series. So the strength that Liam has come back from being injured, making that recovery physically, but also then the mental challenge of knowing he'd gotten to, you know, the top of the goals that he could have set for his life at that stage, and then lost it and had to start straight from the bottom, work his way all the way back up to that, found that requalification for the 2023 season. Now he's made it past that midseason cut as well. So he is in a fantastic rookie season on the CT right now for Team Australia, and he's got that ability, but the time could work against him. 3 minutes on the clock. You're looking at that wave selection from Manuel. We'll take a look at it here. Now, if this had been Liam, he could have been looking at the score that he needed.
Yeah, that's the score Liam wanted, but this is the score that Manuel was able to capitalize on. Beautiful use of priority, that surfing, big, powerful hack off the top. And this final maneuver, he almost in this, the final one, looks like he's going to lose it for a second and regains composure, absorbs the energy of the performance, feeling the feedback from the team as well. There goes, once again, another angle. Manuel using priority over Liam. First turn was nice. Second turn was way better. Big open carve down the face. This turn right here, critical. Beautiful to watch. Really light on his feet. Final maneuver, almost loses it. Regains composure. Gets some of the cheers. I know the Chilean team would have been going off on the beach. And here's Brian's best wave so far, 4.03. Such a hard flat section opening up on that right, but this is the bigger one, really late, upside down kind of floater, and repositions parallel over his board to find the completion. If he gets 2 of them, he's back in this thing. I mean, a minute and 50, it's still open.
Minute 50 seconds on the clock. Liam O'Brien has first priority, sitting out the back. Manuel Salmon has just dropped in a 7.17, so the score that Liam would have been chasing, Manuel finds on the wave that Liam would have wanted. So Manuel now into first position, Maxime in second, Liam chasing a 5.73, and Brian Toth chasing a 6.2. Brian with that 4.03 for his last wave, so he's done well to build on his scoreline throughout this for the Puerto Rican team. And of course, they have that, you know, the World Surfing Games that'll be taking place in Puerto Rico next year to look forward to and to build toward as a nation. But Liam O'Brien, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Down to a final minute. This would likely be his last wave. Into that second turn. Oh. Critical as ever. Goes vertical. 12 o'clock for the second. But loses control of the finish. Grimwood, what is happening?
I don't
Your
know.
Australian friend.
No, well, I mean, beautiful surfing. The opening turn was sick. I don't know if you close the door on that score. I have to wait for the replay, and I think the whole of Team Australia will be waiting, biting their nails off. You know, the coaching staff and the management team, they're so experienced. They will probably be able to process that on the spot a lot quicker than what I can, of course. But I don't know. I think it's going to be right on the money.
It's going to be hard, too, because now Maxime with an incredibly critical opening turn. Big wrap back for the second. Setting himself up here. Looks in control. He looks calm as he comes into this finishing section. Will it offer any more scoring potential? Stalls for a moment. Now sets himself up here to time the finish. And he'll be replacing that 4.73. Maybe improving, Jess, your thoughts? The 5.5. That opening turn looked great from the start. We'll have to take a look at those replays. Judges with their hands full now. A score to drop for O'Brien. A score to drop for Hucheneau. Manuel Salmon currently in the lead. We'll see if that's able to change in any way. We've got scores to drop. We're going to have results when we get back. With Chris Cote and Barton Lynch jumping in the booth, we'll find out, will Australia or France be advancing through in the main round? Right after this.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. We're patiently awaiting one more score to drop. See the celebration on the beach from a confident Team Chile. Manuel Salmon putting up numbers we're used to seeing from him. He's super consistent. He's been a powerhouse in the ISA for a long time now. So he comes through with unofficially a convincing victory in second. Maxime Huchino. And I believe all our scores are in. So with that, Chile and France move through. Australia headed to the repechage round. But Liam O'Brien, that kid is an incredible talent. So watch out repechage, I will say.
Yeah, that was a stacked heat, wasn't it? As is this one. Jordan Smith, Katut Agus, Brian Perez, and Georgie Gomez. Here it is on the screen for you.
Our
South
hometown
Africa.
hero, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther. Colombia, Indonesia, South Africa, El Salvador represented here, and this is our first look at big Jordy Smith hammering that end section. Not a lot of surfers are going to be able to match the power of La Bocana. Jordy Smith is one of those surfers. And here we go, your surfer in white, Giorgio Gomez. Giorgio has been putting up big numbers all the way through these opening rounds of competition here at the ISA World Surf Games. And Barton, the final day feeling already with us here on day 4, which just shows you the depth of field we have.
And even from day 2, when you see someone of the credentials of John Florence go down to the repechage round, you're like, wow, things are really, competitive across the board. Saw Giorgio Gomez on that first wave of 0.67. He dropped in, it was double overhead, but could see the line in front of him was disjointed and figured he's better off staying out the back rather than have to duck dive a gazillion waves potentially to get back out by trying to force a score on that wave. And here's Geordie's. Drops down, smaller wave, whitewater on the face from the set before it. 2-turn combination into a closeout turn. What do you think, like a 4 maybe, something in and around that
starter kit?
Yeah, starter
kit for Jordy Smith. Well, I just got some news.
Okay.
From one of our team members, Aaron Hughes, incredible photographer, ISA rep here, and these words just don't make sense to me. All 3 Australian men, Ethan Ewing, Ryan Callanan, and Liam O'Brien, are all in the repechage round.
Doesn't make sense to me either. But
it's happening.
And we're only in round 3. So they've lost all of their surfers, Australia, down to the repechage round. And we're only in round 3.
I'm shocked. I'm shook.
I mean, which is not to say that they're out by any means.
They're down but not out, yeah.
But, it's, you've already used one of your lives. And in this event, it's not 9 lives, it's only 2 lives, as we see Felipe Toledo and Tatiana Weston Webb next to he.
That's a sharp-looking shirt right there for Team Brazil. Tatiana Weston Webb eating some fruit in the background. This team is very well unified. I think probably the most unified we've seen of the Brazilian national team here in ISA competition. They've all been supporting each other off and on the beach.
There's Gabrielle, and it's a big team. A lot of support staff in this team as well.
Yeah, who do you think, if you're a surfing superpower, Brazil, Australia, USA, what are the external members of your team? What's the makeup of the support group?
Ordinarily, there's the manager, the team manager, then there's coaches, and ordinarily at this point you'd have 2 coaches because El Sunzal and Lobacana, it's difficult to get between the 2, so you'd have a coach at each of those. You have then the medical staff, perhaps a doctor, chiro, physio, that type of thing. Trainers who will warm up and prepare the team. And so depending on the amount of resources that country has, would determine the size of that team. But ordinarily, managers, coaches, physical staff.
Chef? Masseuse?
You would definitely have masseuses.
I'd like
the
to
chef
travel
side
with
of
a
things.
chef and a masseuse.
Wouldn't you? What? I would too, mate. I would have liked to have travelled with a coach or a family member, or be able to take anyone along.
But we got 15:50 to go. Only one real score of note coming through from Jordy Smith. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. That gives us the opportunity to catch up with Mitchell Salazar.
Originally, but then you redirected left. In any moment, do you know where you were at in the lineup with the scores being announced at the entire time?
Yeah, no, I could completely hear the scores. Yeah, my plan was to start off on the left, try to get a left, and then maybe look for the right. I knew the other guys were going to look for the rights, but it just kept happening into the left, so I just stick to it. And my 7, I went deeper because I had priority over Liam, and Liam was going deep, and I knew he was going to look for a right. And whatever wave he was going to get, I knew he was going to get the score. He's a CT guy. He's been surfing really well on tour this year, so I knew that whatever wave he was going to be on, I needed to be on. And I got dragged in a little bit deep, and that one perfect left, there hasn't been much of those coming out, but I got real lucky with that one. And all you got to do is pretty much surf it. When you have that walled up perfect left, all you got to do is just surf, and the score will come.
Well, you surfed them both great. I want to talk to you about the development in both Chile and the Dominican Republic where you reside. I mean, you've been incredible for the sport overall, an Olympian yourself, but the development in the Dominican Republic has been incredible. You've had 2 great results on the QS side this year. What do you think you've been providing for them and for Chile overall in the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, my boys from Carambola, shout out to Brian Mejia and Pupi, Ivan Herrera. They're working hard with the government. My hometown, Cabarete, is now called Surf and Wind City because the Minister of Tourism from the Dominican Republic, David Collado, he's good friends with Bukele, and he inspired Dominican Republic to grow on the surfing and the wind sports, which is really well known for kiting. So yeah, we brought the QS, and the sport's been growing a lot, and in Chile as well with the Pan Americans coming, we've been doing a lot of trainings. All the kids they want to be on this team, and Noel, he's 17, he's first time on the open team, and I think there's great talent coming from Chile as well. And actually this left, it's kind of like Punta de Lobos a bit. It feels a lot like it when you get the really long ones. And we've been practicing in Punta de Lobos a lot for the Pan American Games coming up this year. And development has been great. I mean, surfing is in the Olympics. All we got to do is put projects in and make sure all the kids have an opportunity to be involved in the Olympic cycle, in their events. We have a couple Dominican kids in the Centroamericanos coming up here, and the sport, it's growing. It's growing faster than ever. Controversies and whatnot, but it's all good for the sport. And I think the Olympics bring so much. This event brings so much. I mean, 63 countries. It's crazy. They asked me on my last interview how many ISA games I have. This is my 13th Open, and I did 3 juniors, so I have 16 ISA World Games. So I'm stoked. I want to keep going. I can't wait for Puerto Rico because that's my waters right there, right? DR, Puerto Rico is the same type of waves, and I'm psyching for what's coming.
Olympian, role model, all around good guy. Congratulations, felicidades, Manu.
Thanks.
Yeah, Manuel Selman is awesome. And Barton, I'm going to get political right here. Fasten your seatbelts. To all the politicians watching, surfing is awesome and demands your respect. If you live in a surf-rich nation, if you're one of the presidents or prime ministers of somewhere with waves, put surfing right out in the front. It's a great sport. It's an awesome pastime. Manuel said it right there. Growing our sport through leadership is of paramount importance. El Salvador, I would say, leading the way in making surf tourism their #1 export at the moment.
Showing people that it's possible.
Yeah.
You can build a nation and build opportunity for your people off the back of surf tourism. Something we've most probably known for a while because you and I have been travelling the world for years, and you're always, wherever you go, you meet other travelling surfers. But these events are what draw the focus there, and Manuel Selman articulated that situation fantastically. I didn't understand that other governments had seen what they were doing here and identified the opportunity and starting to do the same thing. That catches on and the sport will go to the next level, and I'm sure Fernando Aguirre has that idea in his head. He recognises that's sort of that sort of growth. Here we go. This was look at this thing. That sort of growth is what the sport needs, and it's happening right in front of our eyes.
Bam, it's happening right here in live time. La Bocana, Katut coming down with it. Beautiful backside surfing from our representative of Team Indonesia. As it stands right now, we got a couple scores coming in, but at the moment, Jordy Smith's in the lead, Katut in second, Gomez third, Brian Perez, your hometown hero, in fourth. So, of course, anytime the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, hits the lineup, the beach fills up.
Yep.
And the hoots and hollers, you can hear him all the way to Southern California. Gets loud when Perez shows up, and there he is. Nice start for this one, Barton.
Yeah, waiting on this score to drop. First turn was nice, and then it flattened out a little bit. Thought he could have climbed the foam there. There was an opportunity for a foam climb instead of just a flat carve on the shoulder. But the final turn, it was so close. We'll know how the judges consider whether it's complete or not. Watch this first turn. Up into the lip, drives a long way along the section. Now I felt like he could bottom turn up onto that white water perhaps and get a foam climb, get something vertical, drove a little wider out onto the face, came to the inside. The question here is complete or not. How do you feel?
Incomplete.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion.
So much of the work was done. The 5.33 for Geordie on the first ride. And then into this is third wave, a 0.5 in between. I saw while the interview was going on this wave, I believe, from Katut. Nice. Oh, no, this was the second turn, the second wave. The first wave, he got a 5.6. And when I was watching it during the interview, I thought to myself, that's got to be better than Jordy Smith's wave. The judges agreed.
Cool stories in the surfboard conversation for some of our surfers in the lineup. You've got Jordy Smith riding his dad, Graham Smith's shape. It's a Smith Shapes board. It's slightly larger than he would be riding at, say, Lower Trestles, Huntington Beach, because this wave has a lot of push, and he's a big dude. He's riding Futures fins, a Jordy prototype fin. So even though he's, been doing the professional surfing thing for so long, still dialing in his equipment, there's no perfect fin or perfect surfboard. You can always, get your fins a little bit, who knows, the foil, the rig, all these things, it gets very scientific, which when it gets scientific, I'm out, I'm riding a 5.7. That's about all I can tell you.
How many litres?
It feels great.
That seems to be the most consistently used reference point for people with surfboards.
Did
now.
You ever
literage.
think you'd be talking about liters?
I never did, and I never really have until this time.
It.
Here we go. Colombian.
8 minutes on the clock. Giorgio Gomez. This guy's been putting up big numbers all week long. It looks like he's going to continue to do so. Nice little bonus section at the end. So it looked like he was thinking that layback was going to be the finisher, but then it was like, hey, there's still dessert. Saves some room. Bashes that end section. Wasn't a huge wave, which could keep that score a little low. We'll see what happens as flying down the line. Katut August now. Couple quick snaps, setting things up for not a good inside section, but a good turn out the back.
5.6 on the first one. I feel like that second score is going to be a good score too. Jordy Smith 4.97 on his third ride. Felt like that score came in at a good place. Looking forward to this second one of Katut's. I feel like he needs a 4.7. I think he's going to get that and go to the lead. We'll see. He definitely got the completion, and being cruelled for the incompletion, Brian Perez getting a 3.3, so obviously the judges agreed with you. Although he made the turn, he's in the whitewater, he never cleared it, got eaten up, so.
Got to get out in front of it.
Fair call.
So 6:50 now on the clock. This heat is flying by.
And that's exactly the score.
Oh.
The Katut
lining up. Our embedded journalist, Mitchell Salazar, talked to Brian Perez before this heat. Brian Perez riding a chemistry surfboard, hand-shaped by Jason Bennett, an incredible surfer out of Oceanside, California. The chemistry team providing Perez's boards for quite some time now. And Perez, in a case of be careful what you wish for, earlier said the surfer he wanted to go up against the most is Jordy Smith.
Well,
that's ambitious. I mean,
dreams do come true.
He is an elite level surfer, Perez.
Yes.
But again, be careful what you manifest.
Yes. Well, Katut has gone into the lead, 6.5. for that last ride. So 6.5 and a 5.5 for an average of 6 across his 2 scores. Both of his scores better than anything else his opposition have ridden. So he's in that position now where you've got to build. He's just got to take his time and make sure he's on better waves than those initial 2, because you can imagine every wave you ride that doesn't improve on something that you've already ridden can be considered a mistake, because you're riding waves, taking time, moving out of the lineup, using your priority, all of those advantages that you have for something that doesn't improve on your situation. That's a big mistake, and especially here today with 5 and 20 on the clock, we've seen how difficult it is to have a lot of reps.
Are we in a DeLorean? Are we going back to the future? How is time flying this fast? This heat just started, and it's almost over. So we see surfer in white, Giorgio Gomez now. Sneaky, kind of mid-wave, not all the way outside, not all the way inside, but it gave him some good opportunity there. Another layback slash on the inside. I like the look of Giorgio's board.
I like the look of his style too.
Yeah, good style, nice looking board.
Great style. 4.4 on the first one. Here's Katut, heat leader.
Katut must be feeling like he's surfing Chengu lefts right now. So much push in the water. His backhand firing there, goes up and over, throwing the tail right back into the power pocket of this wave. He's up and out, that wave flattening out in front of him. Like the work he did on the outside of that one.
Yeah, there was some critical, risky sort of turns done on some bumpy sections. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see, looking to improve on the 5.60. His other 2 waves were 2-turn combinations, clean and crisp on the backhand. That one was a little more erratic and kind of right on the edge of disaster, but pulled it off. It got one more turn in, but still it'd be interesting to see whether that erratic stuff was considered mistakes and loss of control, or whether it was exciting and dramatic and results in a higher score than he's already got.
3:50 now on the clock. Indonesian surfer, full name Aikatut Agus Aditya Putra. And he lives in Denpasar, Bali. His favorite break is called Halfway, which I've never heard of, but I'm just assuming it is an amazing wave.
Kuta Legian, halfway.
There. We just divulged his secrets.
Oh, sorry, mate.
She's a beachy. It's on your bio.
There might be better waves around too.
There might be a couple other good waves in the Bali area. Katut wants to, or as he's doing right now, chasing his dream to be a winner at the Olympics. So far, so good for Katut's path to Paris 2024. It's right around the corner.
5.07 for the local hero, Brian Perez. Giorgio Gomez from Colombia got the 5.07. Brian Perez still sitting on that 3.3. So we saw Gomez get those 2 smaller inside lefts. And earlier you talked about, adapting or changing your rhythm with the waves by catching something on the way out, and I feel like that's what he's done, is exactly that type of strategy. He had a slow start to this heat. Things weren't really going his way. He was having trouble connecting. He ended up catching those 2 smaller waves, the 5.0744, surfed them fantastic, but the size of the wave, I think, has restricted the scoring potential. Needs to put that same type of performance on a bigger wave to match Jordy Smith and Aikatut Agus.
Well, 2 minutes ago, Giorgio Gomez in white needs a 5.24.
Yep.
Giorgio, 27 years old, lives in Florida. He is your 2019 Pan American SUP surf champion. He likes fishing and MMA. Tells me he's a provider and a protector. Good guy to have around on a surf trip. You can go fish, waves are flat, take you out on a SUP. I love a well-rounded water person.
Oh!
That was scary.
That was a gnarly wipeout. But it was a bigger, more critical situation. That's what we were saying he needed to do. So the idea was right. Hopefully he gets another chance with 1:25.
Jordy Smith currently in second place. Big section to work with. No problem for Jordy. 6 feet plus. Really strong individual. And obviously he's got a lot of great technique with that finishing maneuver, displaying his prowess in consequential situations.
And under pressure, so experienced, looking for a 6.77. I say he gets it. I believe that's a 7.75, something in that range.
That's a big wave.
Big wave, and the big turns, all three of them, particularly the last one, critical. Look confident, strong, as he always does. Here he goes on the replay. Takes his time. One of the bigger waves he's had. First turn was a little conservative but controlled. That one he took the tempo, the volume up a little bit, and on the last one smacked it perfectly. Going to consolidate his position in advancing position. Going to make it harder for this guy. As we see on the replay, this is going to be sketchy. Oh! It went under his armpit, it looked like, the rail of the board, huh?
Yeah, that was, I mean, anytime you and your board make contact in a barreling section of a wave like that, it can be scary, but he's fine. He's right back at it. Throwing the tail again on that wild inside section, and just like that, time is up. So we saw a little bit of frustration there for Brian Perez. I mean, even for locals with more knowledge than anybody, this wave can be pretty vexing when you've only got 20 minutes and you've got three amazing surfers to contend with in the lineup. So we will lose Brian Perez to the repechage round. But again, he'll have another chance to stay in this contest. Giorgio Gomez third, Jordy Smith second. Ketut Agus gets the win. Team Indonesia. We're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Felipe Toledo coming up next. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Things are heating up in more ways than one down here in Surf City, El Salvador. And this just in, Jordy Smith's last wave puts him in the top spot. So Jordy Smith gets the win, Ketut in second. Third and fourth place going to the repechage round, and we are right back at it. This is a huge heat. For entertainment value, we're talking 5 stars. 4 incredible surfers, all with their own unique styles in the water right now. Cali Vast representing Team France. Felipe Toledo, Team Brazil. Ore Uziel from Team Israel. And Kehu Butler, one of the best surfers ever come out of New Zealand, in the lineup right now. He'll be in the white jersey. That was a quick look from Uri. And here is Felipe Toledo. One of the few people in the world that the second he stands up, you can identify his style, even as a silhouette. You go, oh, that's Felipe Toledo. You can recognize that anyway.
Even if he's going so fast, it's a blur.
Which he usually is.
He's one of the fastest surfers we have ever seen. Fast in a straight line and fast on the rail. That's the thing that just makes him so hard to beat, is the speed and the searing nature of everything he does. Cali Vast, one of the rising stars of the sport, can surf all types of waves, all size of waves. Very well rounded. Great asset for the French team moving into the future, that young man.
You know, I think we've all been aware of Cali for a while from just what he does at, his home break, Chopo, but watching him in the WSL World Junior Championships, the ISA World Junior Championships, this kid has contest chops for days. He is your prototypical young surfer on the rise with a huge future. He will be on the championship tour. He will be medaling in ISA competition, and would not be surprised one bit to see him on the podium at the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympics. So we see Kehu Butler now.
Smaller wave, huh?
And I like where he put himself on that wave, got held up just a little bit, but great style, super powerful, positive attitude. He's a funny guy, and he is enjoying the ride. And I love when, you know, surfers from New Zealand, when they show up these events, they have their haka, their display of strength and power. It's like it's not threatening, but it's powerful. You know what I mean? It's we are here. We're here. Get ready.
I suppose if you go back in time and you've got warring tribes, and you're standing across the battlefield, so to speak, from them, and you see them doing the haka. It was designed. Mate. It was designed to intimidate. It was designed to as a signal of intention, and certainly I get that feeling. It always gives you goosebumps, or chicken skin, as we say. It's a powerful moment, a powerful thing, and New Zealand, a great country, great people, and the native Maori culture is something that Kehu is proud to be a part of, proud to represent not only his nation but his indigenous nation. Great Grommy too. Seen him, watched him for a long time now, and now he's a young man, very powerful surfer. That was a smaller wave he took then, so going to be interesting to see the effect of that smaller wave on where the score falls. 4.67 of Yuri's, the highest score so far in this one.
Yeah.
How are you,
what happens next. Hey, I'm Chris Cote. That's Barton Lynch. And we're very excited to be bringing you the action here from Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Game 2023. We're fielding Olympians. We're going to be draping medals around surfers next at the end of this contest. And we want to say congratulations to the ISA on a record-breaking year. 63 nations represented.
You know, last night we went home after a big day at the event. We all hung out together a little bit. And I went back to my room and the thought occurred to me that making the world a better place through surfing, well, that's something I get behind. No trouble at all. So for us being here with an organisation that has that concept as its principle at its heart, it's a beautiful thing for us to do, and we're stoked to be here.
And we're witnessing it happen with every heat.
Right
I could
around
just feel the world getting better.
And yesterday afternoon, we had a moment there that had nothing to do with competitive surfing and performance surfing, but everything to do with the culture of surfing influencing people. And that's one of the great stories here, is that it's not only about the performance, but it's also about the culture and the growth of the sport internationally and the acceptance of all of our differences.
Yeah, and then also watching and getting inspired by some of the world's best surfers. Yes. That right there was an incredible snap, throwing the tail. Now we're back to Kehu Butler.
Ooh.
Unafraid to put his body at risk for damage, going up and into a gnarly, grindy section on the inside. And again, I don't know what it is right now with our clock, but it just feels like it's going so fast because there's so much action coming at you. 13:24 to go. And as it stands right now, we do have a lot of scores to come in, but you're surfing from Israel with a 4.67 in the lead. That's all going to change because, well, it just did. 4.07 and a 1.93 for Kehu Butler. He's now in the lead, still waiting for scores from Uri and from Kauli Vast, which we think is going to be a pretty big number because he hammered that last wave.
And surprisingly enough, on the opening exchange in fourth place with the lowest score, Felipe Toledo. On paper, coming into this, he would be the favourite in most probably any heat he ever surfs. Not here, not today. Here's Cowley on his second ride. Up into the lip, beautiful big backhand re-entry on the closeout and completes it. It's a couple of good scores early. 3.83 on the first. He'd be hoping to get rid of that. And, you know, an Israeli surfer winning that opening exchange with that 4.67.
Love to see it.
Oh, what's going on here? Kehu, leg rope break.
Don't love to see that. Broken leash, maybe a broken board. This is not an easy place to have to use your board caddy. The rocks, the cobblestones, super slippery. Getting in and out takes some time, and it is a threat to your ankles, your toes. I mean, it's not like it's super sharp, gnarly reef that these surfers are used to dealing with around the world, but there's something to be said for the danger element at a cobblestone point break like this.
Here we go, back up boards, making their way down through those cobblestones. unfortunate waste of time. And if he thought time was going fast before, it's going to be going even faster for this young man now. He knows he's got a lot of work to do. He's still got to make it out the back, get that leg rope on or leash on, which connects the board to his ankle. Under normal circumstances, not sure if the board snapped and he just decided to get rid of the other half, or whether the leg rope came off and he lost that board. Either way, he's making his way back out now. And it could be a, 5-minute paddle out, you think, Chris? It's definitely, depending on the sets and what you encounter along the way, it could be a 5-minute paddle out, leaving him very little time once he gets back out the back to get a second score.
It can be anywhere between 2 and 19 minutes to get back out there, depending on where you are in the lineup. This is a very unforgiving location at this size in terms of, the consistency and getting back out there. We saw yesterday at the end of our day, the wind had whipped up, the swell filled in. Our women's repechage round 1 surfers, they were dealt a cruel blow by nature. Just, there was plenty of waves out there, but sometimes a lot is too much, and that's what we saw. Full credit to all of our competitors yesterday afternoon who dealt with it, and some of them thrived, and they all survived. So they all definitely learned a lesson about the power that this place can punch. And I would say, again, I've said it every day, but this is truly Hawaiian-style power. I mean, to me, that's kind of the illustration I can create. If you ever surfed on the North Shore, even on a head-high day, you feel that punch. Similar feel to here.
5-point ride for Kaoli Vast from Tahiti, representing France. Takes him into the lead.
9:47.
Felipe still on the 2.67 as his only score. Got the first priority, though.
Okay. Well, he's going to be playing patient. Well, 9:30 to go. Jordy Smith got the last second wave, got the score, got the win. He's standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
Yes, he is. Former ISA gold medalist in 2006 in Huntington Beach. And it's not every day that I get to interview somebody that's actually taller than me. So Jordy's here. It's awesome. Jordy, comeback win for you. What was it like experiencing a great heat out there with awesome waves at La Bocana?
Yeah, it was really nice. It's kind of resembling big kind of open ocean bells or something like that. But when those sets come through, the medium waves are really good. And yeah, to share with the Pink Panther in the heat is really cool. Obviously, local boy. And yeah, he's always been really cool and kind to me. So unfortunately, he didn't make the heat, but the other surfers surf really well.
Let's talk about the amount of influence that you have on a lot of surfers here at this event. You inspired me to pursue the qualifying series. Now I have a job. I get to work with you now. But Brian Perez, you've been an idol for him for years. He actually wanted to surf with you in this event, and it was one of his goals. The meaning and the impact that you have on a lot of surfers here, is it noticeable for you?
Yeah, I think like in Brian's case, he's kind of supported me pretty much throughout my whole career. He's told me that I'm one of his idols. And yeah, I think that comes with a bit of pressure. You've got to always put your best foot forward, keep your chin up, and make sure that you are a good role model for some of these kids coming up, because all it takes is influencing one kid, and that's the potential of becoming a world champion.
Especially from a country as rich in waves as El Salvador. What are you looking forward to in your next heat later this afternoon?
Probably just more of that. I think the tide's probably coming in a little bit, so probably a little less wash-throughs. But yeah, you just got to kind of take it as it comes and judge it in the moment.
Thanks for your time, Jordy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mitch.
That's pretty cool to see an influencer in real life.
Yeah. Been on at this game for a very long time. Bit of a child prodigy as well.
Definitely.
Travelled the world, lived in different places. Now got a young family. Look at this late takeoff in the whitewater. That was difficult.
That's whitewater rafting gone wrong. 7:27 on the clock. Time flying by. Another, looks like about a 5-wave set marching through here at La Bocana. And we do have 2 podiums happening right now. There are large waves for our women's main rounds happening just a few blocks up the beach at El Sunzal. Our production, speaking of entertaining, this guy is one of the most entertaining surfers that we have in the world. Whenever he hits the water, big things are going to happen. That's Kanoe Igarashi. He'll be coming up in green. I think he's got a huge heat. Garage McDade, Alan Cleveland Jr. It's going to be a fun one.
Guilherme Finesque.
Yeah, Fonseca. Coming up. Four surfers enter. 2 surfers continue on. 2 surfers head to the repechage. As it stands now, 4 surfers are duck diving. 4 surfers are trying to fight nature and losing.
Massive set.
Felipe Toledo.
Did he just get washed all the way in?
He was risking it a little bit. We saw his positioning in the lineup. He was kind of just on the inside of where most of the sets were breaking, and he's copping it now, wearing a nice percentage of the El Salvadorian Ocean on his head.
And Carly Vast had a 5, and then the wave we watched during the interview, he's going to improve on that 5, in my opinion, and continue to build and put pressure. Felipe Toledo still only got that 1 ride. His priority, we'll see there the S next to it, which means that Yuri and Felipe's priority has been suspended because they are no longer in the lineup. That set literally washed them in, and when we look out, Felipe is nowhere near in a position to get a wave. He is 50 metres off the cobblestone shoreline.
He's at the gym.
Yeah, he's been
working out
on the treadmill.
Yeah.
But he definitely just got washed in. He's got a bit of time. He needs a lull to hit now. 5 minutes, still enough time. But a 6.83, there it is for Carly Vastos. Could see that coming, consolidating his lead. To get to second, Felipe only needs that 3.34. Kehu Butler, we saw him have his complications, losing his board and having to come to the shore and change equipment.
What a relief for Kehu Butler. I mean, that's sometimes the luck of the draw. Unlucky to break his leash, but lucky to get back out there during a huge set while his competitors are caught off guard, caught inside. He was able to sneak around just at the right time. He got himself another wave, so his backup, that 193, will be washed off the board, just like all of our surfers were washed out of the takeoff zone.
Literally washed out of the lineup. Great timing to back up that 4.07, because with 4 minutes left, he'll have, Kehu in particular, will have enough time to get back out the back and build on that 4.07. We saw an air there, reverse into the closeout turn. Obviously better than the 193. Going to be interesting to see how high that particular wave goes and how much pressure that puts on Felipe Toledo, what sort of an ask it's going to put to him to advance through this heat. And here's the lull he needed to get back out the back at least.
Well, Felipe Toledo, of course, with the reputation of a tenacious competitor, he'll get right back into the zone, and it looks like he's got clear water to work with. We'll see where he decides to, at least, you know, he's going to sit up for a couple seconds and take stock of what just happened. And here we go. Surfer from Israel, Uri. Nice backhand snap. Good section to work with here.
Wow.
Well-placed turn. The gift
Hold
that
on.
keeps on giving. A third.
Wow.
Nice quiet finish. What a wave. What a comeback mounted by Uri Uziel. Team Israel is hyped. And he only needed a 4.54. 3 big turns and a finisher.
Gets it. Guaranteed gets that score. Smaller wave, wasn't a big set, but it just kept delivering. And the sections he got to hit were steep and critical, so it wasn't like he was on a fatter shoulder that he was just doing wraps. He was right in that pocket. That was a really good wave. Exactly what he needed at this point in time to put pressure on both Kehu. We'll wait and see. What do we see for him? A 5.13 for that last ride. Means that Felipe Toledo needs a 6.53 to get into that second place. And this score to drop for Yuri. It's going to be a big score, don't you think?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a situation switch. The judges love a satisfying combo platter, and it's exactly what Uzi just provided. Uri just provided for them. You know, you think of the variety of maneuvers, and they were all pretty similar snaps, but the way he did them and where he did them, that's going to provide the potency.
Absolutely.
In his score line. And Kehu Butler, 5.13, 4.07. White, so yeah, his last score comes through. That was a 5.13.
And that wave really was a 3 of a wave. It was a terrible wave, and he surfed it up to the 5.13 with his performance, so that was a great job. Here's the drone angle. Oh, beautiful tight snap. Little catch to the rail, but nothing too critical or damaging. Another turn. It just kept standing up. There's the third spray flying, critical into the fourth. And you go, well, that was exactly what you would have wished for at that point in time.
Here's where it all started to fire up. Decent first turn, and then
These next two, eh? Look at this one. Felt good.
Yeah, those are the type of sections that have surfers just salivating. Look at this. Bam. Do it again. Bam. A 1, 2, 3.
Israeli team, they're frothing. They know the consequence of knocking out the current world champion in Felipe Toledo. Amazing surfer. We all love that guy and how great he is on the board. But this heat hasn't really gone to plan. 35 seconds. Will he get a wave? What does he need? Yuri's comes in at 7:17.
Jumps straight into the lead. So now Uziel drops a hammer. He's got an 11.84 total. Time's winding down. Calivas drops to second. Kehu Butler in third, needing a 6.71. Felipe Toledo, unbelievably in fourth place, needing a near-perfect 9.16.
And it's 5 seconds to go, mate. Brazil is down to the repechage round.
Oh, the hype is real. Team Israel fired up on the boardwalk. We're fired up in the booth, and we hope all of you watching are getting caught up in the excitement here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Surf fans, you're going to get your money's worth this week.
Yes, sure are.
Yeah, we still have 4 full days of competition after this, and the rest of the afternoon. It's going to be fun to watch. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're still shook. See what we just witnessed. A huge win for Team Israel. Uri Uziel getting the victory. Calivas, second place. Kehu Butler in third. And Felipe Toledo, somewhere we aren't used to seeing him, fourth place, heading to the repechage.
With a heat score total of 2.67. So that'll tell you how challenging the conditions are today. And without good rhythm, without good strategy, that can happen to anyone.
Yep. And we're back at it, 17:39 on the clock. Another fun matchup in the lineup. Unless, of course, you're in the lineup, then it's serious business. For us, though, we're excited. We got Garage McDade representing Ireland, Alan Cleland Jr. from Mexico, Kanoa Igarashi, Team Japan, and Guilherme Fonseca from Team Portugal.
Tough heat.
Oh
Some of the standouts so far. Alan Cleland.
Highlight reel.
Highlight reel.
Highlight
absolutely.
reel human.
Kanoa, highlight reel. Guilherme on the first day when I got to see him, he surfed amazing and a part of that powerful Portuguese team. And then the Irishman, Gerard McDade, to be sure.
Now, if I'm thinking about surfers from rising nations, and I put Ireland in that conversation because there's been great surfers from Ireland for a long time. We've seen the waves they have there, a lot of gnarly surfing happening. But in terms of a surfer coming from a country like that who could tackle Chopo, it's this kid right here. Garage McDade is a force to be reckoned with. The waves he surfs look like cold water Chopo.
And he just proved he's a force to be reckoned with. Guilherme up and out, but that two-turn combination is going to be a wave that he will keep at the end of this heat. If he doesn't need to, unbelievable. He will have, be in an advancing position, but that's going to be a high score. That's the sort of critical surfing the judges love. The first turn was, straight up into the lip, and then the closeout turn was money.
Fun surfer to watch. He's a cool kid. He definitely thrives in the ISA environment. You see him obviously very focused on the task at hand, but he gets out there, gets amongst the teams, soaks it all in, and it's a pleasure to have Garage in our field, and I'm sure we're going to see him for quite some time because he's still a young guy, still got a huge future ahead of him.
Oh.
So we see Al Cleland Jr. now somehow recovering. Most of us would have already been underwater getting ragdolled, but Al Cleland, he's built different. An absolute hammer. And meanwhile, Kanoe Igarashi, a rare mistake for Kanoa. You don't see that often.
Pressure's starting to build today. We're seeing the impact of the pressure and responsibility of starting to get towards the business end, representing your nation and your team. You don't, like you said, you don't see him do that hardly ever.
Yeah, and do not underestimate anyone, including your surfer from Israel. Uri Uziel is standing by after a huge victory with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right. In the main round 4, Uri Uziel, a 7.17, the highest score of the heat. There was a lot going on, waves coming through. Some people got caught inside. You persevered and made it through with the win. Tell me about the conditions out there and how you were able to maintain calm in such distress.
Wow, it was so difficult to read the ocean. Before the heat, I was sitting with Ben Safati, my coach, and we were kind of confused which plane to take, and then we decided once and it worked. So I'm really happy. It's a big success for me because those surfers are, high-level surfers, and Felipe is like one of my favorite surfers, and now competing with him and winning him, it's like, wow, I can't describe can't describe it in words. But yeah, I feel great and it was really fun.
You know what I can't describe is the energy from your team. You came in, everybody was whistling, yelling, you guys had a chant. The significance of competing for Team Israel for you, obviously very high, but competing with such an amazing team and training staff, what does that feel like for you coming from Israel?
I feel like our team is like, we really connect to each other from the heart. We really like spending time with each other since we're really young. And I really love my teammates, and we're having such a great time here. And yeah, it's a good energy from Israel. I love Israel. I will never, I'll never choose like a different team than this. There's almost all of them are my best friends. So, we're having such a good time.
Appreciate the loyalty, man. Congratulations. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you. I want to say thanks to my parents, my mom and my dad. Love you guys. Love everybody. Thanks.
Uri Uziel.
Emotional moments all up and down the boardwalk here. That's just another reason why this contest is so special.
Just sit here with a big smile on our face, eh? That was a fantastic interview, and for anyone to take on Felipe Toledo is an honour, and then to come out with the win is a big compliment and a big boost in the arm for your confidence and for the team.
No doubt. I love how we just go from this kind of magical, special moment and heartfelt joy to full-blown competition mode. Back in the blink of an eye, we're in the water with Garage McDade on his replay, sitting on a 6.
And I believe that first wave we just watched was the 5-point ride of Kanoe Igarashi's, and then a 6 for the Irishman. I don't believe there was enough spread there. I believe that there was more than a 1 point difference between those two rides. More critical, more vertical. The last turn from the Irishman was powerful. Kanoa's wave was not quite as tall and not quite as, the turns weren't quite as crisp and aggressive. And I feel like that spread could have been a little more, but I suppose that's why I'm a commentator, not a judge.
Yeah, stay down here.
Yeah, exactly. 3.43 for Alan Cleland, and we saw him come out of the white water at the bottom of the wave, get to his feet, somehow get into that lip and just tweak and twist the board at the right time to create a turn that he had no right really to do. And then a 0.93 for Kanoa Igarashi, and then a 0.5, so a couple of mistakes after that 5 for Kanoa.
So Garage in the lead, surfer in red representing Ireland, born in Sligo. Favorite break, Strandhill. He was riding Fourth Surfboards, Shank model. Bradley Surfboards, Bradley Surfboards, the Shank model. 4-time national champion in Ireland.
Up and riding.
You know what his favorite hobby is? Surfing. When you can make your hobby your career, you're doing something nicely, and he's just really solid, right? Really smooth, solid. Kind of reminds me of a Glenn Hall type of surfer. Not a huge guy, but really uses every ounce he has to push through those turns. Nice, smooth, compact style. As you can tell, I'm a big fan of Garage McDade.
Oh, I am too. The speed with which he did everything on that wave was so good. That's going to be a second score.
And here we go, Guilherme Fonseca. Can he ride out of that wild situation? He gets bucked off the Bronco, currently underwater. Now back out to the right. A little late takeoff there. Kanoa Igarashi, he's going to stick with it. This thing's starting to perk up down the line. One nice slash there over a big rib. Two-stager, stalling up in the power pocket. CNN section, slices it. Caught up just a little bit, so that wave was kind of working against him the whole time, and now he is way down the line. I mean, he's in a different time zone.
How was that side energy that came through that wave on 2 occasions? You called it as a wind rib. It was almost like a side wave that came across and affected the face, but he just managed it perfectly. Looked so smooth and controlled.
He could have done the world's biggest chop hop off that thing.
And kick flip.
Maybe next time. We'll see what happens. You never know. I mean, you literally couldn't, you wouldn't have seen some of the results coming, but again, that's what makes this contest so exciting. 8:40 now on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi's second score comes through, 4.87. Garage back at it. Kind of a weird whitewatery section to work with there. Nice lay back into it. Nothing else for him.
Yeah, that was his 4.87, the Irishman. But he needs to get it on bigger waves, it would seem, because the surfing on that 4.87 was like perfect, beautiful, sharp, fast, searing. But the 4.87 is an indication that, hey, we need it to be done on bigger waves, better waves. You can catch those small in-betweeners, but it's much harder to surf the big ones, and that's where the big scores will come from. I don't see that last ride of Reds doing much for him on a 10.87 total, so nice start. Will Kanoa Igarashi get the 5.88 that he needs? He was on a pretty good wave. He very well could get that score and go into the lead.
Quick look there for Alan Cleland. You know, Kanoa Igarashi, I would put him in that conversation as one of the most consistent surfers competing today. Always seems to have the ability to find the wave and get the score. You know, I don't think that the last 2 years have been his, you know, he did make the WSL Final 5 the year before, so one of his best years of competition, fighting for a world title there. Obviously, he has been super dominant in ISA competition, and I put him in that group of the best.
Yes.
And you know he's worked for it too. Obviously, born with a lot of natural talent. We've seen him in competition since he was 5 years old. Meanwhile, Garage McDade, interesting looking wave to work with. Tough end section there. That mid portion of some of these lefts, is so weird.
Yeah.
It's just a weird wave.
And you saw it confuse him.
Yeah.
He was like, I'm going over here. Oh, no, I don't know. You know.
Yeah, it's like every other left has this long, extended flat spot. Only Gabriel Medina has really been able to decode that section. Other lefts that come through look super fun, rippable all the way through. And I think, you know, today with so many waves coming through, of course, wave selection, crucial part of getting the score you need. But I would say there's definitely some luck involved with these sets because the rhyme and reason isn't really clear.
Yeah, 2.9. So you can see that McDade has had that 6 to the 4.87 and then a 2.67 and a 2.9. Both mistakes. At that point, once you've established your first two scores, your job is to improve and build on them. And every time you take off and don't, it's got to be considered a mistake. You may not get that score because the wave wasn't good enough and the mistake was in wave selection, or that you fall and come unstuck and it was a mistake that was about the performance. As we see Sally Fitzgibbons getting ready for the first of the women's round.
Oh, perfect. And I have the next heat off. I get to go get a front row seat on the rocks to watch some of my favorites. Sophie McCullough, Sally Fitzgibbons, Mahina Maeda, Jordi Sanchez. That is a incredible lineup. There's Sophie McCullough, powerhouse surfer representing Team Australia. Friendly fire there. Sophie and Sally in the same heat.
She's really good, Sophie, isn't she? She's a superstar of the future. Kanoa only got a 4.93 on the last one, still in second place.
Kanoa's loving these rights. It's where he's been sticking throughout this entire contest. Making it work for him.
5.88 is the ask, and I dare say he gets it on that one. That could be the best wave of the heat so far.
The finishing turn, you know. And then when you can end with a bang like that, you know, the judges, of course, watch from beginning to end, but that's the last thing they have in their mind. And judges are surfers and surf fans just like us, so when they see a big moment like that, you know, it really sticks with them. You got to tell the whole story on the wave, but I feel like a big finish definitely works in your favor when you're fighting for a score.
For sure. Alan and Guilherme having trouble finding good waves out there in this lineup. But here, and again, there it is, a closeout. That one looked like before you'd even paddled into it, you should have been able to identify that as a closeout because that thing didn't stay open very long at all.
Al Cleland gets the back three. Tail high, upside down, inverted with an uphill landing.
He's capable of doing maneuvers in situations and parts of the wave you have no right to be able to do it.
Right. That was not a ramp.
That was just so well manufactured. What is he looking for? He's looking for a 6.5, so it's a big score, but that was the most futuristic, difficult thing we've seen in this heat so far.
And we haven't seen any big airs since Medina's heat.
That's right.
Which was a few hours ago. And, you know, the judges, they go from the second the heat starts to they don't, you know, they're not scoring that against Medina's wave early on. This is all happening in real time. That's going to be a interesting number for sure. And look, on the way back out, something comes right to him. Quick setup. This wave could bowl up on the inside. Showing something for him. That was a hot little pocket. 2:48 on the clock. So Al Cleland could have just replaced both of his scores in the span of about 30 seconds.
Yeah, 3.43 was the heat high to that point. He's definitely eclipsing that with the air. We know that. That's going to be a good score that he can keep. That was a little wave. The first couple turns didn't have much flair in them. The third one did when it stood up and gave him that little section, and he's so spicy and sharp on the rail. That could improve on that 3.43, and like you said, he could get his two in a matter of a couple of minutes.
Jeez.
Front on angle, driving. There was barely a ramp there. He squeezed that thing in and just rotated so beautifully. 7.33's the score, and rightly so, up into second place.
Flipped everything around. We saw Kanoa get his number. He jumps into the lead, and just as expected, Al Cleland Jr. replaces both of his scores. I think that's the exact number that I was thinking of for that air. Just where he did it, how he did it, going upside down like that. You know, there's a big difference between your stock standard air reverse and an air reverse like that, which was mind-blowing.
Yeah, it was mind-blowing.
He's a big kid, too.
The rotation was just so clean and fluid. 633's dropped for Kanoa Igarashi, so he's got 5 to 633, has him in first place. Alan Cleland Jr. only needs a 4, so he was just short of that, 0.10 short of taking the lead.
Yeah.
The Irishman who led from the start still got that 6. He only needs a 5.24 as well. So,
well, in terms of positioning,
50 seconds, mate.
You've got 2 heats going on. You got Kanoa's heat, which he's surfing by himself over on the right, way down the beach, and then you got the rest of these 3 guys battling it out on these lefts. Well surfed by, well, I'd say well surfed by 3 of them. Fonseca, he's an amazingly talented surfer, but just didn't get himself in the zone to show us his skill level, which is extremely high. And here goes Garage trying to fight back. Needs a 5.24. Frothy face. He's going to have to do something huge on this inside section. Can he land it? He had to try. You got to try.
That wave really wasn't the score as far as just a wave goes. Frothy, a bit smaller. That was exactly what he had to do. 5 seconds on the clock. Going to be too late for another ride, but here's Kanoa.
Kanoa now just making his walk in a little bit easier. Going left, getting the proper position. Team Japan is very fortunate to have Kanoa Igarashi on their squad because he is a contender anytime he paddles out. Hyper consistent, flashy, fun to watch. You know, really mind the cliche, checks all the boxes.
And very professional, strategically tight, so knowledgeable and experienced. Yeah, he's the full package, isn't he?
No doubt. Well, more action to come. We're going to welcome the women into the lineup here at La Boacana, and as well as Shannon and Mitchell on the call. We'll be right back. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Boacana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers. Goes for the huge
goodness.
Corrupt flip. Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Kanoa Igarashi just took out another win, looking to go back-to-back with a gold medal that he claimed in Huntington Beach back in 2022, specifically. A lot of 2s in that one. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. And Mitch, we've already got some waves underway, so we'll just stick with that. Sophie McCulloch for Team Australia, unleashing on her first big turn. A lot of water moving out there. Swell has peaked, and we've got the best women in the world to challenge it. Great looking opener for Sophie. Falls on the finishing turn, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, and 4 powerhouses in the water, too. 2 surfers from Australia, Sophie McCulloch and Sally Fitzgibbons. Garasi Sanchez from Spain and Mahina Maeda from Japan. An Olympian herself. Calls Sunset Beach her home, but tends to surf rocky lefts quite a bit. It does seem a little bit like Rocky's out there right now. I expect Mahina to do well with this amount of swell in the water, but you got to be thinking that Australia, they're looking to get 2 to make it through out of this heat.
That's so true. It's going to be a great matchup. 17 minutes on the clock, 20-minute heats for the main round events. We are in 15-minute rapid charge heats, which have been running down at Sunzal throughout today, both men's and women's side of the draw. So you can click over to follow the live scores on the website at ISAsurf.org, as well as to see the cam for Sunzal to be able to watch the action. If your favorite surfers are competing over here, you may have some favorite surfers that are competing on this side at La Bocana throughout today, though. And we've got scores that we're waiting for first of Sophie. We've also got a score to drop through for Sally Fitzgibbons, which she would have taken off on during the break, so we haven't had any vision of it yet. But no surprises to see Sally, the 3-time ISA gold medalist. 14 years of career on the WSL Championship Tour as well, with that 15th year being the start of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And for her to take out an early wave, really set the tone in the lineup, no surprises.
Well, and the amount of accolades that she has in her career, impeccable. What she's done for the sport, especially on the women's side, she's been able to elevate and grow. And she's dropping a great score so far early on in this heat, Shannon.
A 7-point ride to open for Fitzgibbons. McCulloch behind with the 4.33. Now, had Sophie McCulloch been able to finish that second turn, she could have been looking like a score of Sally's.
100%. And a 4.33, that could easily be your backup score right now, too. So you don't want to be thinking that that's something bad. But obviously, completion is something that you're looking for out there on a big set wave. We did see in the previous heat, though, Al Cleland Jr. made it back in literally the last 5 or 6 minutes of his heat in order to move up into second place and advance into round number 4. But in this round specifically, especially when you have friendly fire like this from both Australians, the key is to always play defense once one of the surfers is advancing in number 1 spot. So Fitzgibbons right now with control of the heat on a 7-point ride. She's going to be looking for a backup, and as soon as she gets that, she's going to be helping out her teammate.
Well, looking for the backup already, up and riding on a nice-looking section, although that wave goes flat so quickly. Wave selection being really crucial. Mitch, you've been down on the beach in the mix with all the athletes today. We had that quick check-in with you on the conditions before we started out this morning around 7:55, and it's really just changed. The playing field is so different than what we were looking at this morning.
Yeah, and the tide's still rising, too. We have about another hour and a half until the tide finishes to rise. But I think the rights are way more surfable now. As you can see, Garasi proving my point here.
31 years old, driving off the bottom, setting that line, and looking for that first big maneuver. That was a solid-sized takeoff. Drives back, looks like she completed that first turn, and she's just racing so far down towards the river mouth. As we check in quickly to see another surfer with a paddle, I believe that was Mahina, possibly, in the white jersey. And we're waiting for a first wave of our surfer in white, Fitzgibbons in the lead. They're in front, but with third priority. And Mahina now with another strong paddle. There we go, gets into this one. Sets the rail for that first turn. Couple runs off the bottom to set herself up here on the inside, looking for a nice, powerful attack on her forehand.
Oh!
And pulls off the finish. Challenging section. Impressive way to start things off for Maeda.
That was sick. That last turn was necessary for her to get a score, at least in that 5-point range, in the mid-range. And, Mahina's been taking some time off from competing, actually. She stopped doing the qualifying series and the Challenger series because she was having financial difficulties. And she's actually been taking a lot of jobs in the film industry with Bailey Naj's dad, Tony, and being able to work in the film industry for her and able to fund her efforts to become an Olympian once again.
Oh, that's incredible insight as we take a look at S-turn to start for Sophie. Drives high into the lip for that first big maneuver. So she's going to build on the 4.33 that she has down so far. Still waiting for scores for first of blue and for first of white to come through. Fitzgibbons now with just that 0.5 as her quick in and out of the second wave. She's sitting with priority at the top. And that's, I feel like, such a similar story for many competitive surfers around the world, that of Mahina's, of giving it that hard try, coming straight out of high school maybe, getting a little bit of a tester of the pro juniors and everything while still in high school, sometimes getting a chance to travel a little bit more in those early years as well. And then once they start hitting into their early 20s, it's that kind of reality check Where's their family at? Where's that sponsorship at? Which could be really strong. It could be just that emotional support rather than being able to financially support as well. And then sort of, you know, a lot of these surfers having to figure out what they're going to do to actually be able to pay the bills at the end of the month, as we take a look at Sally Fitzgibbons here.
Yeah, so this is the 7-point ride that she had at the start of the heat. Just being able to drive through those sections with the amount of speed and the great use of the rails. Lovely surfing to start off from Sally Fitzgibbons. This is the 433 from Sophie. Great first turn to start off, but then right here ends up in the white water, and that avalanche just unfortunately takes her out. And we're still waiting on this score for Maeda as well, which you would have to be thinking is at least something in the mid-range. Setup snap right there, another carve, but this turn right here is difficult. Sets it up once more, and look at the amount of white water and torque that she has for that last turn right there. That was incredible from Mahina, just the ability to recover. And then Garasi on the right. You know, surprised that she didn't go for it in that opening section. You know, she lets that one go by, and unfortunately for her, pays the price because there's not much after that. The rights on the high tide, you'll have maybe 2-3 sections at the most where they really stand up. And if you don't get them at the beginning of the wave, it's usually a sign that you need to kick out. Sophie right behind her. This was a setup snap into the gorgeous last turn right here from McCulloch. Last season, Challenger Series event in Haleiwa, needed a result, got it, made it onto the Championship Tour.
Fitzgibbons now up and riding again, staying really low just to keep that smooth flow through those bumps on the face of the wave. Manages to fit 2 turns tightly together before needing to kick out. Showing that experience from the Olympian. Sally, an Olympian on a couple of levels, a surfing Olympian, of course, for Tokyo 2020. But she also had that opportunity as a Grom to be competing as a runner at the Australian Youth Olympics. And she took away gold medals in both the 800 and the 1500 meters back in the day. Had to then decide, you know, while running qualifiers in the Czech Republic for World Juniors, if she was going to pursue running as a full-on career ahead of her as an athlete, or if she was going to pursue surfing. She had a couple of options in front of her, decided to go with surfing, knowing the lifestyle that she would be living as, you know, a 10 to 12-year-old at that stage of her career, then heading into her late teens and through into her adult years, that she could either be in the ocean every day of the week, or she could be running on the pavement. And she still runs on the pavement. I guarantee you every day she's out for a run. But to be able to pursue that career as a surfer has really paid off for her, and it's given her an incredible lifestyle as well.
Yeah, she's one of the hardest working people in the sport, as Sophie right here up and riding.
Great looking carve to start off, sets her line for the second. Now looking for a critical finish here as she just checks, trying to gain some speed through that froth and looking for one last maneuver. Read that wave really well, Mitch.
Yeah, she did, and most importantly, gonna extend her second place position, as you've got to be thinking that Sally Fitzgibbons is gonna get the 3.3 or better than that. As of right now, the 2 Aussies in the top 2 spots.
That's right. Sally just drops into 6.1, so she retakes the lead, drops Sophie back into second. Sophie would now need a 7.13 in order to take first away. As we see, so many of our surfers and the work crew around the site have just been hanging out on that boardwalk. It's a great setup for all the teams to come down. There's shade, there's places, you know, there's restaurants up and down as well to be able to get a cool drink, to be able to get a nice meal, and to be set for a big day of competition.
Yeah, it's around 95 degrees when you're not in the shade, and it's around 94 when you are in the shade, so not a huge difference. But yeah, I mean, you're down there, you can definitely feel the vibes and the amount of experience from certain people. You can feel the presence of a couple people over there on the boardwalk. I remember when Jordy Smith was actually walking up, you could feel like an aura change, and people kind of invite his presence into their lineup right there. But awesome to see. And as of right now, it seems like Fitzgibbons takes the lead, but we're still waiting on the last score of McCulloch, though.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock. Fitzgibbons in the lead. Mahina Maeda, though, sitting with priority. Chasing at the moment. Well, it was in the 4s. Now it's up to the 6s. A 6.47 for Maeda of Japan, because McCulloch has just dropped in her highest score of a 6-point ride.
Yeah, and more than capable is Mahina to get something in the excellent range. And personally, I think that there's many times where a couple of her scores, you know, should maybe be rewarded a bit higher, but it's because of her low center of gravity. They might not look as explosive. She doesn't stand up as much, but that's great. She wants her base to be low, And as of right now, needing a mid-6, very attainable, and she's great with priority too. But Sophie McCulloch and Sally Fitzgibbons, this is their chance to team up and really get the top 2 spots for Oz.
Keeping their momentum moving forward in the main rounds. We've seen all 3 men on the Australian side drop out to repechage earlier today.
We saw Lobby earlier today have a couple falls on the rights. And how's this wave selection from Sophie McCulloch? This came in as a 6. Great first wrap in the pocket, another one after this. And as her highest scoring ride so far, a lot of froth on this wave, but that Peisel ghost just drawing some great lines into the lip right there. And she gets a decent finish too, wraps it back again. The difficult thing to me in comparison for the rights to the lefts is that the lefts with the high tide tend to give you less sections, but higher quality sections. The right tend to run away from you a bit more. So yeah, Sally, I think, picking up a great strategy right here going into this heat with the peak high tide coming up in around an hour. This is what I'd be doing out there right now, Shannon.
Great surfing from Fitzgibbons. Staying in the lead, McCulloch in second, so Australia currently leading things. As we wait for the next set to roll through, we'll go down to the beach, catch up with Jess Grimwood and Al Cleland.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I did grab him because for me, in that story of that last heat, it was pretty dramatic. I mean, the water literally blew your leg rope off your leg, and you were just telling me about regaining composure and then throwing down that humongous kind of inverted air.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it came down to literally a 4-minute heat. I lost my board, and luckily I got like a whitewash, and I kind of swam with it and then went back out, and the guys didn't even look at the wave that I went for, and I just turned around and told myself, you got to do something big, or it's go big or go home, and that thing came along, and I'm just stoked to make it through.
You are literally one of the most enjoyable surfers to watch. The passion and the excitement, slapping the board and slapping the water out there. I mean, you were 4 points away from taking out Kanoa too for the win in that heat. It must have been feeling good here in that comeback for pretty much an inside wave and scoring something like a 7+.
Yeah, I mean, last time I lost to Kanoa in the same round, same heat, same everything. So I was really looking forward to it. I mean, I didn't get lucky at the start, but I just had that passion, I had that fire, and I just wanted to do something and went out there and did it. And we're just into the next round and hopefully just keep calm, gain composure, and just keep it going.
Mexico's fired up, mate. I'm so excited to watch you surf again. Make sure you duct tape that Velcro onto that ankle for next heat.
Sounds good, yeah. Maybe hopefully the swell drops a little bit so it doesn't rip it off my board, but stoked. Un saludo a todo México. Aquí vamos, poco a poco. Ánimo, viva México.
Thanks, Al. Thanks very much.
Great grab. You can seriously feel the energy coming through from Alan Cleland Jr. Absolutely pumped up. That would be 2 heats in a row, right, Mitch, for the leash being blown off. I believe Kihu Butler in his heat also lost his board, but it was just because that Velcro came undone. So the duct tape is not a bad call, Grimwood. As we see Garazi now driving down the line, setting herself up here. This is an important moment if she can ride out, find that projection, but mistimes it.
Yeah, and I don't think the wave selection right there was the best either. A lot froth to your face, and she was having to catch up to that section the whole time where it wasn't really coming towards her. The rights tend to do that quite a lot on the higher tide, but she's still sticking to her guns. As of right now, though, 4 minutes, is it the right strategy to have? Probably not. She needs a 9.8 just on one score. And if you still have 4 or 5 minutes left on the clock, you probably want to separate those two into a couple scores that you could replace in your scoreline. The real question here is Maeda going to have a chance at a 6.47? And how are both Sally Fitzgibbons and Sophie McCulloch going to play these last few minutes against her? Maeda, competitive, savvy, and she is as experienced as they come. Multiple-time medalist here at the ISA, an Olympian, World Pro Junior champion, and runner-up. You know, I've expected Mahina to be on the championship tour for a few years. Still very young. She can still do it. But it's this moment right here that could be huge for Team Japan. And if she makes it through a few more rounds, she could potentially be an Olympian once again.
It's so true. She could take that qualification this week on the women's side for Asia. I love hearing those stats from her because you're right. She's one of those surfers that may be less familiar to some of our audience that's tuning in. But she's a woman that over the last 7 to 8 years should have qualified for the Women's Championship Tour. If those numbers were doubled, if the women had the same number as the men, Mahina would have been a consistent surfer on that tour given her qualifying series finishes.
Right.
She's been the surfer one out from the spot in the past. And so to be able to see her now taking a run, being able to find the Olympics last year or in 2020, and now to be a strong threat with surfing like this, that was an incredibly good finish. She's looking for that 6.47. She's a surfer that deserves those opportunities, and I'm so glad that she's gotten the one she has so far, and I want so much more for her.
Yeah, and a big fall right there from Sophie. It seemed like a decent right. She's very, very far south, so it seems like Fitzgibbons is covering the left right now, and she's going to be doing her thing on the right because she's still looking to better a low score of a 5.97. Now, 6.47, it would have to be the best score of Maeda so far in this heat. She's only caught 2 waves. Is it around the 6s of both Fitzgibbons and McCulloch? Is it just slightly better than that? And it's right around there. Had the one strong carve on the open face and then straight up into the lip afterwards. It was a good-sized wave, too. And we're in the first heat of women's round 3 as well, so they have to reset the scale. They haven't seen too many waves, but you obviously know how talented these surfers are out there, Shannon, and you have 2 Olympians, both Fitzgibbons and the surfer in the white Mahina. So roundhouse cutback, sees the section, eyes it up, and a strong turn at the end, airdrops out of it as well. I mean, a 6.5, not out of question, but is it better than the 6s that the 2 Aussies have in the scoreline? Is it just under the 7-point right of Fitzgibbons? If you remember the 7, it was a 2 strong carve. She was pushing through the water. The attack into the lip line, which one's harder is the real question.
Such a great question to ask. It's been posed to the judges, and we're waiting to find out from them. Down to 45 seconds on the clock. Sally with priority. I feel like with that much time, she's going to have a chance knowing that there's a set rolling through to get one more wave, whether it's that victory lap wave or a position to secure herself through. Sophie McCulloch chasing a 7.1 to take the win away from Fitzgibbons. Still waiting now for Lasta Maeda, though, our surfer in 3rd place. And Sally, we can see her on screen there, decides not to go for that first wave. And now you can see the set a little bit bigger than the one before. And she's going to have to just duck dive straight under this thing to finish out. Down to 10 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, this heat's going to be decided on the beach then. Oh, it's in. And just under the requirement, a 6.13 for Mahina Maeda.
Just falls shy, and it's going to be the 2 Australians. Sally Fitzgibbons retains the lead. Sophie McCulloch through in 2nd, and a great performance from Maeda. Regardless, she's going to be a challenge through the rapid charge rounds, that is for sure. Grazi Sanchez of Spain down into the repos as well. We'll be right back with more action from our women's main round 3. Coming up next, Rachel Presti, Emily Gossoni, Noah Clapp, and Shelby Detmers right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to the action here at the World Surfing Games. The ISA once again returns to the shores of El Salvador, Surf City specifically, a place that is littered with waves, and they've certainly shown up over the last 24 hours. It is huge, macking out here at La Bocana, about as big as it can really handle. Wind as well, so it's not the easiest of conditions for the surfers, but they have been rising to the occasion. We've seen some challenging moments, but also some absolutely excellent surfing. In that last one, it was Sally Fitzgibbons away with the win, Sophie McCulloch in 2nd, Mahina Maeda in 3rd, and Grazi Sanchez in 4th. Now this is in a main round that we're currently surfing through, so that means that our bottom 2 surfers are not eliminated, but they're heading to rapid charge rounds tomorrow. Into heat number 2 for round 3 with Rachel Presti, Emily Gossoni, Noah Clapp, and Shelby Detmers for Germany, Italy, Germany, and Mexico. Shannon and Mitch here in the booth to call the action. And Mitch, So much has been going on. We'll track now with Rachel Presti. Nice opening snap on her backhand. Hits the wobbles and goes down.
Yeah, just stood up a bit too straight right there. The fins disengaged while she was completing that first maneuver, and you know, it'll be complete the first one, but still had a bit of potential down the line there for Presti. No stranger to competing here at the ISA. She's been a former medalist herself, and she has a lot of experience competing in Central America too. I believe she won a QS 3000 in Costa Rica in 2016 when she was still very young, hailing from Melbourne Beach, Florida. Big opportunity for the German team to get 2 surfers out of this one as well.
Yeah, this is huge for the two of them to maybe work together towards the end, but also to, you know, pay attention to their own game. Rachel Presti, along with that QS win, took out the win on the ISA juniors level for the under 18s in the past back in Huntington Beach. Noah Klopp now up and riding. Great opening maneuver. Beautiful bottom turn to top as she rips into the second one here. Hits a finish well. And she'll dive out. So score to drop for the 2 Germans. Gossoni of Italy now after that first turn looking for the next section. Setting her line here right into the pocket. Great surfing. She'll kick out quickly as well, hoping to win the paddle battle for priority over Clapp.
Yeah, and Gossoni's been around for a long time competing as well. Owns a little hotel basically back in Costa Rica where she lives and representing Italy for a number of years now. No surprise to see her here. She actually did have an interference in the previous round and still made it through. So it goes to show you that she's persistent and she perseveres through a lot of adversity. In this heat, though, Shelby Detmer is very talented, coming from Newport Beach, California, surfing for Mexico. She has a lot of competitive experience, has CT experience underneath her belt. But both Presti and Clapp have won at the ISA level before. They're looking to replicate that success again. This was an impressive wave. Strong, deep bottom turn, great opening snap right there, carves it back, and I really like this finish too. Just perfect timing for Noah Clapp right there, riding a flyer from Channel Island Surfboards. It seems like an epoxy as well, maybe even a Spine Tech. And you see Gossoni right here, started off well with the first snap, more in the pocket right there on the backhand, and then she kicked out, so that's going to be a decent score for her to open up. And as we saw in the previous heat, Shannon, it was all about the quality of waves and not the quantity. Very few waves were in the previous heat.
That's such a great call. Extremely important for wave selection as we've seen throughout the day. Some surfers taking off on, 6 to 7 waves, but never being able to scratch through more than a 3. And then a lot of those winning surfers throughout the morning on the men's side, just getting a few waves, maybe 3, a 4th occasionally, but really just 2 that they needed to be able to solidify the job and not have to try and build on a scoreline or build their house throughout their heat. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock. Like you mentioned, both Noah and Rachel walking away with wins. For Rachel, it was the ISA U18s division. For Noah, it was in the under 16s as a junior champion. Those are incredible results because, you and I, Mitch, we work those ISA junior events, and there is a lot of surfers. You have a massive field of competitors to make your way through on both the men's and women's side in those events. It tests your energy levels. It tests your mental capacity for an entire week. And to be able to rise to the occasion of not just making that final, but then to be able to perform in those final heats is incredibly impressive at the junior level when there's just so much to take into consideration for an event of that magnitude.
Test your patience too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going through an event that's at least 7 days long, just like this one. But at the junior level, one thing that really stands out to me the most is the energy levels of all the surfers. I mean, they go and surf 3 or 4 times between their heats. They go back to their hotel rooms. They still go and surf the next day with the same kind of energy. And here at the open level at the World Surfing Games, there's a lot of times where you see a more mature approach from a lot of the junior surfers too, because they're competing against people that are just much more experienced than them, and they have to have that approach in order to be successful. So a bit of variation right there. They just want to replicate the amount of success that they had at the junior level here.
A paddle now for our surfer in blue, Emily. Huge section in front of her, just kind of dodges the bullet on that first, but now starts to look for those maneuvers. A couple small turns thrown in so far, staying fast on her backhand. Really gets to open up a little bit more on that final turn. You can see her engage those arms as well. So scores to come through. Her first was a 3.67. It's not quite showing on our graphic on the screen, but we do know that the first of blue was a 3.67. First of green was that 5.83. First of red, the 2.33, and just a 0.77 for the opening wave of Shelby Detmers. So we actually have our surfer in blue that's currently sitting in second with another score to drop.
Yeah, and both of her waves have been decent. They haven't been great. A lot of these waves that she's caught so far have been a bit more shouldered off. As you see right there, the sections aren't as critical anymore, but she's pushing water around and she's doing the best that she can with the wave that she had in front of her. So like to see the consistency right there from Gusoni, but now with 12.5 to go, I like to see her on better waves too. She now has 2 waves in her scoreline. I like to see her be on a much cleaner faced wave. It seems like with the priority rotation that she's been searching for those scores that will just move her up into first place. But look at the score from Clapp, a 5.83 as of right now, the best wave of the heat so far. And that's a wave that you want to be carrying in your scoreline at the end of the heat too.
Yeah, but holding on to something in that 5-point range has proven to be crucial throughout competition today. As we've got scores that have just dropped in, a 3.03 for last of Gusoni does take her into the lead. There we go with that updated graphic on the screen for those of you watching at home. So currently Italy in first, Germany's Noah Clapp in second, and Germany's Rachel Presti down into third. Rachel, though, has priority. She's only got that 2.33 though on the board. Yesterday she came out very strong with her opening wave and was able to build on that to take away a heat win. So for her, I think she'd be feeling like she's got a bit of work to do at the moment. Down to 11 minutes on the clock. Hadn't gotten that first strong opener she would have been wanting, but she's a very strong competitor mentally. She's been working on that side of the game over the last couple of seasons, and it's paid off as we see some great maneuvers starting to open up for Rachel here. Looking for that finisher on the inside. I've loved watching her style develop as well, and hits that finishing section. So she'll finish out.
Wow. On the rocks.
Right on the rocks.
That was kind of sketchy with the nose of the board right there as she was in close proximity to the shoreline. I think these waves play right into her forte though. Mostly lefts. The best waves are lefts out there with the higher tide. And as you can see right here, the variation that she has on the backhand is as good as it gets for the surfers out there in the water right now. Great carve, little setup right there, but this wave stands up on the inside well. She attacks the lip, and despite there not being as many critical sections on this wave, what she does super well is find her best ride so far, Shannon. At this point of the heat, it's exactly what she was looking for, halfway through the heat right now, and she's going to get her best ride, add some more pressure to the other 2 surfers because Gusoni has a pair of 3s. Shelby doesn't have anything better than 1 at the moment.
Down to 10 minutes, so halfway through. Score to drop now for Presti, which will set her up in a much better situation than she was sitting in before that. Like you said, with Noah having that 5.83, she's in a great position now with priority as well to command the heat, although she'll likely fall out of that second place position a little lower with the last of Rachel to drop through. She's going to be sitting in a pretty decent position. We can see Gusoni has moved herself away from the pack. We'll be eyeing up maybe those rights rolling through. We can see that Clapp is right there in the middle of the pack and farther down the beach. And we've got about 9 minutes left on the clock as we wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Thanks, Shannon. Sally, victory at sea for you there. There was a couple of wash-throughs. Conditions are huge.
Grimmy, yeah. It was the dig deep Aussie spirit. You know, conditions like that, they remind me a lot of home, you know, the sessions you go out in and you kind of victory at sea, solo, you just got to connect with the ocean. And even this morning I woke up and it's tricky when you're amped. You want to surf your heats and you kind of have to like cool the jets and wait for that round and, you know, cheer on your other teammates. So there's managing a lot of different things and, you know, the heat, the swell, but to get it right, it just feels, it feels really nice.
It does look really nice too. And I mean, if anybody ever had a question about your intensity and your desire for qualification in any kind of organisation and most especially for the Olympics, I feel like you just answered that with that performance.
Oh, cheers, Grimmy. Yeah, I guess the desire and that fire, it hasn't faded for me. Like at this point in my career, I'm just I guess energised by the generation coming up now and just watching her and feeding off that energy and remembering all those moments, like how amazing it was when you're 15, 16, you know, winning like qualifying events or coming to ISAs or qualifying for World Tour, and they're just so memorable. And you know, it's come full circle and you get the opportunity to do it again almost, and I'm feeding off that, and you have to be as hungry as these kids, otherwise like there's no chance of getting through heats. And so that's kind of lit the fire, and Silvana's, you know, got a few years on me and she's still, you know, the fountain of youth. So I'm stoked to be here.
Well, we're very stoked to have you. You've won so many gold medals here. A quick look at the equipment though. I love seeing a little breakdown you've just given me to you're riding something pretty similar to a normal board for you in normal conditions.
Well, I guess that for me, the big switch was moving over to TNC designs and working with Glenn Pang. So over the last few years, kind of post-COVID, it's just been, you know, that change in schedule and these big open ocean waves on the calendar. And, you know, I guess being one of the, not the smallest in stature, but, you know, lighter frame compared to the men, we want to try and just stick to the wave at high speed. So, you know, a la John at Margie's, you know, it just looks like they're never going to fall off. So kind of, hopping on this equipment, that allows me to ride like more of a short board, but it just has so much hold. And so hi to Glenn, everyone over there watching, and thanks for the boards, they're magic.
Well, congratulations, beautiful win for Team Australia, and good luck going on through.
Oh, and all the Aussies, they're waking up, it's breakfast time. So, hey guys, good morning, and thanks for getting up early. Let's go.
Let's go, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Throwing in the sting right at the finish there. Great interview. Love the insights on her equipment changes. We knew she was making those over the last couple of seasons, and it's great to hear later in her career adjusting to what's in front of her. Shelby Detmer is now finally getting going, Mitch. It's been a while. It's been a bit waiting, similar to her heat yesterday, but now is starting to find some rhythm.
Yeah, and her best wave so far, 5.63 would put her up into second place. 6 minutes to go. Seems like Presti's interested in this right.
Presti, a little wobble to start there, but she's going to regain composure. Hits the foam to start. Looking for that little pump to just drive through off those fins. Nice wrap for the second, but gets caught, is going to not be able to finish on the inside.
That slight backwash just got her and put her out of position for the last turn two. Decreased her speed just enough in order for her to be off rhythm for the last section, and unfortunately for her, had an opportunity to capitalize on the score that would probably have been way more significant than it will be right now. Here's Shelby's wave. Gets a decent left. And as you can see, the wind has picked up a lot. It's choppy out there. It's not easy to surf. Does very well, though, to go up into lip for the second turn. Great job from Shelby. Rides out cleanly. And then Rachel right here. So Ray up into the lip. Strong start. Like the way she's able to capitalize on the foam section right there, too. Wraps it back with the front. But look at that right there. Just slightly catches the backwash and decreases her speed. So a score that could have been a 5, maybe going to be lower than that now.
Silvana Lima there, the eternal fountain of youth, as Sally Fitzgibbons termed her. She's always so fun to see around a contest site, and you know, she's getting a bit older in the draw on the women's side. She's got so many years of competition behind her at the world's highest level, and she is still so frothy. Yesterday I ran into her after her heat. There's a truck just down the way. If you walk maybe another, 30 seconds behind where she's currently at there stretching on the boardwalk, you can pick up a cold drink or get some pineapples. There's been some local crew down there handing out some fruit, and I saw her back there like double-fisted, heaps of pineapple in her arms, ready to go to recharge and support Team Brazil. As we see Noah goes down, unfortunately, on the final turn, was looking just for the backup to her 5.83 that she opened up early with.
Yeah, and only her second wave so far, but the first turn was strong, and I would be thinking she's going to get a decent score just based off of the first turn. Decent attempt on the second one, unfortunately couldn't ride out, but as of right now, the 2 threes of Gusoni, that's not a comfortable situation she wants to be in right now with just under 4 minutes to go. Clap, great use of priority. I think as of right now, you got to be looking at the score that Shelby Detmer's just dropped to 4.1 and be thinking, okay, was that same turn at the end of Shelby's wave better or worse than we just saw from Noah Clap? Because the first turn on this last wave from Noah, very strong. Shelby with a decent score. If you look at the amount of waves ridden so far and the great scores that we have in this heat, she's right back in this. And I think as of right now, with 3 minutes to go, it's going to come down to who uses priority well at the end.
Taking one more look at this, we're still waiting for the score to roll through to see where Noah will land.
Yeah, look at how deep that bottom turn was, though, and the way she exploded when she actually got to the lip line. Great drone angle there from Maren Jesse, and as of right now, doesn't need much for second place.
So true. Just a 0.87 to move herself out of that knockout position down to the rapid charge round. Curious to see if she'll be able to drop something in to take that lead away. Rachel Presti now up into first. Emily Gosoni down into second. Rachel's last wave, that 3.8, took her to that leading position. 2 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock, and a paddle from our surfer in blue, Gosoni. Setting that line to start. Little rail to gain some speed through this inside section. Now drives off the bottom, whips it hard under the lip, goes in for another section, tags it, just doesn't ride out of it. You could see that one coming, Mitch.
Yeah, and it was imperative for her to ride out of that too. At this point of the heat, she's looking to improve on a 3.03. I think she does that, but was needing a 4.2 for the lead, and we're still waiting for the score for Noah Clapp as well, as it seems like she's going right now. Strong snap right there, incomplete. But the reasoning here behind the great use of priority from Shelby Detmers is that with 2 minutes to go, if they drop the scores of the other surfers before you can catch a wave, you now know the requirement for both second and first place. So you're not just playing catch up without knowing the requirement. I think this is why it's so important to be able to listen to the beach announcer. We have such big speakers here at this podium over at La Bocana, and as of right now, the last two waves are going to be crucial for each person's scoreline.
Now scores in for Noah. Her previous for that single turn falls on the second, a 5.43. Yep. Judges loved the power out of that opening turn. So she's now taken the lead. Presti down into second. Gosoni with a score to drop, chasing a 4.2, which will be her highest single wave to be able to take that advancing position away from Presti.
This is a really close heat. I mean, 11.26. Clapp has a pair of fives now, but look at second, third, and fourth, 7.67, 6.7, and Shelby with one of the best waves of the heat, a 4.1 in the scoreline. 45 seconds to go. Is there going to be a wave for Detmers to catch here at the end, though? It seems like somebody's having to look right here. Might be Noah Clapp looking at that one on the inside. And now, no, this is actually Noah right here, and this is a good-looking left, Shannon.
All right, in green, Noah, heat leader for the moment. Just racing down the line, not getting any work done here, but that would have felt nice regardless, and then goes for a huge hit on her forehand. Falls and unable to go complete, so that's going to be a throwaway score. Now the question goes back to 10 seconds. Will Emily Gosoni with this wave be able to put herself in a position to advance? We're still waiting for her last score to drop through. This, my feeling, is not going to get there. We'll see how she goes on the finish here. A little bit of a lack of control. Scores in for her last wave was a 3.97, Mitch, and now one more to drop through. We do have a score to come through for red, for green, and for blue. It doesn't look like Shelby Detmers was able to get another opportunity in white, so she'll remain in fourth. And now the question goes to that last wave of Gosoni. Was it the 3.91 she needed, which is a lower requirement than she was chasing when she stood up on that in the 4-point range? But Presti with a score to drop as well.
It would basically have to be a replica of her previous ride. I don't see it being that good, though.
Well, we'll find out when we come back. Great looking turn, a 5.43 for that single maneuver of Noah Clapp. We'll be back with more. 4 Olympians in the water right after this.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back to the action. We've just seen Noah Klapp walk away with the win for Team Germany. Rachel Presti behind her, also from Germany. So 2 surfers from the same nation advancing through at the World Surfing Games. Italy and Mexico unfortunately out, but not out completely. They'll have the rep and charge round to battle their way back through to that grand final. It's been a big day of surfing, and we're going to continue through now. With our current heat in the water, we are in women's round 3, heat number 3, and Mitch, this one is crazy. All 4 surfers in Tokyo for the Olympics, all 4 of them getting that qualification and that conversation, that title behind their name, 2 of them as medalists. We have the gold medalist in the water, Carissa Moore for Team USA, the bronze medalist, Amuro Suzuki for Japan, Olympian Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica, and Olympian Dominic Barona of Ecuador.
Yeah, great heat. As you can see right there, 2 goofy footers in McGonigal and Barona in the water, and 2 regular footers, Suzuki and Moore. Also to note, Carissa Moore, the first Olympic gold medalist, Amuro Suzuki from Japan, bronze medalist that year in Tokyo.
Incredible performances that they both put on, as we see Carissa now, Olympic gold medalist, looking smooth and stylish as ever as she gets through that first wave. This is going to be a great heat.
It is, and a strong start there for Carissa Moore. As you see right here, Leilani up and riding now.
Great opening snap, throws a lot of spray, sets that line up into the lip for the second. Maybe another opportunity. She'll kick out quickly, so she'll have a score to come through.
Exactly what they both wanted at the beginning of the heat right here. McGonigal has a great experience and great memories competing here at La Bocana. She qualified here for the Olympic Games in 2021, the biggest moment of her life so far as we look at Amuro now.
Amuro now setting that line. She's got one of the best bottom turns in the game, has championship tour experience behind her as well as that Olympic bronze medal. Couple great turns so far, setting herself up now on the inside to finish off strong. Got a lot of work done on that wave, and she'll finish out clean. 17 minutes on the clock, and a tight finish for Team Germany, walking through with the win in the last heat. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Jess and Noah.
Thanks heaps, Shannon. Yeah, Noah, I mean, Team Germany, you guys have just been putting in the work and working, and 1-2 to finish in that heat must feel good for overall the team.
Yeah, definitely. I love our team so much, so me and Rachel going into that heat, that was the plan. Either I won or she won, and it was 1 and 2 and just on to the next one.
We were just having a quick chat off air before about the possibilities. Obviously, there's so many different potentials that can happen in a heat. Was strategy and team play and, you know, having to block the other surfers to secure both of your spots together ever an option?
Definitely, if it really came to that. But I trust in Rachel that she was going to make the heat either way because of her surfing. And then I trust myself because of my surfing, so I don't think it would have come to that. I think it was just do your surfing and then make it.
I love the confidence in that too. And where you're positioning in the lineup as well, you were able to find like multiple really nice little left-handers. What is it that you saw that was different in the lineup? Because so many people have struggled out here this morning.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of heats just in bed in the AC and kind of studying the lineup. It really changed with the high tide. This morning was, on my free surf, was way different. So I think kind of stay a little under, get the more glassy ones, and also gotta be very careful with the riptide.
For sure, and for all the supporters, your family, friends, the Federation back in Germany, would you like to say hello to them?
Yeah, I want to say thank you, first of all, to my family for everything they do for me, and los quiero mucho, besitos a todos, any of my friends watching, and my sponsors, and just everyone who supports me.
Well, congratulations, it's a great win for Germany, a great win for you today. Good luck going on through.
Thank you.
Well surfed for the Malibu local, Noah Klapp, out of Southern California, representing Germany proudly. I love the way that she phrased that. She was trusting in Rachel's surfing ability to get her through that heat. If she needed to, she would have, gone to those kind of tactics to work together, but knowing that her team is strong.
Yeah, and the foundation that they've set as one of the European contenders for this event too. They're getting 2 women through in this heat. We still have Camila Kemp coming up in the last heat of the round 2, so another German with a chance to get their Olympic spot, provisionally qualified here in El Salvador. The one thing I will say, though, is that experience really plays off right here. going into the next rounds, once you face former ISA gold medalists like Sally Fitzgibbons, who have a lot of experience, she's been an Olympian herself, you go into certain heats maybe with higher expectations of both yourself, and you maybe look at certain people as idols and inspirations still. You cannot have that kind of mentality when you go into a heat here at the ISA World Surfing Games. It's either you or them moving through, Shannon.
It's so true. The level of competition is so incredibly high. The stakes are high this week as well, knowing that each of these surfers is looking for that opportunity to get back to Tokyo. Of course, Carissa Moore currently sitting in a great position on the Women's Championship Tour. She'll be looking for that spot out of the CT. But for the rest of our competitors, they'll be looking for it through either the Pan American Games for Mimi Barona or through this week alone for Asia and for, or actually, sorry, in this one, Leilani being from Costa Rica as well, also looking for that Pan American qualification to get her Olympic qualification solidified possibly this year. Otherwise, in the 2024 cycle for the World Surfing Games, she could have that possibility. And then for Amuro out of Asia, looking to do it this week on the ground.
Yeah, and Suzuki with a bronze medal finish at the first iteration of surfing in the Olympics as we look at Mimi right here. Barona's been a great surfer for many years. She hasn't really stood out too much on both the Challenger Series and maybe at the top level of the QS, but she did make a final at the QS 6-star level. She lost in Los Cabos to Bronte McCauley in the final. That was a women's 6-star. At the moment, it's still her best result at the WSL level. She's made the Challenger Series before, but she hasn't really excelled out of the Americas. And obviously being an Olympian, that's a huge feat. But I want to see her pursue more. I don't want to see her be content with just the one result so far and have that accomplishment under her belt and say, hey, I'm an Olympian, you can't take that away from me. That's true, nobody can, but I want you to go out there and succeed even more, just like Leilani has.
Yeah, Leilani has done incredible things around the world of surfing. Wow. Amazing opening turn, sets herself up well for the second, but has to duck out of a heavy section. Oh, that first turn was incredible.
It was, and Leilani's been a very talented surfer for many years now, a great scholar as well, graduated with a degree in communications, I think, from Cal State Bakersfield a few years ago. And you see Team Costa Rica right there, Carlos Munoz cheering her on. I believe her parents probably watching at home in Pavones as well, alongside her brother Noemar, who's been a former ISA gold medalist himself. Comes from a big surfing family, and McGonigal has a lot of talent, a lot of experience out here in El Salvador too.
Yeah, she has had so many great results right here on the ground. She would be one of those surfers going for the final position for Costa Rica for the Olympics, as we already have Brisa Hennessy of the Women's Championship Tour that solidified that qualification. Coming into this event, we already have 4 women that have found their Olympic qualification via the Championship Tour. Tatiana Weston Webb for Brazil, Brisa Hennessy for Costa Rica, Teresa Bonvalo of Portugal, and Joanne Defay of France. Now, outside of that, that's 4 of the 24 slots available on the women's side. Of course, for Paris 2024, it's been amazing to see that the IOC has allocated 4 extra spots, 8 in total, for surfers to increase the numbers as we see Amuro go over the falls on that last wave. We started out with 20 surfers on both sides of the draw for Tokyo 2020. And they've now increased that number up to 24. So on the women's side specifically, there are 20 spots remaining for qualification for Paris. On the men's side, all 24 of those spots are still open.
Yeah, and I mean, you still have to count the 2 Aussies on the female side on the championship tour, which as of right now, Tyler Wright and Stephanie Gilmore. The 2 Americans, one of them being Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks. And, you know, getting that Olympic qualification, it's a good goal to set for you, but I think when it comes to aspirations here within this event, imagine if you're able to take out a gold medalist and a 5-time world champion like Carissa Moore. You know, that would be huge for your confidence moving through. Leilani right there, quick in and out. But Carissa opened up with a 5.17. Don't know if she's been able to catch another wave in the lineup. It doesn't seem so. I think she's very, very far down the line towards the right. And as you can see right there, she's just paddling back, maybe looking for one of those rights that you know, maybe put her out of position when she got caught inside by that one set. Halfway through the heat, though, and has a decent score on the board for her.
Down to 10 minutes remaining. And in that Olympic qualification conversation for the Australian women, as you said, Mitch, it's actually Molly that's sitting far ahead of Steph at the moment, which is really cool to think of. Molly Picklum, a young surfer coming out of Australia, their next sort of hope and push on the Women's Championship Tour behind Tyler and what Steph has done over the years, Sally Fitzgibbons as well. She's in that conversation right now. as we see Leilani. Nice check off the top to start. Now Leilani dropped in a 6.17 for her last wave. Another score to drop from this one. Carissa, like you said, just with that single score on the board, has yet to find the backup. And Suzuki with a 4.43 on the board. She is a World Junior champion. She's taken out a win at the 10,000 level, now a Challenger Series level event, but back then a QS 10,000, and has found success at the highest levels of competition. She's a surfer that we would have loved to see with a consistent run on the Women's Championship Tour, not just the call-ups after Lakey Peterson pulled out injured during that 2021 season, but amazing to see her as the current generation of Japanese women get that call-up, because there's been so many incredible women in the Japanese field that have been, surfing through the years, through the 80s, through the 90s. But now to see in this current generation, names like Amuro being at the top of the bunch has been really incredible.
Yeah, I think this is no doubt their best generation. Shino Matsuda, Amuro Suzuki, and Mahina Maeda at the forefront of that. I remember Minori Kawai being around and she being, called one of the prodigal daughters of Japanese surfing. But I think as of right now, just based off of the results that the three ladies that I just mentioned have had over the last few years, there's not a single doubt in my mind that they've changed the sport for the better. Just like this lady on screen, Carissa Moore has done so much for the sport of surfing. Undoubtedly one of the greatest surfers of all time, 5-time world champ on the championship tour side. And when it comes to Olympic gold, she really, really prevailed when it came to Duka Hanamoku's dream. Embodies the Aloha spirit, competes for the United States under the Olympic flag, but really, really prevails herself as a proud Hawaiian surfer. And it's just really amazing to see her accomplish her goals. And the fact that she's still only in her young 30s, it's amazing. I think the sky's the limit for her. We'd love to see her compete in Paris 2024. And I think we're going that route right now.
I agree. The Serena Williams of surfing, as we see her drive through that last turn.
Yeah, that was a 5.17, but how effortless was that one carve at the beginning? Beautiful stuff right there from Carissa. And then Leilani, a 5.57. This is her opening ride, I believe. Great combination right there on the forehand for the surfer from Costa Rica. Then dropped to 6.17 for just the one single score. Meanwhile, Amuro, a 4.43. The reason this score came underneath the 5 of Carissa and the other 2 scores of Leilani McGonigal, you see the surfing's way more broken up. So the amount of flow isn't as present there as a lot of these waves from the 2 surfers in the top 2 spots. McGonigal, just a 6.17, but that was a mean turn right there, a heavy section, a very critical wave by Leilani.
Well rewarded from the judges as well for that single maneuver. As we're down to 6 minutes, 50 seconds, Carissa getting herself back into position there. She had such a long paddle from that last wave. And you could hear in that interview with the previous heat winner with Noah, her mentioning, the rip currents that they're dealing with out in the water. She said that towards the end of it. That's something that you really have to be aware about there today. And just the amount of water that's moving, it would be so challenging to stay in position. Even finding that lineup, you got to have those kind of triangle positions once you're out there to be able to check back to the shoreline, to be able to line up a few different things, to be able to know you're actually sitting where you want to be and sticking with that, which could mean paddling the entire time, because with swell and currents like this, Mitch, holding that positioning is going to be challenging.
Yeah, it is, and especially when you have a peak like this too. Someplace that is definitely affected by the high and the low tide a lot. Definitely a better wave, I would say, around or mid tide. With this kind of size, though, the high tide definitely allows you to be a bit more playful with both the rights and the lefts. Low tide, the rights, if you get caught inside, you're losing at least 10 minutes out there during a heat, and in 20 minutes, that goes by very quickly. As of right now with the high tide, I like that a lot of these ladies are selecting the lefts as the better waves, and the more consistent waves, too. You see the shape being way better. The one thing that the right does allow, though, for is length of ride. Not necessarily in the judging criteria, but what it does, it allows you to look for better and more section Shannon. So you might have better scoring opportunity because there's more scoring opportunity on a lot of these faces.
Coming into this event, we had 8 former ISA gold medalists, 28 out of 40 total Olympians from Tokyo 2020. 4 of them currently in the water competing against each other. Had some great matchups with this crew while in Tokyo during 2021. As we take a look now at Mimi Barona, setting herself up. Nice dig to start. goes for that foam climb for the second maneuver. You can feel that sort of frantic energy coming from her. It just gets the better of her on the finish.
That was necessary, too, to ride out of that cleanly right at the end. And as of right now, Leilani with a chance to close this heat out in third priority. She's looking to catapult herself up into the 12, 13-point range, look to better the 5.57. But Carissa Moore right now is still holding on to priority number 1 with only one wave in her scoreline. Both Amuro and Dominique needing something, I would have to say, at least in the 5s to compete with the mid-range score of Carissa Moore. She gets something similar to that, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble in the last 4 minutes. But crucial wave right here. Let's see where the score goes for the surfer from Ecuador in white.
Down to 4 minutes, a score to come through for Lasta Barona, chasing a 4.51 to take an advancing position. Suzuki chasing just a 0.75 to be able to get herself in a position above Carissa Moore. Carissa just with the single score of a 5.17 at the moment. She's put herself back into position, and there's still plenty of time on the clock to see some situation changes. But like you mentioned, McGonigal has done a great job at this stage to be able to position herself in that lead with 2 strong scores on the board. And she's had a good run on the Challenger Series this year as well. Carissa has a paddle, decides not to go as that wave just starts closing out down the line. She would have noticed. But for Leilani, with her run on the Challenger Series this year, positioning herself as the top from the Central American pack, she's gained that wildcard opportunity into the WSL Championship Tour happening here next week. So that's an incredible opportunity for her. As Moore is now setting that line, looking cruisy, and then starts to engage. Gets that power thrown in for that single big turn in the middle.
So casual. As good as it gets right there for Carissa. I mean, just the 2 sections, and Tracy Axel, Shane Dorian, the rest of the United States team loving that wave there from Riss. Good wave selection too, and a crucial moment of the heat as well. Look at how cruisy she is on that driver underneath her feet from Matt Biolas. Just a setup turn right there, but straight up into the lip right there. Great stuff from Carissa. Easily going to be a good backup score, and might even better her 5.17 as well. So necessary wave right here. It's going to put a lot more pressure on Amuro and Dominique.
This is going to add huge amounts of pressure to the score, especially coming down to the last 2 minutes. Priority sitting with Amuro for Japan. She is sitting in that 3rd place position, now waiting to find out what her requirement will be, because it's definitely going to change from the 0.75. Barona currently also with a small requirement. Her last score, a 3.93, drops in. So it puts her into the conversation now, but she's going to have a much bigger requirement in front of her. As we take a look at the replay here for Carissa.
Yeah, look at how deep that bottom turn is. She eyes the section right there, steep and deep right here is Carissa Moore. And just an incredible attack towards the lip line. Great composure and great way of really staying on top of her board the whole time on that ride right there for Carissa. And the score's in, Shannon. Best of the heat for her.
A 5.70 for Carissa keeps her in 2nd place position, but now puts 6s on the requirements for both 3rd and 4th, a 6.44 for Amuro and a 6.94 for Mimi. So big requirements, and it'll be significantly higher than the scores that they've already dropped through this heat. Down to 1 minute, Mitch, and there's a set rolling through.
Yeah, and Suzuki with priority here needs a mid-6. Leilani being very cautious with her at the moment, 55 seconds to go. And look at this, Suzuki might have a chance. Needs a mid-6, Shannon. This wave's looking decent.
All right, will it stand up and give her the pocket? Drive hard off the bottom, sets up for that first turn, but can't hold on to it.
Too strong.
What a shame. That was the opportunity.
A lot of risk involved in that maneuver. It was a critical section, but you need to go that big at the beginning of that wave. It didn't seem like it was necessary. And McGonigal up and riding. Oh, nearly rides out of that. And I actually just got a text from both Leilani and my psychologist, Michaela Hase from Costa Rica. She's very proud of Leilani's work so far and looking to move through yet again here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Mimi now with a chance, chasing a 6.94, knowing that Suzuki's not going to get the score, that McGonigal doesn't need to change anything in her situation. So now the question mark on the work Mimi just got done. Will it be enough? Scores in very quickly from the panel, a 3.13. It falls shy. And it will be Carissa Moore, the Olympic gold medalist, alongside of Leilani McGonigal, who finished out in his as an Olympic surfer as well. just a couple years ago. We've got more action to come with Mimi Barona and Amuro Suzuki heading to the repechage round, but lots of big names to come in women's surfing over the next 2 hours, so stay tuned for all the action.
Women's action hit the lineup at La Bocana, the premier location of the 2 podiums here at the ISA World Surfing Game. On the women's side, an action-packed day at La Bocana, the Netherlands' Tiara van der Hulst dropping the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.03.
He reacted, got into the lip, and airdropped about 8 feet straight down.
Yeah. I was just really happy I committed on that one. And now I heard I made the heat. I'm just super, super happy.
U.S. superstar Caroline Marks dropping a straight 9 on her backhand at La Bocana.
Beautiful snap in the pocket. Didn't really get all the way to the lip, but that one she sure did.
And once again, France's own Joanne Defay dropping an 8.87, the 3rd highest wave of the day for France.
Look at the acceleration through that rail work. It cuts it off clean to set up this second one. I love that.
Watching from the beach, I was like, this wave is fire. There's like some really nice steep sections. So I was just like, I actually was frothing. I was like, I wish the heats were a little bit longer. So stoked to find a couple and get to just let go.
On the 3rd day of action, the men took out to the lineup at El Sunsal. It was Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti dropping the highest heat score of the day, an 8.67.
I have an amazing chance to qualify from the World Tour, but I'm here and I want to do it this week. You know, I don't want to leave it up to some of the other guys, maybe on tour. Who knows if they get on a streak. I have a really good chance over here and I'm going to give it my best.
Meanwhile, Australia's talented surfer Liam O'Brien dropping an excellent score of an 8.17. France's Kaoli Vaz dropping the 3rd highest wave score for the men, a 7.9. Day 3 was awesome. Day 4 is going to be even better. Tune in for more action tomorrow at both La Bocana and El Sunsal.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. We're at 1:23 p.m. local time here in El Tunco, beautiful part of the world. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. In the lineup, we've got Havana Cabrero, Bajini Fierro, Silvana Lima, and Noah Lelior, past, present, and future of our sport on display. The waves are pumping. As you can see here, all-time legend of surfing, Silvana Lima flying down the line. Fiery surfer all the way to the end, almost gets the finish, but as usual, that end section wreaking havoc on our field.
And she is one of the greats, don't you think? Like, in my mind, I feel like she could have been a world champion. She had that progressive surfing that nobody else really had in the field at that point in time. It was just finding consistency in it, putting it on the right waves competitively. We saw her off to a great start there, but I'm a big fan of Silvana Lima. I love the way she surfs.
She was actually a predecessor to Adriano and Gabriel. She arguably could have started that Brazilian storm, and she was, in her time on the championship tour, known as the most progressive female on the planet. One of the first women to bring, big 360 airs into heats, and still doing it at a very high level. Right here, she is signed up to fulfill her duty on that star-studded Team Brazil, and I think they made the right choice bringing Silvana Lima back into a jersey.
Absolutely, and that's a really good call, mate. She is perhaps one of those leaders of a moment in time. It was, in the early 80s, we see Vahini Fierro there paddling out, scores for all surfers about to drop. Going to be interesting to see how that opening exchange goes. Always good to try and win that. Get the advantage, seize an early advantage. Puerto Rico, France, Brazil, Israel. Israel have been on a tear, been ripping, getting some big upsets where we saw Felipe Toledo, Silvana's countryman, down into the repechage round. Here's Vahini.
Surfer in blue, representing France, out of Tahiti. Her backhand, as good as her forehand. She's one of those surfers with the rare ability to do it on both rights and lefts.
Nice completion there all the way through, solid as a rock.
Right back at it, Silvana Lima. So the judges working hard right now, filling in all these numbers. No scores up yet. All surfers making their way back into the lineup. That gives us the chance to catch up with the Pura Vida Nation. Leilani McGonigal standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, guys. Leilani, we're just having a little kind of laugh off camera there, talking about the fact that could you hear that you were beating and in the lead of Carissa the whole time, and was that playing in your mind?
Honestly, Carissa's such a great surfer and has been an idol to all of us for a really long time. So obviously I was stoked that I was beating her, but we know that just one wave can change the whole heat. So I was just trying to focus on bettering my scores and on my own heat. And yeah, I have Carissa next week in the CT, so it should be a fun little rematch.
Well, bring it on. Tally's on for Leilani. When we're talking about the conditions too, you said you're on your normal, a standard design for your board. You didn't need the extra length. You just had to get into the waves, and then the wave face allowed you to perform at your level.
Yeah, I'm set up with really good equipment from CI Surfboards Costa Rica. I'm riding my Fever model, and I love it in pretty much all waves from 1 foot to about 6 feet. So if it got a little bit bigger, I would probably go to a step up that I also have dialed in. But I'm pretty comfortable out here, so I knew the ones that I was looking for weren't such big, fat ones, and it worked out.
And I mean, you've been representing Costa Rica for so long. You're such a proud ISA competitor. For everybody tuning in at home after such a pretty monumental win for you, one for the tally books, I'm sure. Would you like to say hello?
Bueno, quiero mandarle un gran abrazo a todos en Costa Rica. Muchas gracias por el apoyo. De verdad se siente un montón. Y aquí vamos, paso por paso, y pura vida y gracias por el apoyo.
Thank you so much, Leilani.
Gracias, Leilani. And I heard in Al Cleland's post-heat wrap-up, I learned a little bit of new Spanish. Poco poco, little by little. Heat
Poco
by heat.
Poco.
Also
like
a great band from the 70s, Poco. Soft rock. You were listening to punk rock.
Yeah, I missed that one.
You bypassed the Eagles and Poco.
Well, not the Eagles, though.
You went the Eagles.
The old Hotel California was one of those albums I bought as a kid. First album I ever bought was Creedence Clearwater Revival, Cosmo's Factory.
Tight.
I don't know what that's got to do with anything. But back to the action.
13:30.
A 5-point ride for Silvana there, Chris.
Yeah, so as we get into this afternoon, it's nice to see that the wind has really kind of held back a little bit. It's still pretty chunky out there, but lots of opportunity. And with this bump, we're starting to see some of these sections start to cup out. The tide's coming way up, so the playing field has condensed yet again today. So with 13 on the clock, situation stands with Silvana Lima in the lead with a 5 and a 2. Noah Lelior with a 2.67. Havana, no scores yet. And Vahine still waiting for scores. So judges are calculating their numbers as we speak. Here's an overview of La Bocana. And here's a look at some replays to get us going here, starting with Havana Cabrero.
Off the top, nice wall on this one. It goes a little flat, but we've seen that happen. They go flat, then they stand back up, and then they flatten off and stand back up. Here it is standing back up. Beautiful turn on the inside. Judges taking their time with this ride to make sure they get it right. Nice inside snap. Will she get a closeout? Re-entry there. She does to finish that ride. Completed. Nice and long. Great length. And here's Noah, our Israeli representative, through to the inside. Critical section, and gets eaten up by that white water. Vahine now on her backhand, drives around that section patiently. Nice snap out of the top, flattens out, gets a wrapping cut back. Great speed and energy from one manoeuvre to the next into the final closeout turn. Great ride there for the Tahitian. A 5-5 drops for Havana Cabrero. And here's the replay of that 5-point ride for Silvana Lima. Drives off the bottom, beautiful snap out of the top. Clean turns into the closeout, doesn't make this bit as that oncoming whitewater grabbed her and took her down. The only score we're waiting on at this point is the Tahitians from the island of Huahine. My daughter actually lives on the same island, and beautiful place. And here's the replay. Look at this first turn.
And Barton, I know you've done a little bit of coaching with Vahine, and so a super talent, but not growing up in Tahiti. Obviously it's an amazing place to be a surfer, but maybe not necessarily as much opportunity involvement for amateur events. Southern California, you've got an amateur contest every single week, and you've got thousands of surfers your age around. So what would you say, what's the difference in coaching a surfer like Vahine from a place like Tahiti, where there are tons of talented surfers, but maybe not necessarily a huge amateur scene? So how do you get her prepared for big events like this?
She was the World Junior Champ, and so she had success early. And when you have success early, you kind of expect that ball to keep rolling. And you get out into the, onto the Challenger Series or the QS, and it's a tough road. And she's had a couple of tough years there, missing out on representing France at the Olympics by a tiny bit, missing out on qualifying for the CT by a tiny bit, but she didn't miss out on catching this one. Stands up in front of her. Another backhand Rio.
3-turn combo, rides out clean.
So really there's been a lot of kind of helping her get through the heartache of those near misses over those last few years. And, you in that situation, you've just got to keep the goal top of mind and just keep forging forward regardless of the results, keep learning, keep growing. This lady here has been one of the reasons why the road has been tough sometimes for Vahine, because Paulina Doe is what we would call a machine as a competitor. So experienced, so talented, and barely puts a foot wrong.
Yeah, very consistent. And here we go. This is Havana Cabrero. That right there, solid power snap. Your surfer representing Puerto Rico. That was a beautiful turn. Had some savagery behind it, some drama at the end. For a one-turn wave, that's going to be a big number.
Yeah, and again, it was, we've seen 2- and 3-turn waves, but were any of the 2 or 3 turns as critical and as committed as that particular turn? The judges will tell us. Here it is on the replay. Stomps into that back foot, drives it around. Look at the style, great style. The technique, manages this air-dropping section right here. Going to be interesting in the comparison. First exchange, we had a 5 for Silvana, a 5.13 for Vahine, and a 5.5 for Havana. So the start's super close. Going to be interesting to see where this second exchange lands and who, after 2 rides for everybody, where people sit.
Here we go, live action. Noah Lelior. Her forehand is lethal. Noah and her sister have been here since daybreak, not only supporting their team, but also doing their own research, watching the conditions. They've been watching them change all day long. We're looking at a similar face to what we saw maybe yesterday afternoon, but a lot cleaner. And it looks like there's more consistently good waves. You will pay to play out here this afternoon, because some of these sets, regardless of where you hold your position in the lineup, are gonna catch you off guard. We've heard about 5, 6, 9-minute paddles to get back out. So a lot of work involved in getting a heat win this afternoon.
And yesterday, I during the heats here yesterday, it was like the swell had arrived, but the period hadn't filled in. And then when we got home to the hotel and I had to look out my window, I could see these lines, powerful, strong lines, and it was like late yesterday afternoon, evening, the period filled in. Today, we're not even at the top of the tide, and that water's washing up the furthest it has over the cobblestones of any day so far. So I feel like today is bigger than any other day. By a little bit, and it's got that the period is filled in. It's strong. 5.37, the second for Havana for the 1 turn. So judges appreciating the critical nature of that, and rightly so.
Getting to 6:30 on the clock. Havana Cabrero, 5.5 on her last wave, or 5.37. So already off to a solid lead 10.87 total. So you think about what the judges are giving her for one big turn is a 5.37. I think that's right on the money.
Totally.
We love the look of it, and I'm sure it even felt better than it looked because she just perfectly placed that turn right in the power pocket of the wave.
Yeah, she sure did. Judges deliberating the 3-turn second ride of the Tahitian. French Polynesia, I suppose. Tahiti really is an island rather than a country, so to speak.
An island chain like Hawaii.
Yeah, exactly. So the islands have got their own names, and from what I understand, Huahine was the last island to surrender to French colony. They outlasted and were the last ones fighting for their freedom at that point in time, and so there's a strong character and a strong personality to the people of Huahine, and I think that's embodied in Vahine. You know, she loves the challenges, and like I said, she's had some close calls to qualifying for the CT and the Olympics over those last 2 or 3 years, and it's been very emotional for her at times and upsetting to be so close but not get there. And but she's got that warrior spirit inside, just keeps going, and we're seeing the best of her this year. And there it is, best score of the heat so far, a 5.63.
You know, there are certain places in the world that have an energy from the land. Tahiti definitely, in the French Polynesia region, you feel that. So back to the Olympic qualification, where Vahine hopes to be soon. Paris 2024, 4 men, 4 women will be coming from this beach, and we'll be giving you all the updates as we know. For Africa, Europe, 4 continents will field surfers. And of course, if you want to deep dive into what it really takes to either qualify for the Olympics or even figure out how these surfers can do it, go to ISAsurf.org. A lot of information there. It's nice and clear. There's a lot of moving pieces. Being qualified through the WSL, there are Pan American Games, but you can get all the download on ISAsurf.org. So Ivana Lima trying to get back into one of those top 2 spots. This is main round surfing, so your mistakes will be magnified. You really don't have the luxury of being able to clean up errors this deep into the contest.
And
already.
With this little time left, 3 minutes and 40 on the clock, she was looking for a 5.76. I love that grab rail bottom turn on the second bottom turn. I'm looking forward to seeing that on the replay. But given the unfortunate incompletion, we know that's not going to be a score.
She's radical.
She's rad, eh?
Tattoos, and she's just got that X factor that we love so much. And when she battled towards the end of her CT career to stay on tour, she had flashes of brilliance, but as you can see, she has not lost a step, and we love having her here at the ISA World Surfing Games. As we see replays now, your surfer in white, unable to complete that wave. Time is of the essence now with under 3 minutes to go.
Nine heats in this third round, the women's division. This one heat 4, so a few more heats to go this afternoon.
Yeah, then we'll go back to main round for the men. That'll be round 4. We will have 3 heats for the main event men. Wrap up competition around 4 o'clock today. And then happy hour starts. And the vibes go from competitive to chill. Long days for our competitors. So the rest and relaxation at the end of this day is well earned. Even if you didn't surf today, if you're here on the beach for 8 hours supporting your team, you're using different muscles, right? Using your mind, your heart, your soul. You're putting that out towards your team member, and that can be tiring in itself.
And the sun's just drawing, the heat is drawing that energy out of your body through every pore. And we walk out of the air-conditioned comfort of the booth and immediately just go, wow, it's hot out here.
Oh, we're back in.
But yeah, muggy. And, that is a management issue in itself throughout an event that runs for as long and as many days as this one does. 2.80, the last for Noah. So A couple of small scores for her, all in the 2-point range. She needs to, find a better wave, and really, what you've got to do is quite obvious. There's been 2 different approaches. Vahini's gone for the quantity, 3 turns on each ride, but then we saw Havana with 1 single turn get that 5.37. So you can get waves that don't have that much length in them, but do something massive, and you can get a big score. We saw a 9.03 for 1 re-entry converted into a massive floater yesterday afternoon. So 1 wave, 1 turn can just turn everything around.
The maneuver of the event so far.
So far, correct.
We got a long window to work with. We like to load everything up in the beginning, get these main and repechage rounds. We plow through them, and that way, towards the end of our contest window, we don't have any real opportunities for extended lay days, but we do have a little bit of wiggle room to work with the tide and work with the wind, as we see Silvana now on kind of an insider.
Well, she had to go because there's only 15 seconds on the clock, but that's not going to be enough. She liked it, sort of felt good, but I don't know that the wave ever had the score she needed in it. It was a little bit small. Vahini had the priority too, and Vahini was hunting her down, so she had to go that one. But the early leads created by red and blue, well, they'll hold on and progress through this heat.
As it stands now, Havana Cabrero, that 1 turn was very impactful. So she is in the lead, and it looks like, unless this wave comes through at a 5.76, I think it will. That means Silvana Lima and Noah Lelior will head to the repechage rounds, and Havana Cabrero and Vahine Fierro will be heading to the next main round for the women. So big points for Team Puerto Rico and Team France.
What a big heat coming up too. Exciting this afternoon. Caroline Marks in that next one.
Ooh, I'm going to get my pen, my paper. I'm going to take notes. I want to learn to surf better, so I'm going to watch. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to another star-studded heat here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. There you see what the surfers see before they paddle out. Here are your 4 contestants: Pauline Ado, Alice Barton, Caroline Marks, and Lucy Campbell. So Great Britain has been on a stellar run. Their women's squad has been going off here in El Salvador, but right now they have a huge mountain to climb. 2 well-known competitive threats in Caroline Marks and Pauline Ado. So on paper, you would give the advantage to Caroline, then Pauline, but do not discount these young surfers from Great Britain. They're hungry for it. They're well prepared. They want to shock the world. And we're on a brief hold right now. So this is a mind game, a good one, hand-eye coordination. So this guy throws that little baton, calls out a color, blue, and then you got to try to catch that color.
Oh, is that right? That's how it works.
I think so. I'm kind of making it up as I go, but that would be the game, I would think, is throw that thing and say white, and you got to try to grab that white part of the bar. And there you see. Tell us what you would do out at 6 to 8 foot La Bocana. Give us your ideal heat scenario. Which one of these women would you want to surf against? We're all over the place on social media. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We're everywhere. And we want you to join us. Get involved. And of course, the ISA team puts together some really compelling and awesome
Whoa, look at this.
daily wraps.
We are seeing some big surges of swell here this afternoon as the tide comes in. We're going to see some big waves ridden by the ladies.
Well, I would say most of our competitors, if they have the ways and means, probably brought six or eight surfboards with them. And they're going to need every inch of the quiver that they brought because the waves are pumping, the biggest we've seen yet of the week. So Surfline's spot on, telling us that the waves were going to increase throughout the last few days, and they've absolutely done that. From 1940 on the clock, we're officially underway. I'm very excited to see what Team Great Britain can do here. This would be a monumental step for their program, even if they can get one of their surfers through this heat.
Absolutely, and we know that in a smaller, kind of more compact break, having two people in the water might be an advantage because you can work together in managing the others.
If they see each other out there.
Here today, you may not even see them. It's such a big, broad, wide open lineup, and there's massive waves, massive swells of whitewater surging onto the beach right now and onto the cobblestones, pushing through the where people have been sitting the last couple of days. Such is the strength and energy in the ocean right now. Exciting, mate, as you said. Very exciting.
It's going to be a workout.
First wave's all important. Finishing them, completing them, getting scores on the board early. You can obviously fight back from last-minute victories and steal success at the end of a heat somehow, but it's not something you want to do. No one goes out of their way to do it in the last few minutes. You always want to try and maintain and manage and own the start and then build from there.
Wow, what do you tell a young surfer, maybe with not tons of experience, maybe with not a lot of experience in big open ocean waves like this? What do you tell them to put them at ease, calm them down if they're nervous? I'm looking at the waves right now. I would be nervous paddling out there. I'm not a fan of huge waves, and you got to think every surfer is unique. So there's most likely some surfers in our field that are feeling scared, feeling nervous. It's absolutely pumping out there. Anything that you could say in all your time as a coach and a professional surfer that could help?
Just breathe.
Just breathe.
I mean, the focus, and as a coach, you're always trying to, they're like, where do I put my mind? Where do I park my attention? What do I focus on? Obviously, there's important things like wave selection and even the visualization and having that feeling in your body of what it feels like to rip, so you're kind of ready to go. But in the end, nice control of your breath will give you control of your mind and control of your thought. You imagine your brain waves. If you're like and puffing and panting, the brain waves become erratic, your decision-making becomes erratic, and mistakes can happen. So really, just staying in control of your breath, staying in control of your mind, being calm and collected is a good thing. Good way to start anyway.
Control is key. Our surfers are set, ready to rip. And while they wait for the next set wave to come through, let's go down to Jess Grimwood standing by with Havana Cabrero.
Thanks very much, Chris. Havana, it's got to feel good. You're going to be skipping that repechage round. You took a really dominant heat win in that one.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's always good to make heats in the main round, obviously avoiding those repecharge heats to save some energy. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy.
And I mean, it's pretty massive. It's kind of maxing right now at the top of the swirl with the tide. What was it that you saw out there that got you those two kind of mid-range scores that held you in that first position for the majority of the heat?
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't trying to catch the big waves, to be honest. I didn't bring step-ups, which is kind of my fault. But I was just trying to get those medium ones that run through and have a couple good sections, and I stuck to that plan.
And for your team and for Puerto Rico, I mean, you guys have got a great vibe about you. You're obviously used to surfing in these type of conditions, but you were just saying just before off air, it's pretty damn hot, and that's something that you have to manage continuously through your heats.
Yeah, definitely. It's really hot. We have some advantage that it's hot in PR as well, but not as hot as it is here. But yeah, definitely happy to be here and enjoying my time here with the team. And yeah, we're really happy.
And for everybody watching back home, all the supporters of the team and all your family and friends.
Hola, muchas gracias a todos los que nos están apoyando desde Puerto Rico. Todos estamos vivos, así que seguimos con todo y vamos para la próxima ronda.
Thank you so much, Vanna. Congratulations. Great heat win for you.
I've heard the Balinese say it's hot here. I've heard the Hawaiians say it's hot here. And now I've heard the Puerto Ricans say it's hot here. So to give our viewers at home, you know, an idea of how hot it is, well, it's hotter than Bali, it's hotter than Hawaii, it's hotter than Puerto Rico. So pretty hot.
I know my friends and family up in Southern California would do a lot for some heat. Been Negre for 4 years running now. But guess what? El Salvador's close. One of our presenting sponsors, Avianca Airways, Avianca Airlines, can get you down here quickly. And once you get here, it just gets easier from there. A lot of the surf resorts and destination spots that we have down here, you know, they'll be waiting for you at the airport with a sign with your name on it, which always feels good.
Yep.
So escape to El Salvador, and the waves will be waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Pack some lumber, though.
Yeah.
There's
You
going to
need a
be
few.
swell for the next 4 months straight.
And look at that.
Train and prepare. You know, this is a perfect illustration of just how wild it can get out there and how much power it can have and how unruly La Bocana.
Yesterday's star, that massive backhand re-entry for Tiara, getting a last-minute score, 9 points. She's only 15 years old, I believe, young, sprightly and full of talent.
She's pumped, obviously, from what she did yesterday. She's not scared. Can't wait to see what happens next. And here we go, Paulina Do. First wave ridden of this match. 13:30 on the clock. One turn there for Pauline. So getting things working. You know, she's a clutch performer. I think right there she goes, somebody's got to break this cycle of nothingness. And she does it. It's not going to be a huge score. But, you know, in a span of the next 13 minutes, that could be a number that she hangs on to. You never know.
I would think so. And there was it was, I suppose, conservatively approached. But with the amount of time gone, the amount of sets that come through and people get cleaned up and washed in without even catching waves, that was the way to approach that wave and bank that score. Carissa Moore, Kanoa Garashi and Mitchell Ross there. Mitchell has been coaching Carissa on the World Surf League's tour and now has a spot there as a US coach.
And this happened in the flash of an eye. Lucy Campbell, Team Great Britain, she comes through with the highest single wave score so far, 3.67. And we'll see if this wave from Paulina Do can match up with the pace that Lucy Campbell has set.
Second turn got a little bit sort of stiff towards the end of it, didn't it? And then the closeout turn was put in the right place. It does come in better, a 4.5. 3 turns versus 1. Lucy's more critical, most probably, but the length of ride and the consistency shown by Pauline gave her the edge. Couple of starting scores.
Starter kits.
Here we go.
Room to grow. This is Surfer in White, Lucy Campbell in third priority, so find something to work with through the inside on her way back out. It wasn't a great wave, but she'll get herself back in a position quick. So no priority right now as all of our surfers are just trying to find their spot in the lineup. 11:24, no waves ridden yet for Caroline Marks.
You'd imagine she'd be down on that right-hander where she scored so highly yesterday, but there is risk with going down there. That's for sure.
You can get lost at sea down there.
Exactly. 0.67 for Lucy Campbell on that second one. Alice Barton And Caroline Marks in that position where they haven't ridden a wave, so priority would be with those two ladies. Not differentiated between them, but whoever catches the next wave would give the priority to the surfer that hasn't surfed at all. There they both are right there, close to each other. Trying to find an opportunity to get started.
So Lucy Campbell and her teammate, Alice Barton. Alice Barton from Swansea. Her favorite break, the Worm. She's your Boardmasters Women's Open champion. Lucy Campbell from Newquay, Cornwall. That would be considered Surf City, Great Britain.
That's
pretty
the
much
most
famous.
Yeah, that's where we always used to go, and there was a World Championship Tour event for years there. Here we go.
All right, Alice Barton. She finds a nice little corner to herself. There wasn't a lot of opportunity for really critical maneuvers, but I think at this point, this deep into the heat, anything with an open face is going to help you. Highest score so far is a 4.5 that Paulina Do got on a right.
It's not going to match that, is it? Because it tapered off. She didn't get a big last turn, and so critical for any of the surfers to get a big last turn. That's really where a lot of the time the points will come from. Caroline.
All right, Caroline Marks. Now this is her first wave ridden, 11 minutes in, and it's not letting her in. Door slammed shut on Caroline Marks. And if Caroline Marks can't get around a section, nobody can get around that section.
Fair call. And fair to say she will get the least score, the less score of that opening exchange.
Here we go. Surfer in white, Lucy Campbell. Up and out.
Alice, we're waiting on the score for her to come through. 4-5. And for Pauline, here's the replay of that. Drives off the bottom, nice snap. Didn't kind of climb too high on the wave face. Again, just a snap on the shoulder. A 3.67 for her teammates opening ride. Feel like that might come in a little below that 3.67 for Alice. But a 0.73, 0.73. Here's Pauline again, was the score for Caroline Marks.
So almost a mirror image of her opening wave. Paulina Do finds a right. And it's a froth monster. She's out. One turn. Little mini back up there. Won't be a 4.5, but it'll be somewhere in that tween range. And luckily for Paulina Do, clear water in front of her. You can imagine pulling out of those rights when the swell is like this. Not seeing black mountains on the horizon out in the water must feel really good.
When you can't see the horizon for that black mountain you're referring to, that's when things get precarious. The ocean can just send you to the beach. It can literally send you to the beach with its power. Still waiting on those scores. Here's the replay. Drops down the face. Bigger wave, but kind of flat out there. Nice snap for the first turn. Waiting for the shoulder, and look at all the bump. It's like trying to turn on the top of a cappuccino right there. Oh, and you see exactly that. The rail just skipped and jumped, and she cuts out of it.
And here is Caroline Marks in her comfort zone, ripping down the line on her backhand. 2 quick snaps there. Not a great wave, but great surfing on a mediocre wave. So she'll, get a little something from the judges. It's not going to be huge.
No surprises to see her turn to the backhand, perhaps. It served her so well yesterday. We know it's a strong point. And for everyone, we talked about how, the backhand turns on a big steep face might be the easiest way to an excellent score that exists besides a massive air, which is super risky anyway.
I think for Caroline, in case of emergency, break glass, go backside, do what she does.
3.6 for Alice Barton and a 3.27 for the second ride of Paulina Do.
And Pauline is back at it. I think she's found her spot in the lineup. It's working out for her. I like that S turn to finish.
Yeah, that was a nice turn, wasn't it? The way she held the rail and drove through it. wasn't radical, it wasn't spectacular, but it just felt good, the way she engaged the rail and drove with it.
I like that things are starting to tighten up. You know, for 10 minutes, we didn't see any waves ridden. So this is a 10-minute heat, and Lucy Campbell wants to get through it. A beautiful long wall for her to work with. Kind of draws out her first couple of turns. Now she's setting things up, eyeing a critical section. Big snap there. Flying down the line, trying to maintain control. Goes down, but did have a couple good-looking turns way out the back. Nothing super critical, but nice blue collar style surfing, kind of doing what she could in a wild situation. Sometimes when you're going that fast and the wave's pushing you that hard, it's really hard to figure out where to start turning.
There was definitely some points left on that wave, though, Chris. Well, a great wave selection. Firstly, she found a really nice wave that it had steep moments, but then, you know, that when those steep moments happen, you've got to get up there quickly because then they flatten out quite quickly as well. So she kind of missed the first opportunity to get up into a critical section. She's got that nice snap as the second turn, and then with that closeout coming, she just needed a finishing turn that was most probably going to be her best score of the heat so far, but unfortunately didn't get it in, incomplete at the end. I don't know. She's got a 3.27 to improve on. I'm not sure that it does that. Pauline wrapping around. Here's that carving turn that we liked. Nice style. Used the body beautifully. What's she looking to improve on? Oh, no, it's her with the 3.27. Here's the replay. Pumping, waiting for it to stand up. Nice turn there. We're getting excited. And then that little bump, it actually threw her out of her compression and ended up with the straight legs. And when you're straight-legged, it's so hard to get back down on the board and control it.
Now Caroline Marks starting to activate on her backhand, getting over a weird little section there. Fits 2 turns out the back. Redirection on the finish. So where she sits right now is in second place, but Lucy Campbell only needing a 1.8. Still waiting for her last score. It's probably going to be better than that, but not by much. So Great Britain right now in third and fourth. Could potentially change, but now we're waiting for a score for Caroline Marks. So again, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of mechanics happening. The gears are in motion. The judges are deliberating, thinking, and Lucy Campbell, she gets her number, 3.07. So that would mean Caroline Marks needed 2.01. Say she got it. I mean, just that first bottom turn, top turn combo. So fun to watch.
Great Britain again. You can see the importance she placed on making that ride. She turned away from the lip just to get the completion and show the judges control. She had the 4.73. She's going to go, what does she need for the lead? Well, it's a 2.01 to go into second. She's definitely going to do that. Great Britain's going to be in trouble in a moment, and they'll be in third and fourth with the 2 more experienced campaigners above them. Time ticking down, 2.5 minutes. Pauline O'Doe with the third priority. Alice Barton's got first priority, so that's a positive thing. Lucy Campbell with second priority, so that's the good news. The bad news is that there was a 4.7 drop for Caroline Marks that sent her into first place.
2 minutes 13 on the clock. Caroline Marks steadily rose from fourth to first. 4.73 and a 4.70. All scores in now. So here's where we officially stand with under 2 minutes to go. Marks in the lead. O'Doe in second. Lucy Campbell drops to third, needing a 5.4. Alice Barton drops to fourth, needing a 5.47. Great Britain in first and second priority right now. Time is not on their side, but there's a set coming through. Could be just in time. And here is your surfer in blue, Alice Barton. Nice insider to work with there. She's got to make this finishing move, and
critical.
It imploded underneath her.
She was looking for a 5.47. I feel if she made that, she would have got the score. So that was a really critical moment. She used the priority well. She got the type of wave she was looking for. Got the first snap in. We'll see it here on the replay, Chris. Waits a moment, drives up, gets a nice wrapping snap. The lips coming up in front of her. She floats it. maybe she went up a little, a tiny milli-fraction of a second early. That meant she kind of, rather than coming down with the lip, she kind of sped off in front of it, and the speed that she got off in front of it destabilised her. She got a 3.3. I feel like she would have got the score if she would have completed that one, because it was a critical turn.
Yeah, and with the conditions being as wild as they are right now, you got to have everything perfectly calculated, perfectly timed, and placed. One small error will be magnified, just because there's a lot happening. There's a lot going on each and every wave that you ride. 20 seconds. And taking nothing away from the talent level of Great Britain, but they're going up against two juggernauts of surfing in Caroline Marks and Pauline Nadeau. So
thought we might see that flag wave at some point. It was very sort of subdued there in the US camp, very calm, taking it all in their stride, and there's the siren.
So it's going to be official. Team USA, Caroline Marks moving through. Pauline Nadeau in second, Alice Barton third, Lucy Campbell fourth. Team Great Britain heading to the repechage rounds. And we're going to be heading to break after watching a couple slow-mo moments of Caroline Marks. We'll be right back with more action. Men's, women, main will continue in just a few moments.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Fill it up again. 4 more surfers enter the lineup here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chelsea Tuak, Arina Rodriguez, Tatiana Weston Webb, and Tiara Vander Hulse. And after all, Barton, she's our Vander Hulse, our star from yesterday, with the biggest maneuver of the day, maybe of the event. One of the highest single scoring waves of this entire contest.
And I got a wonderful message from her dad. Michael was watching. He said, "You guys made that so exciting for him. He would have been amazing to watch your daughter in a moment like that." And it was one of their moments where, you know, there was controversy for a period of time, and then the score got reviewed, and here we go, up and riding at the start of this heat. Oh, snaps right back into the power source. Look at that energy just ate her up.
It's called going for broke and getting broke. But she's not scared.
Arina Rodriguez.
Peru always comes through with a solid squad of surfers. And there's Team Great Britain. Just taking a second there. Well, Pauline Nadeau, Team France, and Lucy Campbell right there for Team Great Britain. By catching their breath, I mean, that was a 20-minute battle. Nothing easy. Everything earned in that last heat.
Good effort for Great Britain. Get to round 3. Have your women still in this main round, but unfortunately in that one, the experience sent both of those ladies from Great Britain to the repechage. They're not out. They've got another chance, and you know, you can surf your way through that repechage all the way to the final and win the event. So not all lost.
Right. Just kind of go through the back door.
Exactly. Have done that before, you know, sneak in. They don't see you coming. Can be a good thing.
Robert Palmer called it sneak and sally through the alley, right? You come around through the alley and then you show up at the party and everyone's usually happy to see you, but in this contest, they're not happy to see you because they know that you've earned your way back onto the main round. On the show Top Chef, you call it Last Chance Kitchen. So it's our iteration of that.
Gotcha.
Now, this is a much better reality show. This is real life happening in front of our eyes. Olympic ramifications. And just for an update, our schedule was saying we were going into main around men at around 3 o'clock, but your last heat of the day will be the women's heat 9 of round 3. So we've got plenty of time. I've heard it a lot of times. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
That's right.
Well, we've kind of gotten everything we could get out of the break today. And that means that the competitors in future heats and future rounds will have a little bit more time to practice out here at La Bocana and up at El Sunsal.
And we might even get a surf in this afternoon, I'd say.
You know what? I think it's on the schedule.
There you
go. The
go.
Unofficial schedule.
Exactly. A lull to start this heat. 5 minutes nearly gone. Only the 1 point ride.
You would think that some of these surfers might be happy to trade in 5 minutes for a lull like this. Just to get out there, get your spot, get the overview of what's happening in the lineup. I think most of the scores that we saw that helped those top 2 surfers get through were on medium-sized set waves. I think the biggest waves of the afternoon. Oh, well, of course. If anyone's going to find a tube out there, it's Tatiana Weston Webb. T double dubs always finds the tube. Got a quick little head dip there. That'll be a fun one for the judges to look at from all different angles. Our production team right on top of the action. Multiple, 12 angles to choose from. They've got you covered. So 14:20 to go. Just a 1 point ride on the board now for Team Peru from Marina Rodriguez, but more numbers coming through now. Here is surfer in white, Tiara Vanderhulst.
What's going to happen down here? She makes this because we saw her cut off it in real time. Picking up where she left off yesterday afternoon.
This was cool.
Well, it looked a little more, it looked deeper from the drone angle, didn't it? So from
pocket ride.
Yeah, from this from the front on angle, there wasn't many points in that situation. The judges agreed a 1.43 for Tachi. So fair to say that Tiara, when she drops this score, will have had the best opening of the 3 rides that have been taken so far.
Well, maybe she's going to be the one that saves the hopes of Team Netherlands in the women's division.
Yeah, well, she's doing that. Definitely putting them on the map and showing that doesn't really matter where you come from with the right preparation, the right attitude. We've seen it with China, Chinese Taipei, India here for the first time, the Maldives, some great surfing nations, starting to develop.
That's right. Well, that wave not panning out for Tatiana. Surfers regaining their composure and position in the lineup. We're going to go down to the boardwalk. Caroline Marks is standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, guys. Caroline, thinking about the team dynamic that's going into play, obviously Carissa just had her heat before. In Team USA, is it information and that fresh intel that's something that you guys share between each other?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously surfing's a very individual sport, and me and Carissa battle super hard on the tour. So it's funny, we're rooming together here, and it's been just fun to hang out. And we've been kind of approaching this event just trying to have a lot of fun and just enjoy ourselves. And it's been really cool. These events are super long and fun. You get to surf against a bunch of different competitors that you've never get to surf against. So it's really cool. And the team vibe's been awesome. I've been enjoying it.
And on that vein of conversation, with the women's surfing, there's so many different countries and women that are literally surfing for their country for the first time ever in history. Have you had a chance to kind of absorb some of that energy from those new continents and those new female surfers?
Oh, absolutely. It's so cool. Everywhere you walk or look, there's so many passionate people, and it's just really, really awesome, and it's actually really inspiring. So definitely taking some inspiration from the other teams, and it's really cool.
And for this particular spot, for your stop for the games, has it really been packing a punch out there? You were kind of just going over a few of the things that happened in your heat.
Yeah, when I was coming in, I ducked over a wave and it ripped the board on my under me, and I slammed my head on the rock. So I feel okay, but I don't know. I'm definitely gonna have a lump later. But yeah, definitely a lot of power, and the tide's like, I think it's a full moon tide, so it's really sketchy on the rocks, and yeah, I got pretty pounded, but it's really nice to have some swell, and I've never surfed this wave before. Yesterday is my first time in my heat, so it's a really fun wave, and I'm enjoying it.
Well, take care of that head, and good luck. Congratulations, a great heat win for you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caroline.
There's a reason why Neil Diamond wrote a song about Sweet Caroline. She's such a great ambassador to surfing, and kind of scary hearing that she hit her head on the rocks paddling out. I mean, that's not how you want to start your heat, but that also is telling of how much power Labocana can punch. So 10:30 now on the clock. Tiara Vanderhulst up where she belongs in the lead, 5.33 with a 0.93. Tatiana Weston Webb in second. It's 2 scores coming through, 1 for Arena and 1 for Tati. Now we see our first look at Chelsea Tuak. Slashing back into the whitewater. Nice clean drop on the outside section. Big finish there. That might be one of the highest scores we've seen yet. A well-surfed wave, and here's your surfer in white. Tiara, come on.
We love this young lady.
Are you kidding me?
She had that yesterday's memory just so top of mind. I went, I can do this. I can hit this. I'm going for it. It was going to be another massive score with a completion, but it's exactly the sort of attacking mode of surfing that's going to see you do well in this event.
Oh my gosh. You said her dad's name is Mike?
I believe so.
Mike, your daughter is awesome. That was so cool. Just full on attack mode on a 10, 12-foot wave. That wave was huge. And, you know, she's not a big person. She's a little thing. And she went up straight into that lip. Fearless approach. I mean, right now I'm saying she's the people's champion, even just by trying what she just tried. She just did drop into second place with Tatiana's last wave. But I can't wait to see what's next for Tiara.
I can't wait to see the replay of that one and the ambition that she attacked the lip with. Blue having a look at that one. A 5.23 for Tachi, a 5.33 for Tiara, a 4.03 and a 4.6. So some tight opening scores. Arena.
So Arena Rodriguez representing Team Peru. Just a quick turn right there. So now all eyes on the score line of red. Chelsea Tuak starts her campaign with a 4.60. The last score for Tiara Vanderhulst, probably the most radical 1.33 we've seen at this contest. A 10 for effort, a 10 for commitment,
yeah,
a 10 for guts and grit, but only a 1.23 because she didn't make it.
And it illustrates the importance of the completion again, because yesterday that same kind of approach rewarded a 9.03. Today it's a 1.33, and it might have been the same sort of score if it was completed as yesterday. But great to see that, you know, the confidence is there, isn't it? It's like you can feel this young lady just growing to new heights for herself at this event. Great stuff.
7:30 now on the clock. And even with that small score, 1.33, Tiara Vanderhulst is now back in the lead. That knocks Tatiana Weston Webb into second.
And looking at that shot, it looked like the wind had died down a little bit and backed off, and it was getting glassier. There's a beautiful snap out of the top from this pretty much a seasoned campaigner at this point, done many laps around the world tour, living on Kauai, growing up in waves of consequence. That snap was beautiful, tight to the pocket. And another one there. Made everything she could have that way, for sure.
Staunch defender of women's surfing as well. Always wants to push the boundaries, push the limits, outspoken, especially when it comes to wave of consequence. She wants more big wave events, you know, on the championship tour. She's ready for it.
We need that. That's a good thing. Here we go.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, medium-sized left, nice and clean on the face. Good, strong start there. Somehow manages to stay upright on her board, laying back. Now back in control, throws the tail, goes down. Her low score is a 143. We'll see what that does for her. Meanwhile, Tiara back at it on a bombing right-hander.
I can't help but smile and laugh.
I'm now a huge super fan of Tiara Vanderhulst. She is laying it all on the line, and we're here for it.
Oh, Chelsea Tuak.
Chelsea got the note. Chelsea Tuak has entered the chat with a big backside smash of her own.
And that could be a critical moment in this heat, 5 minutes and 30 on the clock, where Tiara in the first is going to get her second score. It's going to be a good second score. Tachi had that wave, but it's not going to be anything of consequence. There was that second turn, catch of the rail, loss of control into the fall at the end. You imagine it's a 3 or something like in that range. But then Chelsea, for Barbados, belted that lift. That's going to be, she's got a 4.6 on the first. That's going to match that sort of ride. Scores, I can't wait to see these scores come in. I'm anxious to see where this sort of sets things up for the final 5 minutes of the heat. Who gets the best of that exchange? We did see some different angles, so it might be hard for us to really do that accurately, but I definitely felt like red and white outscored green, which would mean Tiara, Chelsea outscoring Tachi. There it is.
See how it goes down. So the score comes through for Tiara Vanderhulst, a 6.23. That's a big number. We haven't seen a lot of medium sixes out here just because of how complex the lineup has become. So that gives Tiara Vanderhulst big advantage here. Now she's into the double digits with 11.56. Waiting for scores now for Chelsea Tuak and Tatiana Weston-Webb. Remember, Chelsea Tuak with a solid finishing maneuver, big backside hook right in the power section of the wave.
We know that Tachi's going to improve on the 143. We're confident of that. It's just by how much and then what the ask becomes.
350. Score comes through for Tati, 4.5. She's in second place. Surfer in blue arena. So now we're just waiting for score in red. Chelsea Tuak needs a 5.14. So the 4.5. Back at it again, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Oh, look at the line on this one, Chris.
Nice inside section for Tatiana. Could have an ender.
Well, that could be a big score if that last one was a 4.5.
She got everything she could have out of that wave. I'm still thinking about Tiara Vanderhulst and what she's been able to do. That, you know, and we had a brief look at her facial expression before she paddled out, and it couldn't really tell if she was nervous or if she was excited. You know, she was smiling, and tells me she's unafraid. She's confident. She's prepared.
It's got grommet energy, don't you think? Like, it just feels like it's fun.
Yeah.
Like it's a good time. It's not a pressure-filled situation. There's the score, a 5.5 for Chelsea Tuak.
All right, so that brings Chelsea up to second place now as we wait for another score for Tatiana Weston-Webb. A lot of mathematics happening.
Tiara's only 16 years of age, so she is showing the signs of a World Championship Tour surfer for sure, even a medalist in this event.
How cool would that be to have a representative of the Netherlands for surfing in the Olympics? Her story is awesome. Born in the Netherlands, around about 8 years old, moved to the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, and doesn't really like to surf in wetsuits, so she went ahead and moved from the icy waters of the Netherlands to the hot waters of the Caribbean. There's Team Brazil doing the math. Tatiana Weston-Webb in second place now. Chelsea Tuak quickly drops to third. Arena Rodriguez, maybe a little lost at sea out there. We haven't seen much from Arena.
No.
She started with a 4.6, and then she got a 1.13. So not much yet. She does have a minute left. And she's in second priority, so that tells me she may have paddled for a wave. So a minute to go.
And Chelsea, unfortunately, down in the fourth priority. She needs the 5.41. Very capable. Here's Arena.
Yeah, on demand.
Oh, little
snap
catch
there. Yeah, that whole wave just didn't go her way. 45 seconds left, so that might be the last we see of Arena in the main round. Remember, third and fourth place surfers heading to the repechage round. 35 seconds left.
Tachi with second priority, sitting on top of Chelsea. See how close she is here.
We got a paddle battle.
Look, she won't let her get this. Nearly sneaked away with a wave. I don't know there was going to be a 5.4 though.
Yeah, flattened out pretty quick. I'd like to see another wave from Tiara. As a Tiara Vanderhol super fan, can't get enough. And here we go.
Got first priority. Oh, here we go. Tachi's missed it. Oh, an opportunity for Chelsea.
Here we go. Chelsea Tuak up in time.
Wow.
No chance. Wave closed out all around her. So our hero of the afternoon again, Tiara Vanderhols. An incredible surfing talent, 16 years old, representing Team Netherlands, putting another W on her scoreline, getting the win there over Brazilian superstar Tatiana Weston Webb. Chelsea and Arena heading to the repechage, but we got more action to come. We're going women for the rest of the day. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Up and riding Sol Aguirre of Peru. Loves those left-handers back at home and finding some rhythm here bright and early in her heat. It's taken her a while to be able to put the jersey on throughout today. 2:30 in the afternoon, and she'll kick out of that last turn. Erica Vera of Costa Rica now up and riding. Small turn to start as we change the angle and see her flying down the line, connects with the finish. Very well, up against Joanne Defay of France and Matea Olin of Canada. Shannon Hughes here in the booth to call the action alongside of Mitch Salazar. And Mitch, what an exciting finish to that last heat to see Tiara Vanderhols take a win after that 9-point ride she dropped yesterday.
Yeah, it's huge for Team Netherlands and for a country so small and not being known as a surfing nation themselves. She resides on the island of Curaçao, which is a Dutch, territory, but overall, very impressive heat win, especially over a former runner-up to the World Championship like Tati Weston Webb.
Olympian Championship Tour surfer Joanne Defay straight into that first turn, connects with the second.
Wow.
Looking for maybe a third to finish as that wave goes frothy. She's going to stick with it. Looking for another opportunity to just solidify the scoreline with this opening wave, but it'll fail her for the wave at least.
That was an impressive second turn right there. Effortless maneuver as well for Joanne, and we know what she's capable of, both in recreational waves and in, free surfing and in competition in the Jersey. And she is easily one of the most high-performance surfers on the planet. has good variation on her forehand as well as on her backhand. But look at these waves non-stop out here, Shannon. The tide's dropping now, and we haven't seen this slow pulse just die down a little bit this afternoon. It is still pumping out there, non-stop action.
Yeah, it has been extremely busy in the lineup. A lot of paddling for these surfers. We've even had a few of those bigger sets right as that tide was peaking about a half an hour ago that started washing way up over the rocks. We saw them taking out some of the teams that had set up with their umbrellas, their tents down on the beach to be able to, you know, make it through the entire day. The ice chests, all sorts, starting to roll away. So there's a few scrambles as that swell has peaked with the high tide, but we'll see that dropping like you said. We will be finishing up competition today with the finish of this round. We were planning originally to go into our next men's main round, but we're going to give that a pass for today. So just 3 heats to go and we'll round out competition.
Yeah, and I think overall a great day. You run men's round 3, main round, and women's round 3, the main round as well. Excellent conditions, great heat so far, some excellent performances, but more importantly, the people that needed to get through today. A lot of surfers from different regions worldwide looking for provisional qualification for Paris 2024. Especially, I feel, for a lot of Europeans, this has been a great day for them, and they are looking to battle it out among each other for that one spot on both the men's side and the women's side going into the last few days.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock, and we'll get back to that Olympic qualification conversation that we're having throughout the week. The last heat, we saw Tiara Vanderhoes take the win. She's there with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks very much, Shannon. You have been nothing but mind-blowing in your performances across the ISA games so far. Obviously, to take the win over somebody like Tatiana Western-Webb, it's still early rounds, but it must feel good for you and Team Netherlands.
Yeah, it's super special to compete against such high-level surfers. They've always been my inspiration, and it's just super amazing to compete with them and share the waves and do what we love together. So it's super happy.
And you're still the holder of the highest wave score so far for this event, yesterday's manoeuvre. How do you manage all the emotions and, of course, the roller coaster of what is a surf contest and at the games, and to be able to go out and perform like that under pressure every time?
Well, of course, the Dutch team is incredible. They support me super much. They're the best. And, of course, my coach, Maika and Beric, they teach me how to stay calm and just surf, because if not, I get too nervous and then I forget about surfing. And so...
Well, you've got a whole lot of new big fans, definitely here at the Games, probably around the world, but for all those ones that have been supporting you for so long and for the team, would you like to say any words to back at home?
Dankjewel voor het kijken. Jullie zijn altijd mijn grootste support geweest. Evita, Tico, mama, papa. También en Argentina. Muchas gracias. Besos a todos. Doei.
Congratulations, mate. We can't wait to see you surf again.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from the superstar herself, Tiara, as Matea goes down on a huge section, Mitch. That was wild.
Wow. I mean, she pulls that off, and it seems like she was caught between maneuver selection right there. Shannon didn't know if she was going for an actual hit or maybe an air section, but she rides out of that, and as one of the premier waves and one of the premier maneuvers that we probably would have seen completed. We're seeing something up in the exit range for sure. 13 minutes to go, though. She still has plenty of time. But that was one of those moments and flashes of brilliance that we get to see quite often from Matea Olin.
Scores in for the first of Joanne Fay. It's a 5.60. Sol with a 4.33 on the board. Erica with a 4.17. And just a 2.77 for Matea as we take another look at this.
Yeah, she had so much speed going into this. Look at that huge section right there. And as I said before, maybe just the angle of the board a bit too horizontal when she was coming out of it. You can see right there, wasn't able to stay on top of her board. Her feet shifted too close together and unfortunately ended up out of balance. But what an attempt. You got to give her props for that. As of right now, nothing better than a 5.6 from Joanne Defay and the 4.33 from Sol Aguirre. But a big chance right now for Matea Olin to move through and get a spot for the Pan American Games too. Remember, the American surfers or the surfers from the Americas region, they have to go the Santiago 2023 first in order to qualify for the Olympic Games.
That's right. Out of this event, we'll be taking the top 5 ranking eligible men and top 5 ranking eligible women from the World Surfing Games to qualify for Santiago 2023. Out of that, then we'll be taking the winners to the Paris 2024 Olympics. As we take a look, once again here at Mattea. Just gets, off on her footing on the finish. But if she can find another wave like that, she's looking at a really solid score.
Well, it would have been the best score of the heat, at least in my mind for sure. A lot of speed, power, and flow into that one section right there. But as I said before, I probably would have liked to have seen her do a deeper bottom turn and not attack that section from such a horizontal standard. It seems like those sections, the steeper you go and the deeper bottom turn you have, the better vertical attack you're going to get, Shannon.
Joanne Defay currently sitting in the lead, the only surfer in the water right now, and one of 4 to have already clinched her position for Paris 2024 out of her finish or her current standings even, on the Women's Championship Tour, being that she's within that top 8 finish for the end of the year already as the only French competitor. We can see our surfers getting ready for the next heat for Nicaragua, Candy Rezano, and she's got a great chance to be considered for the universality place as a Nicaraguan surfer, a surfer of her caliber to be considered to compete in Tahiti. And given the number of athletes overall at the last Olympic Games at Tokyo 2020 for Nicaragua, it was a small number that then opens up that position to be considered for a universality spot.
And she does charge. Her dad, Mani, one of the greatest big wave surfers this side of the world, and coming from Popoyo, she definitely has a chance to do well in Tahiti. I mean, once you got that call-up, or once you know that you're officially qualified or provisionally qualified, you're training as much as you can at a wave similar to that.
Joanne now up and riding. Huge hit to start. That was a great one. Love the claim as well.
She is such a strong surfer. I mean, if you look at her physique, she's not super tall, but her legs are built, and she is as strong as they get here for the women's division.
So with a solid backhand attack to start, lines it up for the second, favoring these lefts like she's so used to back at home in Peru, and makes it look easy to finish.
Yeah, and clutch moment right there, just riding out of that second section as well as she could have. So opened up with a 4.33. This wave probably going to be better than that. Aguirre coming from Los Órganos in the northern part of Peru, very close to where Luca Messinas is from. And her mom's actually traveling with her for this event alongside Team Peru. First time I've actually met her mom in person. It's usually her dad, Germán, who travels with her. But it just seems like for this event, she wanted a different kind of background noise in her ear. And great to see her have that camaraderie with her mom. She's her biggest supporter.
It's been great to see her results growing through the years. She's a 3-time WSL South American Junior Champion, which is a solid-sized region of the world. She's also recently taken out a win on a QS 3000 level, which is great to get to her name at the young age of 19. As we take a look at Erica for Team Costa Rica. Sets her line, but that wave clamps down in front of her.
Yeah, quick one there for Berra. And Mateon right now with first priority, holding on to the 2.77. Looking like a strong score about to drop for Joanne Defay. The one single turn, and there it is, Shannon. Big one.
A 7.50 for Defay on the single turn. She connects out with another one. We're looking at a 10-point ride.
Yeah, no, and the fact that she was able to draw this line just after dropping in on this wave, a huge set wave, first of all, and look at the accuracy that she has right there with the precision, the section, the read. Look at the size of this wave. It's overhead for Joanne, goes into the lip right there, and wow, as good as it gets with the layback snap in slow-mo right here. Completely digs the rail in. And that is just lethal. I mean, we're talking about a board that is just knifing through the water at a fast speed, and she is going at that section 100% commitment. Love to see it, Shannon. That was great.
The 7.5 now being the highest score of the heat. But Soligari has just dropped in a 7.0, so she's now in a significant second-place position, putting third and fourth place, chasing a 7.16 for third, which is our surfer in white, Erica, and an 8.56 for Mattea, who's now up and riding, sitting on that single score of a 2.77. Nice opening turn, sets her line here for the second. Wave goes really flat, though, and she's going to have to work with it to try and keep that connection. She'll decide to kick out of it. So her wave selection, that first wave, she would have been sitting in such a better position had she been able to finish off on that second turn.
Yeah, and as of right now, she's playing catch-up. Sol has 11.33 in her point score line. Joanne with a comfortable lead right now, 13.1, and both Erika and Mattea need at least to get something in the 5s or the 6s to get back into this heat. There is 7 minutes remaining on the clock, but what happens now is you have one of the best surfers in the world and one of the elite surfers in the competition in Joanne DeFay with first priority, and a 3-time junior South American champion like Sol Aguirre in the water as well. And the amount of experience that both of these ladies bring at ISA competition as well is just as big on the fact that Joanne DeFay has been at the elite level on CT for years as well.
It's so true. Erica now drops down to 4th as Matea jumps into that 3rd place position. A 3.23 for her last wave sets her up slightly closer with an 8.10 requirement now. Erica, just 15 years old, the grommet in the water right now with a huge future ahead of her in surfing. She took out the Under-12s Costa Rica National Championships back in 2019, which really solidified in her mind that she wanted to be pursuing competitive surfing. To be able to take out a national title at a young age like that, 10, 11 years old, is always impressive. Sol now up and riding on her next wave. Has a heavy section after nailing the first, but whoa, nearly pulls it off. Not a lot of control, though, on the finish.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to deem that complete at all. Looking to better a 4.33. I mean, one decent turn out the back, but don't know about the wave selection, especially where she was in the priority rotation, too. Very impressive for Erika Berra. 15 years of age to be able to make it to round 3 of the main rounds here at the ISA World Surfing Games, competing against the very best in the world. For a surfer that young, this is already a huge accomplishment.
DeFay now up and riding, loves being in warmer locations, born and raised in Reunion Island, spends some time in France through the years, but is residing back in Reunion once again. Nice couple of turns to start things off. Nothing too spectacular, but just consistent, steady surfing from Joanne as she puts the finish on. Looking to replace a 5.6, Mitch, your thoughts?
Could it be? I mean, some decent work right there, and I think that was more of a strategic move. Just keeping Matea off of the wave, first of all, and trying to improve on your low score of 5.6. If she does so, great. If she doesn't, at least you kept a surfer that's trailing you in the heat off of a great wave. 4.5 to go. Matea all in with priority. If Sol doesn't better her 4.33, Matea's still looking for an 8.1. It's achievable for her. I mean, she's a great surfer coming out of Canada, only in her early 20s. And for Erika Berra, she even has a better chance right now, needing a 7.16. Has to be on a quality wave out there in these next 4 minutes, though. And it seems like, to me, the waves have gotten much better in the last 15 to 20 minutes out there. It's glassed off, the tide's dropping. I feel like the consistency of the better-looking waves has gone up meteorically.
I agree with you. That tide pulling out is just beginning to help and improve the shape, the conditions overall. As we take a look at beautiful El Tunco here in El Salvador. Just down to the left-hand side of the screen is La Bocana, and way at the end there is Sunzal, our second podium. It's an amazing place to be able to spend some time in, Mitch.
Yeah, so where we're looking at right now, that's actually where the end of the right here at La Bocana finishes. You can see right there, there's a couple of steps, and you can walk all the way up those rocks, but that is very far down. We're about to cut the corner, and you can see that's where our podium actually is. So you finish all the way this over, it means that you're out of judge's sight. But look at how beautiful it is over here. I mean, green, tropical. It's hot, I can tell you that. I've been sweating all day. But you can't really ask for a better place to have an event like this.
Well-earned paycheck at the end of an event like
That's
this.
for sure.
You get your sweat in, and you're good to go. But yeah, it's a huge playing field as well here at La Bocana. Likened to that of Trestles, a cobblestone break. Of course, today it's looking a little bit wild and woolly out there with this wind that's come through and the giant swell. But it's been so contestable throughout those first couple of days. Now sort of at that point where it's been maxing out through the morning today. Be curious to see what it looks like tomorrow morning when we show up for big day of competition again.
Yeah, uncertain if it's going to pick up, and if it does, it's going to be very hard for a lot of these surfers to manage their 20 minutes out there. What I will say is that during the biggest points of today, there were still a lot of waves that went ridden. There were quality waves that weren't necessarily set waves either. There were a lot of in-between sets. I really like that. I think it gives them a lot of scoring opportunity and improvement to better a lot of their mid-range scores that they have out there in the water. And every heat doesn't have to be perfect either. You know, you just need to be making it through. 12, 13 points. You'll see most of the surfers that made it through today at least have that in their scoreline. But for the most part, a lot of these surfers, when they see these waves, they overfroth, just like Sally was saying. You need to tone that down, realize you're in a comp, and you're just going to be do whatever it takes in order to move through into the next round.
That's so true, and great advice coming from someone like Sally. Down to the final 90 seconds. Matea Olin, a well-rounded surfer. She walked away with the bronze medal at the 2019 Pan American Games on the longboard division, not in the shortboard side. So she's out there surfing different types of craft, and you can see that playing into her style and her approach in waves as well.
Yeah, she decided not to come for the longboard championships because she wanted to rest up for this event, especially after they had just gone to the ISAsurfing Games in Panama a few weeks before. Right now, though, she's in third, needing an excellent score in 8.1, and Berra in fourth, needing a 7.16. And Matea, just after that first fall in the 2.77, she's been out of rhythm since. You know, coming from Tofino in British Columbia, I was just there a few months ago. I would say one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my life. Breeds a lot of great surfers. There's a huge surfing scene, but Matea needs to rely on her experience in the Jersey to look at that 8.1 and attain it right now. There might be a wave here with 30 seconds.
She has been so patient, waiting with priority for quite a while now, hoping for another good opportunity. 2 lost opportunities with the rights that she took off on, that first one specifically. The second one maybe didn't have quite as good of shape to facilitate that better score, but that first one could have set herself up in a better position to be close to that heat total in the 11-point range. Down to 8 seconds on the clock, though, Mitch. I feel like the clock is going to move against her, although we can see the paddle and we can see that swell rolling through. It's just not going to come through and hit the lineup with enough time for her to get a piece of it. Peru's Solaguerre team there will be stoked to be seeing her walk through in second place behind Championship Tour surfer and Olympian Joanne Defay of France taking the win. Canada and Costa Rica heading into the rapid charge round. We'll see more of them throughout the week. We'll be right back with more action. 2 heats to go to call out the rest of the day.
Women's action hit the lineup at La Bocana, the premier location of the 2 podiums here at the ISA World Surfing Game. On the women's side, an action-packed day at La Bocana, the Netherlands' Tiara van der Hulst dropping the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.03.
He reacted, got into the lip, and airdropped about 8 feet straight down.
Yeah. I was just really happy I committed on that one. And now I heard I made the heat. I'm just super, super happy.
U.S. superstar Caroline Marks dropping a straight 9 on her backhand at La Bocana.
Beautiful snap in the pocket. Didn't really get all the way to the lip, but that one she sure did.
And once again, France's own Joanne Defay dropping an 8.87, the 3rd highest wave of the day for France.
Look at the acceleration through that rail work. It cuts it off clean to set up this second one. I love it.
Watching from the beach, I was like, this wave is fire. There's like some really nice steep sections. So I was just like, actually was frothing. I was like, I wish the heats were a little bit longer. So stoked to find a couple and get to just let go.
On the 3rd day of action, the men took out to the lineup at El Sunsal. It was Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti dropping the highest heat score of the day, an 8.67.
I have an amazing chance to qualify from the World Tour, but I'm here and I want to do it this week. You know, I don't want to leave it up to some of the other guys, maybe on tour. Who knows if they get on a streak. I have a really good chance over here and I'm going to give it my best.
Meanwhile, Australia's talented surfer Liam O'Brien dropping an excellent score of an 8.17. France's Kaoli Vaz dropping the 3rd highest wave score for the men, a 7.9. Day 3 was awesome. Day 4 is going to be even better. Tune in for more action tomorrow at both La Bocana and El Sunsal.
Great insights from the surfers after day 3 of competition. We're nearly done with day 4 now after seeing Joanne Defay of France take out the win with Sola Gary in second of Peru. Those two keeping their names and their countries in the mix on the top side of the draw, the main rounds on the women's side. It's been an exciting day of competition, Mitch, as we opened up for podium 1 with our men's main round 3. Got to see some really flaring surfing all around. And of course, through the day, we've had the rapid charge round running down at Sunzal. As we take a look at the tower setup here and the Italian flag flying high for Giada Legati in the water, but a huge takeoff for Kika Veselko of Portugal. She is an incredible surfer. She had the biggest win of her career this year, early this season. You were there in San Diego at Seaside Reefs to see her win her WSL junior title as a world champion. The first, she says, hopefully many to come. Ornella now goes down under the lip of a heavy section.
Yeah, and that score already in a 3.57. The judges were quick with that one. Kika Veselko, though, a prodigal daughter of Portuguese surfing. I truly think that she's been, besides Teresa and Yolanda, the best surfer to come out of Portugal on the women's side. And she has provided a much-needed breath of fresh air for them, too. Competitive surfer, but this heat is going to be a stacked one. Candelaria Rosano has a lot of experience here in El Salvador. Giada Legati coming from Italy, raised in Indonesia, though. She surfs a lot of heavy waves herself, and Pelisari has a large amount of experience.
Giada now up and riding. Solid hit off the lip, but goes down. Seems really challenging to be able to hold on to those finishes today. A lot of air drops, a lot of, those kind of split-second moments where that board can just separate from the tips of your toes.
Yep. No, and especially with all the white water and the froth on these faces, too. But that's where I also see a lot of surfers, and you'll notice with the people that'll be moving through, they're never rushed on the waves that they select. On that wave, you could see that Giada just wanted to get a quick wave underneath her, and she paid the price for it, just a 1.2. And, a hefty wipeout, too. A lot of these waves, with the tide dropping now, tend to get much heavier. Don't want to dislocate your shoulder or end up buckling your board, as we have seen earlier today, as Conde opens up with a 3.0. Second best wave of the heat so far. Just the one carved there on the backhand. And a decent hit to finish, so could have seen maybe a bit larger score for that one, but comes in as a 3. And then Pelisari here, lovely commitment right there from Ornella, 3.57 for this one. But then just lost her fins when she was bottom turning, pushed too hard. And this is what I'm saying right here. Was there a need to go for that turn on that wave at that moment? It seems like she was rushed, got into the wave a little too late, and paid the price, just a 1.2.
Certainly committed to it, but maybe off on that timing, as you're saying. The 22-year-old, like you said, raised in Bali, born in Monaco originally, half Italian, half Argentinian, and has loved living in the region of the world that she has. It's allowed her to be able to surf world-class waves for most of her life. Down to 14 minutes on the clock. Ornella dropping in that 3.57 for that first turn. Now she's able to connect that with a second. She's looking into that 6-point range.
Yeah, and she has a lot of experience here in Latin America and worldwide with the ISA World Surfing Games alike. I've seen her around, and she's in her late 30s now, but what the cool thing about Argentina is that she has a lot of support from her teammates like Lele Osuna and Santiago Muniz too. Good to see her here yet again.
Yeah, she's an incredible competitor. Walked away as the Pan American champion back in 2017. Now she finds herself in a situation like that again, an event that's familiar for her to be able to return to this year. Should she gain the qualification out of the Americas this week, she could be looking at an Olympic qualifying spot and be the first female Argentinian to get into the Olympics.
Especially close to home, Chile, very close to Argentina. It's around a 3-hour flight from Buenos Aires to Santiago. And you see Shino Matsuda, who had provisionally qualified the last time we had the Olympic Games, and she was knocked out of her spot by both Amuro Suzuki and Mahina Maeda, looking to clinch that spot this week here at the ISA World Surfing Games. As of right now, she's the only Japanese surfer left in the main rounds for the women.
We'll see how she goes in the next heat. She's going to be looking very strong, no doubt, as we see Candy with a great, solid takeoff, snap under the lip. That was good. Love the clap on the finish. And our surfer in blue, Ornella, huge takeoff, sets that line, now goes up into the lip and hits it hard. So she'll get another score on the board to back up the 3.57. Flurry of action here as the current reigning WSL World Junior Champion is up and riding. Little snap under the section, then starts to unleash, finds that corner. We're not sure what else is happening here. Let's track with it to see if we see her head pop up. It looks like she's gone down as we take a look here at Jada up and riding once again. Smooth style to start off for that opening turn into that second one as well. Super frothy. Surfing pretty much on white water, literally, instead of that green face at all. Nice solid finish for her. That's going to be feeling better than the 1.2 that she opened up with.
Oh, so much better, and a great finish right there too, finishing on her feet. Good timing on that wave for sure, and Belisari going for the one big turn. But Rezano, I feel, is going to drop a big score right here as her second one is about to come through.
Well, Joanne DeFay took out the win in that last heat. As we wait for scores, let's go to check in with her and Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Shannon. Joanne, I remember you right back when you were a really young teenager, and the thing that set you apart was your work ethic. How has that helped you realise this Olympic dream once again for this season?
Yeah, I mean, I love every aspect of training, you know. I love surfing, I love working on my surfing, and then I love everything outside, you know, like how to get fit in my body, how to eat well, how to, I don't know, sleep, and everything that is included in a performance. So I feel like, yeah, just enjoying the ride is kind of like the most important. It sounds like pretty, you know, pretty like basic and corny, but it is what it is. I do enjoy training and just like the fact of progressing, so maybe that's it.
Well, you seem to always come back with something a little extra in your tool belt. For that last heat, that huge big single manoeuvre, getting up into the 7.5, I think, +7 range. Were you surprised to hear that score, or were you just like, yeah, bring it on?
I kind of knew. I feel like since the beginning of the event, they've been scoring the one single maneuver, and yeah, the layback is kind of like my trick front side, you know. And I mean, it's pretty big today, and sometimes it's hard to get two good waves in 20 minutes. So I was like, okay, just if you get one maneuver, just give it all, you know.
Well, you definitely did. Thank you so much. We'll let you get out of this heat and recover, because that was a big heat for you. Congratulations moving on through.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Have a good day.
Well, sticking to the basics has certainly paid off for Joanne DeFay. So well-rounded in everything outside of surfing. And this year she had to go back to those basics to recover from a pretty heavy ankle injury that took her out of the first 3 events of the championship tour, but she's now back. Candelaria with another great hook under the lip. She's looking fearless. She's got that left hand dialed.
She does, and that's what Popoyo does to your surfing right there. You tend to surf a lot of open water waves here in the Pacific Ocean. Popoyo brings out the best in your surfing, and it definitely makes you capitalize on the big and steep sections right there at that great spot in Nicaragua. 9 minutes to go now, Shannon. It seems like Kika might be having a look here. She's up.
Oh, solid takeoff. Drives hard off the bottom. Love that drawn out bottom turn to wrap under the pocket. And she'll dive out.
Should score well, though, just for the one turn. I really like the commitment to that one section right there from Baselko.
I agree. As we take a look at Ornella now, late takeoff. Sets that bottom line as well. This wave quality not nearly as good as what we just saw from Kika.
Yeah, and especially the lefts in comparison to the rights, with the tide dropping a little bit now. The rights are steepening up a lot more. And we're still waiting on the second score of Veselka as well. So she still has 2 scores that are owed to her. 8 minutes 20 to go. Candelaria looking to better at 3.0. She can definitely do that with her last left. But as of right now, Giada Legati also looking to get her second score. We're still waiting on one for her. This is going to be a crucial moment for the beach announcer to inform these surfers what the scores they're getting at the appropriate time too. Seems like Legati might have a wave there out of position, but these lefts are just non-stop. Look at that thing just rolling through unridden. Well, if you're in position for those ones, you can definitely make it count towards a big score. Seems like she has another shot with this one, Shannon. She's going to let it go.
Yeah, she's just maybe a little bit deep on it. For that audience that's maybe newer to surfing that's listening in, we do have a beach announcing team that's set up actually just at the top story of that white structure that you've seen coming in and out of the webcast. They're there to deliver the score updates, the time updates, and the priority updates to all the surfers in the water. And it's a very crucial part of competitive surfing nowadays. As we take a look at Ornella, nice hit off the foam to start. It's really thinking of a few basic jobs to run any event. If you want to be able to communicate to the surfers in the water, having a beach announcers with a PA system, absolutely crucial. That next to having your judges. And other than that, you can really get away without having much to be able to run a good event.
Yeah, and as soon as you have computer scoring, you need to have priority too. That's one thing that I see throughout a lot of amateur events still. We do have computer scoring at some smaller amateur events, but when we don't have priority involved, it just promotes a lot of hassling. I truly dislike that. I don't think it's something good for the sport. Great thing here about the ISA, we have priority at every single event, whether it's SUP, longboard, juniors, or the ISA World Surfing Games. And that one thing I think truly brings out the surfing aspect rather than just having to go out there and compete and hassle with each other.
I agree with you. I couldn't agree more about the priority call and for bringing that down to the very lowest levels of competitive surfing for any discipline. I'm a longboarder. I grew up or, was competitively longboarding for a long time. And a lot of the events that I surfed in, outside of the kind of fun invitational events, but anything that was serious for national titles and those things, a lot of those events are running without priority. And it lent to a lot of hassling. It lent to a lot of being pushed out of position, especially if you're running an event at a point break. And a lot of the best surfing was missed because it was just that hassling that came into play.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of conversation around bringing that priority into those level events as well, especially that now on a world championship level, that's what the expectation is across the board. As we take a look here at Kika Veselko driving up under the lip.
Oh.
Nice finish. Sends the kiss to the panel, and what a way to go. Taking a look now at Ornella, just, in the wrong position on that wave. So bumpy, but let's go back to that finish of Kika.
That was incredible. Definitely one of the single best maneuvers out of the women's division so far in this event. And give props to her, too, because she had mistimed a few sections, was actually bumped out of position by the whitewater a bit and the backwash. But when she reached that lip line, she made it count for sure. Look at this. Drops in, bigger size wave. And look at this. I think she maybe even caught her leash. So this is the one layback before, so we're still waiting on this score. That was a sick maneuver, too. But she is just on fire now. Look at how deep that bottom turn is, Shannon. Comes around the section, a lot of white water. And look at the way she just engages this rail when she brings it down with the layback. Whack. Straight in the pocket. That sharp bite looks great underneath her feet. Love the extension, and that is just something beautiful. Critical maneuvers and the most critical parts of the waves. And you see right here, Cande, I believe this is her 4.47. Great opening snap right there. Comes around the section. One more just for good measure. And then bounces off of the white water. Falls at the end. But this is a very competitive heat right now.
Yeah, this is wild. So scores to drop for last of white. That replay that we saw was the 3.77 of Kika Veselko. We're waiting for the score now to come through for her last one where she got those couple of scores connected together. Nicaragua flying the flag for Candy as she currently sits in the lead with that 5.5 and that 4.47. Another score to come through. Now let's take a look at this one. It's a 5.23 that drops through for Kika Veselko.
Well, the 5.23 was the layback, and we're still waiting on this one. So look at how critical the section is right here. And she had already actually lost her balance right before bottom turning for this section right here. Look at how deep that bottom turn is, and look at the way she eyed the section. Technique as good as it gets. The timing on point, and look at that airdrop. I cannot overstate how difficult that was. The section was already coming down. She had to actually meet the lip while it was already coming down. The amount of power and effort in your legs that it takes for you to be able to ride out of that. Difficult. Degree of difficulty as good as it gets, ladies and gents.
All right, so the 5.23 for the layback before. Another score to drop as we take a look at it one more time in live or kind of, real time.
Just phenomenal.
Speed.
I mean, she's going so fast at that one section right there. And I have to say, the best claim of the event so far, too, right there for Veselko.
I'd agree with you. And after that stumble at the start, like you said, it was really tricky for her to recover and to be able to have composure heading into that next section.
Most people would have given up by then. they would have kicked out. They just would have said, okay, I'll get another opportunity. Scores in, looks good.
She takes the lead, a 6.33 over the 5.23. So back-to-back waves, real single turns, have set herself up with that first place position. Nicaragua down into second, chasing a 6.07 to take the lead. And Pellizzari for Argentina, chasing a 5.15 now to go from third into second. And Lajati for Italy, chasing a 6.04 to go from fourth into second.
Yeah, Giada right now needing a 6. Would be one of the best waves of the heat so far. Pellizzari needing a 5.15. That's an attainable score for her, especially after she already has a 4.83 in her scoreline. Right now, though, Candelaria, look at the amount of space that she is giving to Ornella. Non-existent. And I like to see this from Candelaria, the youngest surfer in this heat. And she needs to go out there and really clarify that she is here to win. And she wants to get a spot, not only in the Pan American Games for Chile, but as you said, maybe getting the universality place for Paris 2024 as well.
It's certainly a possibility for a surfer of Candelaria's expertise, that knowing that she can handle big, heavy surf, that position could be readily available for her. We know that Brian Perez is a candidate for Team El Salvador heading towards Tahiti. As we take a look now at Jada, great drive off the bottom, snap to start, and she'll go down. So she has had some great connection with the wave, but she hasn't been able to find that wave that's really going to matter and that wave of consequence necessary to be competing at the level that we're currently seeing. To be able to drop, like Joanne DeFay said in that interview, the big scores off of single maneuvers, you're going to have to be on a wave that offers heavy consequence for that single maneuver.
Yeah, and the most critical sections too, and that's what Francisca has been able to do on her 2 best waves this heat. Has 4 waves ridden, a small score of an 0.5, the one throwaway score at the beginning, then a 3.77, and after that, built on her scores. Right now, Rezano, though, with second priority, she is very close to Ornella Pellizzari, who has first priority, 25 seconds, and it seems like she's baiting her on this wave. This might be Pellizzari's last chance.
Uses her priority here, chasing a 6.37. Caught behind the section, goes for the air. I am so proud of her for going for that. It was going to be challenging nonetheless, and she needed a score.
That would have been sick.
But that would have been so sick, as we see Kika now setting herself up down the line. Just one more chance to solidify her lead, and well done for her. In the back 6 minutes of this heat, to be able to find 2 waves of single maneuvers, those big single turns to get her that score. But Ornella Pellizzari, that was the way to finish. She's from that same generation of Mimi Barona of Ecuador and Silvana Lima of Brazil, who have driven the way forward for women's aerial surfing. They're some of the first to really be doing it in competition at their levels, and I love seeing she brought that on the finish just for that attempt.
Yeah, and good sportsmanship right there between Rezano and Legati. Moving through is Nicaragua, and a huge, huge win for Kika Veselko, the last Portuguese surfer on the women's side, still in the main round, Shannon.
Well, we got one more heat to come. Stay tuned. China, Japan, Germany, and New Zealand heading out for the final heat of the day.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
And we're back for the final heat of the day here at La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador. A huge takeoff for Chinese surfer Zixi Yang with a massive hit, two-turn combination to start, staying low to drive around the section, but just gets clipped by it. And an impressive start way to gain control over the other 4 women in the lineup. Taking a look at it now, Japan, Germany, and New Zealand up against China. Shino Matsuda, Camilla Kemp, and Paige Hareb up against Zixi Yang.
Yeah, and Paige Hareb has a great chance of qualifying for the Olympics just at this event throughout the Oceania spot over there for Olympic qualification. I am very impressed with what I just saw from Yang right there. I know she's a good surfer and she's improved a lot, but she has gotten way better. Look at that.
Look at that technique, driving up into the lip off that first turn. How low and compressed is she able to get?
As low as she can, I guess. I mean, that was impressive. The amount of speed that she's able to carry, her technique is so much better now, and the improvements that she has had since last year's ISA World Surfing Games in September of last year, it's a drastic change, and I think these waves suit her style as well. I believe this is her first one. Look at that. Even grab the rail on the bottom turn as well. Just incredible technique. That's actually her second wave, but just the fact that she's able to do something like that where people have had, 12, 13 years of practice to get to a point like that right now, that goes to show you she's been putting in a lot of work inside and outside the water, Shannon.
This is so true. As we take a look now at New Zealand hero Paige Hareb opens up for that first turn. The very first New Zealand female to qualify for the Women's Championship Tour, has had such a long run there. She's no longer competing at that level, but is looking to get herself back in the mix on this year's Challenger Series. Also looking to gain Olympic qualification. Someone that was very close in that 2021 conversation here at the ISA World Surfing Games, just a spot or 2 away from clinching that opportunity. Shino Matsuda, now up and riding for Team Japan. Great positioning as she heads into that final maneuver, and she'll finish out strong. Scores to come through across the board.
That was beautiful from Shino. Took her time after the first carve. Knew that she had to be patient to make it to that last section too, not rush anything. And off to a great start. But look at the score for Yang on her opening ride, Shannon. She still has one more to come.
The 5.17 for the opener was that solid size takeoff up into that single maneuver. Another score to drop for Yang. Score to drop for Matsuda and for Hareb as well. Kemp still without a wave ridden, holds on to that first priority and has pick of the lineup.
Yeah, and as of right now, Camila probably looking at the rights. She has not been on any of the lefts that have come through so far. And case in point right there, she's definitely looking to go on to forehand. She competed yesterday afternoon with these same kind of conditions, those long right hands that just go down for, at least 100, 200 yards. And I think the rights with the tide that we have right now, a mid-tide, are definitely favorable for her style of surfing.
15 minutes remaining. Camilla there with second priority now. She's lost that first priority to Yang, who's just dropped in a 4.27 for her second wave. So she's built into a solid score line in the 9-point range at the moment. Love surfing at Ryuan Bay there in China. It's on Hainan Island. I've had the pleasure of surfing there many times in the past. And it's a beautiful left-hand reef with some solid sections to it. It gets really great for shortboarding. It's a world-class longboarding wave as well. So a great training facility that they have set up there for the Chinese competitors that's been developed over the last maybe 8 to 6 years or so, where we've really seen that start to come into conversation and the development of those young athletes.
Yeah, and I think China overall has improved leaps and bounds over the last 2 or 3 years. When it comes to the people they've trained with, that's changed, and I think it's actually beneficial to them to have different perspectives from people that have come in worldwide to help them out with technique, coaching in terms of strategy, most importantly, getting them experience too. You come to an event like this, the ISA World Surfing Games, you're facing the very best of the very best. And if you want to get a shot at Olympic qualification, it goes through here, Shannon.
Big set rolling through. Now waiting to see who will be up and riding on the next wave, but scores are in for Shino Matsuda. It's a 6.5 sets herself up with the highest single score of the heat so far, Mitch.
Well deserved, too. Good patience. Combination of two major maneuvers, a bit broken up so the flow wasn't as there. But that's also because the wave didn't allow it, so it's within that good range. 6 to 7.9 with a good range. 8 or above is an excellent score. And you opened up with anything better than a 5 in your scoreline in the first few minutes. That's a great start. You'll hear any coach worldwide just give you a lot of props because that means that you establish your foundation to build on afterwards, and you're not playing catch-up like the other two surfers that need a wave in the first 5 or 6 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, and aside from that last heat where we saw our leader, Kika Veselko, take away her 2 top scores in the last 5 to 6 minutes of that heat, it's really been those surfers that have had something solid and been able to maybe replace the backup score that have been taking away those wins, rather than the ones that have been patiently waiting and then needing to really get the job done in a very, very condensed heat.
Yeah, well, for the most part, you look at the women's heat so far. Sally Fitzgibbons started off real quick. Noah Clapp, same thing. Leilani McGonigal won her heat 2 at the beginning of the heat, really. Awana Cabrero, same thing. Caroline, I mean, we know what she's capable of. She's one of the best surfers in the world. And Tiara Vanderhulst, to me, is the only kind of wild card in there that maybe didn't have the stellar strong start. She built on her scores afterwards, and she went from less to more. But overall, you could definitely say that the winners of each of the 7-8 heats so far have been people that started off with good scores.
Camilla Kemp finally getting herself into a ride, but deep behind the section, so unable to get in a proper maneuver. She grew up in Portugal to a German mother and a Dutch father. Started surfing when she was about 10 years old and has always dreamed of qualifying for the championship tour for the WSL, but also now is allowed to dream of Olympic qualification.
I've always been jealous of a lot of Europeans for speaking so many languages in their household. Camila probably speaks at least 4, I want to say. I mean, you get Dutch, German, Portuguese, and she speaks English as well. Pretty cool.
Shino Matsuda drives off that bottom turn into a beautiful looking hook to start. Nice section for the second as well. Gouges through it. Sets herself up now for a powerful finish. Important moment. That wave just bends so weirdly the way it converged together. It wasn't going to give her a clean exit.
Oh.
Those 2 turns together were so nice though. What color was that? I couldn't even tell as she just got swallowed by the white water.
Seems like Paige Hareb.
Paige Hareb goes down. Cixi Yang now up and riding again. Technical backhand attack. Second turn, throws it up into the foam for the third. Is not going to appear out of the whitewater from that one, but nearly had it for a moment.
I honestly can't believe what I'm seeing. I haven't seen China, a Chinese surfer surf this well. I mean, look at that. That's incredible. 5.17, 4.27 in her scoreline. She's going to improve with that for sure.
And we're going to wait for those scores to drop. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with Kika Veselko and Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Shannon. Kika, we're trying to hide out the sun here. You're really pushing your body to the limits with this temperature, but it's paying off. Big turns from you.
Yeah, it's super hard to paddle outside, and you just want to paddle hard and go fast. But it's so hot out inside the water, and yeah, it's really hot. I'm not used to this heat.
What about that huge big turn, full commitment, but most importantly, and what I enjoyed the most for the entertainment was the look to the panel and the kiss to the judges. Were you just feeling it in the moment?
Yeah, actually when I first bottom turned and I put my hand in the water, like my shoulder went back, and I'm not injured, but it's hurting. And then being able to mentally get it together and then get that turn, I was stoked about it, and I just wanted to claim it. I never claim waves, but that one felt good after getting hurt.
Yeah, that's well worth the claim. Everybody's pretty much struggled to make those critical sections, so I think that's well within your rights. For Team Portugal, you are the remaining woman in the main round still. That's got to feel good, holding that high for the team and the pressure on your shoulders. You can handle it pretty well, though.
Yeah, it feels good. I just want to keep advancing, and even if I fall to the report charge, there's always a chance to go all the way to the final and win the event. I've seen it happen, but hopefully I'll just keep making it through the main round and keep having fun.
Well, thank you very much for your time. We'll let you go and chill out, recover after such a big heat, and congratulations.
Thanks so much, Jess. Hopefully Kika's shoulder is okay. It's always challenging when you come in without an injury that's so extreme that, you need to take serious action with it, but just something that's there enough to really play into your mindset. as we see Barton Lynch, our co-commentator this week, the 88 world champ, alongside Vahine Fierro. Vahine with a great opportunity to qualify herself through the European region on behalf of France this week, and to be able to surf for the Olympic gold medal at home for her at Tehupo.
Well, it could be one of those two ladies who's actually taken home that European spot for Olympic qualification. You know, Vahine with another great performance earlier today. I like her chances at this place, has a lot of power, and in Tahiti there's actually this place called Papara. It's a heavy beach break. Well, not super heavy, but it's more of a wave like La Wakana that moves back and forth a lot, has both rights and lefts, but it has a cobblestone bottom, so it's not as noble as you would say as a normal beach break. It actually has some bite to it, and I think that's why she's done so well just off of so many practice days over there. But Kika Veselka once again improving a lot. Both those ladies, former World Pro Junior champions at the WSL level.
Up and riding now, Camilla Kemp. So washes off the 0.83 from her last wave on that solid size section. Nice wrap to start. Now drives off the bottom, finds that lip line, holds on to the finish. And I think for her, that's that moment that she needed, that breakthrough moment within this heat. Now she's got 8 minutes to keep herself in the mix.
Yeah, and a strong finish right there for Kemp. Definitely needed it at this point of the heat. 8 minutes to go. She's hustling back out. She knows how important that one wave was, and that was a critical turn right there in a major section. As you see Team Germany right there, very far south. They're kind of instructing her from that southern end where the right ends, and big moment for her in this heat, but I can't overstate how improved the Chinese surfer Yang is in this moment. A couple of fives in her scoreline, but 2 falls have cost her a few bigger scores in this heat, Shannon.
Yeah, those falls are consequential to keeping yourself out of the range, going, 7s or higher. We've got 2 podiums here at the World Surfing Games. We always do because we have so many surfers in the draw that we can't possibly get through a week of competition with just 1 podium. La Bocana, the cobblestone bottom, river mouth, lefts and rights similar to Trestles is what our main podium is this week. Sunzal, a long right-hand point break, which today has been significantly easier to manage. I've been talking to some of the competitors that have needed to surf through the rapid charge rounds, and they said the surf down there was really good. Taking a look here at some of the highlights through the day, there was a 7.83 from Erin Brooks.
Yeah, last year's under 16 ISA gold medalist, and she is a talented surfer, I can tell you that. A lot of speed, great use of her rails here on this wave by the young surfer from Canada, and she knows both of these spots very well. And dropped an 8-point ride on her heat as well, so nearly an excellent heat total for her, Shannon, in the rapid charge rounds. Had that loss in the main round 2 yesterday out here at La Bocana. Great to see her bounce back with another solid performance at El Sunsal. In 15-minute heats too, not easy to compete out there at a wave as long and as difficult to surf as El Sunsal.
It's so true. I mean, with a wave of that length, as she wraps her way all the way back into that pocket section, that was great reading of this as well. Well rewarded by that excellent score line. But that's a long paddle to get back out and even position yourself for another one. The great thing about the point break setup of Suzal is that when those sets roll through, you got more than, if you got at least 4 waves in that set, then every single surfer is going to have that opportunity. It's easier for positioning to get into play as well. So there's maybe that more even playing field across the board for those surfers, as opposed to La Bocana today, where it has been so challenging to just get into position. There's been a lot of wash-throughs that have come through in a lot of heats. There's been a lot of those moments of suspended priority today, and surfers being caught off guard by those sets rolling through.
Yeah, but if you were to ask me which spot I'd rather compete at when it's big, I'd still say this spot right here. I just think the opportunities that you're getting both left and right, as you can easily see right there. Paige Harrop, solid combo. Does she ride out of the second one? Yes, she does. So crucial moment for her in this heat with just under 5 minutes to go. Needing a 6.74. Maybe, maybe not, but at least her best wave, that's for sure. And at this moment of the heat, still has enough time to get back out there and get one more ride. Look at the score for Kemp, though, in the good range, Shannon.
Scores in. It's a 6-point ride for Kemp. All that energy, she's feeling it now as she's getting herself back into position. Like you said, the major benefit to La Bocana for competition is the fact that there's lefts and rights. It adds that variety. It also has different types of sections that can be more critical than what Sudanzal often offers, with just that opportunity for the cutbacks aside from maybe a critical vertical turn out the back and that inside runner.
100%. I think La Bocana is a high performance wave. Not to say that El Sunsal isn't a great wave, it is, but in terms of consistency and offering much more potential for bigger scores, La Bocana is the way better wave out of the both of them. This is one wave that I definitely see could easily be a qualifying series event in the future for both men and women here in the North American region, and I think overall it's a spot that I really like for events too. I think it's very consistent, breaks nearly year-round, and has plenty of waves, even with different tides as well.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that it hasn't been a QS spot more often in the past.
It'll happen.
As we see Paige Hareb now with the chance for New Zealand, for the All Blacks. Great carve back to start, sets her line up for the second cutback. Now using that rail, engaging with it as she hits the finish. That's the wave she's been looking for to get that score. She already has the 6.6 in her score line. Just needed a 3.84. She'll have that and more. And now we'll see if our Chinese competitor can keep herself in the advancing position with the next opportunity rolling through.
It's a close one. I mean, she needed a 6.74 on the left, right? On her previous one, got a 6.6. Now needing something close to a 4-point ride. I can't recall the 3.7 too much, her initial ride. I think it was the combination where she fell at the end, but this to me should be enough. You know, needing close to a 4, probably going to knock down Yang to third spot, and Matsuda, who's just been on fire, a couple of 6s in this heat. A great performance by her after only catching 2 waves in this one too. A lot of efficiency, and you see the S right there next to Camila Kemp's name. Suspended priority. Where is she in the lineup? At the moment needing just a mid-range 4.
And at this place in time, 2 minutes 30 seconds, it took her 8 minutes, sorry, it took her 12 minutes to get her first scoring wave, which was on the 8-minute mark of the 6-point ride. That had her right back in that conversation. She could have maybe been in position to find another wave, but would have been swept out from that last set. Scores are in for last of Hareb. It's a 5.17 per page. It easily takes her into that advancing position over Yang for Team China. Down to 2 minutes on the clock, Yang chasing a 6.51. And now that conversation comes into play of the fact that she was only able to get those single maneuvers on her opening waves, which gave her those big 5-point rides. But without being able to find that connection, she's now sitting in a position chasing a fresh score that's even higher.
Yeah, and maybe going a bit too big in certain moments of these heats too. On a couple of those waves, no need to maybe go as strong as she did on her closing maneuvers. But as of right now, got to think that's irrelevant. You just need to go out there and surf your best wave right now, needing a mid-6.
She's just 14 years old and showed up to the World Surfing Games in Huntington Beach. As she's got a paddle now and an opportunity in front of her. Chasing a 6.51. She's deep behind the section, but she's going to link around it. Heads up into the first turn. Cheers from the beach coming down, and it's just going to be that single maneuver. We'll leave that in the hands of the judges.
Oh, I can tell you myself, that's not going to be the score. She needs her best ride. She has 2 waves way better than that. Had a golden opportunity right there. It seems like she was overthinking things a bit too much. The first bottom turn a bit delayed, and maybe wanted to do it a bit further down the line. But solid performance, still has 45 seconds. She might be able to make it out there. I think the one person right now that has a shot is Camila Kemp. I actually think she might be in position for a wave on the other side of this peak.
She's got priority back next to her name. The S has disappeared, and it's back to a 1. Down to 30 seconds on the clock. She hasn't caught a wave yet, but she's putting herself in position. Having a look here, will she be able to get into it? And she does. Now up and riding. It's a smaller wave. She's needing a 5.78 to be able to take the advancing position. Big S turn to start. Connects for the re-entry, and she finishes off. All of that emotion coming through on the end. Down to the final 2 seconds as that buzzer sounds, and scores to come through for last of green, last of red, just a 3.10. Doesn't do it for Xixi Yang of China. There she is, and she'll be heading into the repecharge round. But she's a name that we're going to become so familiar with in professional surfing over the years. but now waiting for score of Camilla Kemp.
Well, and Yang definitely has a lot to be proud of in this event. Has improved leaps and bounds. She's still in repercharge. I don't even know why I'm saying this event. It's like she still has another full event to
She
go
can
through in the
easily make it
repercharge.
through, yeah.
Yeah, but interesting wave here from Camilla Kemp. You know, you saw right there, a slower start, had the one roundhouse cutback. The second turn was strong, though. The section was difficult. It was critical. It was a difficult section to really navigate out of. As you saw right there, she kind of had to wait patiently to fully ride out of the turn. But needing close to her best ride, remember the 6-point ride? I think the second turn was stronger and it was cleaner, had the airdrop at the end. Is it just underneath that? Is it almost the same score? It's right around there as you see the Chinese competitor who has made leaps and bounds and improvements. And unfortunately for Camilla Kemp, the score is not enough, Shannon.
It's a 5.17. It does not chase down the 5.78 requirement, and she remains in, sorry, it's a 4.40. Falls short of that 5.78 requirement. Does not get that advancing position over Paige Hareb for New Zealand, making it through. And Japan's Shino Matsuda, the 2018 ISA World Junior Champion, takes away the win in this heat and is looking very strong for Team Japan heading into the next round. What a way to finish for Japan and New Zealand.
Yeah, and she's the front runner for Asia right now in terms of getting that qualification spot for Paris 2024. Massive win for her. The only Japanese surfer still left in the main round. Amuro Suzuki and Mahina Maeda out at the event. And yeah, great day of action. You know, I thought the waves were stellar once again. Really stood out. Good to see some different names moving through in each of the main rounds on both the men's and women's side. And I truly do think this was one of the best days in ISA Surfing Games history.
Yeah, I thought it was absolutely incredible to be able to see all the action unfold, to start out with the men's main round, finishing up with this women's main round, to see the level of performances on the road to Paris 2024, to get closer at the halfway mark now. We're at day number 4 finishing up. We've got 8 days. Day 8 will be that finals day to be able to round out competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And it's been an incredible day of surfing, and we have so much more to come, Mitch.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Most likely going to see some repercharge heats out here at La Bocana, but the waves were amazing, the surfing was amazing, and more importantly, qualification getting way more intense leading up to the finals days of competition here.
That's right. We're going to be sending 8 surfers, 4 men, 4 women, to Paris 2024. By the end of this week, we're going to be sending 1 for Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. Of course, qualifying surfers for the Pan American Games as well, where the Americas region will gain that Paris qualification at the end of the year in Santiago. It's been a big day of surfing. We've got even more to come with 4 more days on the calendar till we crown our gold medalists and have those official Olympic qualifiers. So stay tuned for more action. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., and we can't wait to see you then. You.